instinct that never lies. The target's tattooed between our eyes. Stand and fight under the lights on the higher stage. A part of your life they can't take away, just like the blood running through your veins. Everyone's watching through your eyes. There's only two options, win or die. Win or die. Win or die. It went from a spark to an open flame. Now destiny's calling out your name. So reply, so reply. Ignite. There's a power that's underneath, and you can't see it till you believe. On the edge of infinity. Feel the rush under the lights on the higher stage. A part of your life they can't take away, just like the blood running through your veins. Everyone's watching through your eyes. There's only two options, win or die. Win or die. Win or die. It went from a spark to an open flame. Now destiny's calling out your name. So reply, so reply. Ignite. It went from a spark to an open flame. Now destiny's calling out your name. So ignite, so ignite.
You know who it is, coming round again. We want a dose of this, right now it's KD8. I'm a goddess with a blaze, 소리처럼 내 이름 잊지 못하게 loud, 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 loud. I could take you to the top, 절대 멈추지 못해. 내가 끝내주는 bag, yeah, yeah, yeah. And when I start to talk like that, oh, you know how to react. I'm a picture perfect face with the wild in my veins. You can hear it in my growl, 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 growl. So keep your eyes on me now. 무엇을 보든 좋아할 거야. 다 할 수 없는 래퍼. 나와 되길 원한 늘 확신해. We got it all in our hands now. So can you handle what we're all about? We're so tough. Let's get it, show you up. Can you feel the rush now? Ain't nobody bringing us down, 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 down. They could try, but we gonna wear the crown. You can go another round, 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 round. Wish you luck, but you're not bringing us down. Go hard, till we get it, we go hard. We so in it, we pop stars. Only winning, winning now. Ain't nobody bringing us down, 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 down. You ready for this?
Let's go.
See, 언제든지 내 모습 매직 단 한 번에 내가 잡아 절대 기죽지 않지. 펴펴 네가 뭘 알아. 견딜 수 없어 원해도 원하는 게 얼굴에 보여. I'm trouble and you running it, I'm so cold. When I move that way, you gon' be so blown. I'm the realest in the game. Said I'm on fire with the blade. You're about to hear my name ringing in your head like whoa. So keep your eyes on me now. 무엇을 보든 좋아할 거야. We so tough. Let's get it, show you up. Can you feel the rush now? Ain't nobody bringing us down, 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 down,
rolling in slow-mo. I'm a god, but I ask if you don't know. Homie, better put your pride aside. I'm a Benz, get more like a Volvo. Your best stuff looks like my words. Synapses, fire, and burst. Got the whole crew with me, about to do damage. You know we ain't average. I ain't gonna say this again, but it's in my time. Better look in my eyes. I'm a genius in the skies with my heart on my sleeve. You force will block to a king in his prime. Everybody got a line. Sit back with the stars in line. I finesse like my life on the 9 was a diamond in the rough, and now I shine.
No one could stop us, they'll try, but they won't. Nada nos puede parar. Oh no, we're wide awake now. Our eyes are wide open. We're running this world. We're keeping it turning. We're living like giants. Yeah, giants. We're bigger than giants. We're giants. Oh, sleeping giants. Sleeping giants. Yeah. Shutting it down. Been in the ground and my people all up in this place. Spinning this thing. Go to my rank. Royalty up in my veins. I'm loco. Think I'm so cold. I say something. Ain't no going back. Now they ask where Kiki's at. I'm like, you can't hang with that. 쏟아져 빛이 멀게 된 눈이 멈추지 않아. Once we go, 내게 넣은 날로 모든 배 빨리 달려. 넌 못 따라와. True damage we do it. True damage 보여줄게. 뭐든 쉽게. 이기든 지든 my crew make the beat. No one could stop us. They'll try, but they won't. Nada nos puede parar. Oh no. We're wide awake now. Our eyes are wide open. We're running this world. We're keeping it turning. We're living like giants. Yeah, giants. We're bigger than giants. We're giants. You thought that we were weak, but we coming right back. This time you're gonna see how we do it like that. We're living like giants. Yeah, giants. We're bigger than giants. We're giants. Oh, sleeping giants. Sleeping giants.
I keep on shattering time. I might just leave you behind. Homie, you stuck on rewind. You should quit sleeping on mine. You got your back on recline. When I damage your delicate spine, please don't act out, shy and surprise. They be like, what you mean? What is your winning scheme? I got a giant team. Biggest my self-esteem. Run it back, running man. They think they go hard, I'm like, come again. You run at a time and I'm busting in. While you stumbling, I got this blade in my hand for your punishment.
We're wide awake now. Our eyes are wide open. We're running this world. We're keeping it turning. We're living like giants. Yeah, giants. We're bigger than giants. We're giants. You thought that we were weak, but we coming right back. This time you're gonna see how we do it like that. We're living like giants. Yeah, giants. We're bigger than giants. We're giants. Oh, sleeping giants. Sleeping giants.
Those cravens backstab me, deceive me. Never shall I tolerate their crimes again. Now let the hunt begin. Yeah, 7,000 souls scared and daunted. Such a tale of woe. Not too long ago, this village was a golden scene of hope. Call down the reckoning to Call down the reckoning, bring back hope and peace, restore our gloria to live forever. Call down the reckoning.
यस यार गेम क्या सुपर स्मूथ चल रहा है.
Asus गेमिंग लैपटॉप, वो भी अमेजिंग डील के साथ. And I can pay आराम से with a 12-month no cost EMI. Crazy!
कहाँ से लिया?
Bro, JBL earbuds at 45% off. उसके ऊपर free Kindle and Audible subscriptions. Can you believe it? अब ये देख.
Whoa.
शांति.
कहाँ से लिया?
Sorry.
Hey, you! I'm tracking my run on this new smartwatch I got. Noise का
70% off.
Oh,
मैंने सोचा ऐसी डील पे मैं भी अपनी फिटनेस बढ़ा लूं. Seamless Bluetooth calling. Hey, I'm running towards you. Yeah. ये देख, I just got this Intel Evo laptop in exchange for my old one. 20,000 बच गए. बस 99 rupees में extended warranty. Plus 20% off भी मिल गया. Pretty sweet deal, right?
Totally feel you, bro. This iPad was always on my wish list. Got the latest one at a great deal and saved $8,000 in exchange for my old phone.
Hey, what's up?
सबको इतनी बढ़िया डील्स मिल रही हैं. ये सब कहाँ से लिया?
Amazon से लिया.
Amazon Great Indian Festival से.
Amazon Great Indian Festival पर मिलेंगे इलेक्ट्रॉनिक्स पर जबरदस्त डील्स, नो कॉस्ट EMI, एक्सचेंज ऑफर और सेम डे डिलीवरी.
अब इंडिया बोलेगा Amazon से लिया.
LG Ultragear presents the TEC Challenger Series, powered by Amazon India. GPU partner of Zotac Gaming, our gaming partner of Intel, our memory and storage partner of Crucial, our laptop partner of Asus, and our broadcast partner of Loco. I know what you're thinking, why are there so many partners? There are so many partners because this is a banger of a tournament. And as we get underway, we've got our mystical Merlions of Bleed taking on the Thai Titans of Xerxia. I've got 5 words for you, Grace. This is going to be a banger.
100%. I like to call matchups like this barn burners because it's just this continuous, massive scorch fest, and I'm so excited for this. Again, a few changes within the roster that we have noted, but it is still to be a spicy one. Again, this is now the group stage, so it's gone down to the best of ones, and that's when things get super interesting. You don't have that breathing room where you can be like, okay, we'll bring it back on the next map, and this is where those map vetoes are so important.
You're absolutely right. And actually, to highlight the teams that managed to make it to the group stage, we've got Bleed, Xerxia, Ultragear, Fancy United, Velocity, Star Esports, Revenant, and franchise players. I know what you're thinking. What are they all playing for? They're all playing for a fat lump of cash, with the prize pool being 30,000 USD. That's a lot of money, Grace.
It really is. And again, from the get-go of this weekend, we knew that a lot of the teams already had got a lovely little prize pot in their pockets. Now it's all to play for. Eyes on the prize for that 13,000 US dollars in that first place. Again, the fact that we've got such a large prize pool as well is really decent. It gives a lot of competitive gusto to the teams. It's not just for the bragging rights, it's also for that glorious prize. Maybe a little bit of bragging rights though as well.
Of course. I mean, it's got to come with a little bit of bragging rights. Also, you need to remember as well, in winning this is one of the VCT off-season events. So in winning this as well, you sort of gear up to the next season VCT. If you have a win under your belt in the off-season, it tells your team that you're going in the right direction. And for the likes of sort of Xerxia and Bleed, who are really sort of at the upper echelons of APAC Valorant, this is really where they want to be. They really want to place well in this, just so they can have that confidence going into next season. But let's take a look at the matchup today. As we alluded to before, we have got Xerxia versus Bleed.
I mean, this is it, isn't it? Today, it really is going to be a clash of the Titans. Both these teams certainly been around the block a little bit. And again, the fact that they're going to go head-to-head in a best of one of all things is just incredibly glorious for all of us casting, all of us at home as well, watching the games right now. So, I mean, I'm not going to ask you for a prediction, but I think you can definitely determine. Really? Okay, do you want to go for it?
Yeah, all right. So bear in mind, both teams have gone with roster changes going into this. Over on Bleed, we've got Crazy Guy stepping in. We've got Juicy coming out from the Academy team. Over on Xerxia, we're now seeing Cigarette step in as well. Bear in mind, this is to complement the kind of firepower of Scary. Because of that, I think this is going to be a bloody close game. I'm expecting overtime. If this was the best of 3, it would be third map overtime as well. But I think
100%.
for me, I really, really like Juicy. I've seen him play. I've cast him for a while now, even before he was able to play at a professional level because of his age. Now he is able to. I'm really looking forward to seeing how Bleed perform. I'm expecting a close match, but I think Bleed just take it. I mean,
That's it.
Take it.
You see often when you get that young blood and you get that fresh blood in, it just takes the roster to a whole new level. We've still got that really glorious backbone on the Bleed roster too. So again, putting that fresh blood in to what already has a very strong base, it's set to be chef's kiss. And again, I do think, I feel personally I'm sliding more towards Bleed here as well. Again, some absolute gunners on the side of Xerxia as we see. But it is just a fact of like who will have the freshest new blood, but that kind of sounds a little bit spooky.
I love Cigarette's profile picture. it's amazing. But as you mentioned, sort of when it comes to firepower, you're not lacking on Xerxia. What 100%. I quite liked from Xerxia, sort of when we saw them playing in sort of higher APAC tournaments in kind of champions as well, is Scary is really good at playing with his team. He's such a good
Mm.
duelist that sometimes you have these duelists who get carried away. They sort of just keep pushing, and they end up just overextending and falling.
Yeah,
Scary's
yeah, yeah.
really good at reeling it in, falling back, and playing with the team. I think that is one of Xerxia's real
Mm.
strong points at the last Champions. And bear in mind, they played against Bleed before. And over the last 2 times they played against Bleed, they won 2-1 in both series, with
Mhm.
Haven also being in both series.
And that's it, isn't it? It is going to come down to those
Yeah.
map picks, I think, and how important that's going to be, especially in a best of one situation. And again, a lot of the maps within the competitive map pool, you kind of want to have that idea of, yes, you are pushing and playing as a team. We've seen it throughout this weekend. Every single team that won or came on top, it was because of how they were going about the duo pushes, the pinches, etc., etc.
You're right, and of course, looking at Bleed, we have Crazy Guy, Darion, JH, Juicy, and Retler, with Darion, Juicy, and Retler all sort of having an extended period of time in Bleed, Juicy on the Academy team, Retler being added on, and Darion sort of being the long-standing member. JH as well, he's done a lot around the Singaporean scene. He's been playing for Bear Claw. Before that, he was with KPM Moon. He's also got all the way back to I think there was a mixed team called Sheba and the Homies, and it was a team with JH Sheba, and they all were able to do really surprisingly well in local tournaments. So for me, I think Jay is actually quite a good pickup. This is alongside the firepower you get from your Vietnamese import of Crazy Guy. I think there's definitely the ingredients here for a strong team. The one concern I have for Bleed, though, is they may not have had too much time to practice. And I think that best of ones may actually favor them a little bit. Because if you can get to a map which they play, they don't have to worry about having to broaden their map pool too vastly before
Yeah.
they've started mastering each individual one.
Yeah, 100%. Again, depending, because again, there's a lot of maps where you could kind of throw a bit of a spanner into works. Maps like Haven, where you're split across so many sites. If the other team has to be forced to start on that defense, that is where things can get very, very hot indeed. I think people might play it a little bit safer, though. I'm hoping, because it's that idea of this is your only shot to win out this one. Yes, it is around Robin, but ideally you want those points under your belt as soon as possible. And we're going to Haven, so yeah, this is already
We accidentally
gonna
linked
be
it a moment ago. I'm so sorry.
spicy one. We are going to be a spicy little Haven pick, with Xerxia starting on the defense. So again, that's going to be really difficult for them. Both of these teams have a very decent win rate on this map. We have Xerxia with a 65, and to be fair, 64% on the side of Bleed as well. So it's kind of this idea of you have 3 sites to defend. You need to really focus on the utility that you're bringing, especially if it's like 9 times out of 10 you're gonna have someone solo holding somewhere, and that's just the reality of it. And if the attack come in with a very aggressive team push together from the get-go, and they're able to pinch you out and start whittling down that player count on the other side, that's when things get very dangerous. Again, you want a lot of control on this map when you're starting on that defensive side. So I really am curious to see the kind of util that Xerxia are going to bring here, and how they're going to use that on the map, and how much of an extension they themselves are going to use. Because remember, time is the 6th defender. If you can delay the pushes even towards the site for as long as possible, that's really going to put the pressure on the attackers to try and make something worse. But work, that's when you try and get the pressure on them to a point where they start making mistakes. So it's going to be a lot of psychological warfare going into this.
On the topic of psychological warfare, I was hyping up Scary because he's bloody good. He doesn't even play the duelist. It's actually Surf who plays duelist. So that actually gives you an idea of Xerxia's firepower. Because Scary can make that
Scary's
Astra
still
look
scary.
like a duelist. He can make the Astra look like a duelist. That's how good he is. And honestly, Astra on Haven, it's sort of it's been kind of like Marmite for a lot of teams. They've been very, very all for it or completely against it. And I think for, of course, a team like Xerxia, they don't have any hesitations when it comes to bringing that Astra into Haven. Of course, as we were sort of talking in the pre-game, Haven is a map which distinctly have a stronger attack side. And so because of that, whoever's going to be starting on their defense is going to have to sort of weather the storm and just hope they can get through to that attack half. I'd actually further that by saying that because we are in a best of 1, this puts even more pressure on your pistol rounds. So you can convert both pistol rounds. That's kind of 4 to 6 rounds guaranteed for you.
That's 100% it. And again, on that defense, if you can at least get it relatively even Stevens, a few rounds under your
Yeah.
belt, when you then go over on the other side, it's just a case of just stomping them down the best you can. Tons of aggression, as we say. And again, those all important pistol rounds. That's when I really love to see the overextension on the defense, especially on this map. That initial pistol round, especially, go for those cheeky little rat plays and get those kills under your belt nice and early, and then you can fall back a little bit. Then you can play it a little bit safer. It's all about setting the momentum of how that round's going to go, really being mindful of the timer as well.
I gave my prediction earlier. I think it's your turn, Grace. I said bleed, but I said a bleed, but bloody close. What do you think?
It's difficult. It's difficult. I think that I think again I'm leaning more towards bleed, but that's only because Xerxia are starting on that defense. It is going to be
Right.
difficult for them, in my opinion. Again, if they suddenly turn around and they absolutely have this glorious util game and they're going for those overextensions, I'll be absolutely beside myself. I'll be,
Yeah.
dancing everywhere. But it's more the fact that this, on paper, in theory, will benefit bleed more.
I would be inclined to agree. But I've said bleed win this, but it's got to be so damn close. Xerxia win it, no surprises at all.
Yeah.
I imagine as
Yeah.
well we'll be able to run a poll in the chat. We'll be able to see what our fans
Mhm.
predict as well. But I'm willing to bet that. Bear in mind that Xerxia, they have played with the best. They have played at the
This
top
is
and
it.
top levels
This is
of the
it.
world. So
But we
I would argue they're in a pretty good spot here.
100%. And again, it's the idea of how good will the changes be. Again, 9 times out of 10, if you are bringing fresh blood into the mix, it's for a reason. Again, the players that they are bringing in do have experience under their belts as well on the side of bleed. So I think the opening match of the day basically is going to be really interesting because it's going to really dictate the pace, especially on bleed side, of how that's going to go for this first half of groups, in my opinion. Again, very little breathing time to work with. And as you say, not really much time to practice, but it's the times that they have had to practice. How impactful has that been? How useful has that been? Have they managed to, again, when it comes to best of ones, we always see the very kind of plain bread and butter maps come through. No one really wants to risk it too much until we get later on into the groups where they're like, okay, we really need these points. Maybe that's where the counter-stratting with the map picks, maybe that's when it comes through and we get them by the jugular a little bit, shake them about. So yeah, it's going to be a little bit of a kind of not so much. It's not going to be boring in terms of map picks, but it's going to be very standard. We know what we're going to expect here. So this will set the pace. And that's the exciting thing about the group stage, isn't it? The opening day of the group stage is when everything starts to be like, okay, this is how it's going to go. This is how it's going to start to transpire. And that makes me very excited. Indeed, it probably makes all of you at home very excited. I can't wait to get stuck into this one, to be honest. It's...
To make you even more excited for this, I'm going to give you the previous results on Haven for these teams, which was a 14-12 overtime victory for Xerxia. And that was the one before last. The last time we played against each other, it was 13-11 to bleed. Now, this was with previous rosters on both teams. We're going to go to our agents like, though. It's enough speculation. It's enough umming and ahhing about what we may be staring at. Let's just head straight into the map. Let's see our agents' selects, and let's see what agents will be used to try and dismantle your opponent.
Yes, indeed. Again, control, probably the name of the game here. You really want to be making sure you're getting as much of that map control as possible. And oh my goodness, the graphics are beautiful. Sorry, production. Shout out to them. Big ups. I mean, we can see here that we're actually seeing a hover over the neon. And, that makes a lot of sense if we think about it. Again, think about the size of this map. If they do want to bring that out, the ability to rotate very, very quickly is certainly something to be desired. But as I say that, we're going to see the lock-in on the Killjoy instead, which is a bit more standard and by the book.
Yep. And Rettler has been sort of using the Killjoy quite a lot. For me, that was sort of his staple agents. The two agents I want to look out for, though, and a little bit biased because he's favorite agent in the game. I really want to see how the breaches do on Haven. I think a pitfall that a lot of breaches fall into is when they use that Rolling Thunder, they hold it and they don't actually use it spontaneously. They wait for their opponents to get their Rolling Thunder, and they're both waiting so long to counter one another, we end up just not seeing it. And I think that's a big pitfall. And sometimes we also see a Rolling Thunder used for the sake of using it against your opponent's Rolling Thunder, even when it doesn't have too much impact. And I think that's something that sort of plagues all breaches at all levels. So hopefully we'll see a little bit more discipline when it comes to ability management. I think yesterday in our final stage of the group stage, I think it was Kakarot who held on to their Viper's Pit for the entire game. And it felt like it was a bit of wasted utility. I really don't want to see that on Haven, particularly when you have such a big map. You need that extra utility to get you onto these sites, to get you into these after plants.
100%. And again, we're seeing a lot of util there as expected. That's going to really cut off lines of sight as well, especially from the get-go. As we said, ladies and gentlemen, it's going to get aggressive, or it should at least get aggressive from the get-go. So if you really want to cut off those lines of sight, prevent yourself from going into those early engagements as much as possible. Especially on defense, I like to see via extension, a bit of a ratty play, and then I like to see the safe fallback. I think I don't want to see any kind of silly business where they're overextending, they're getting their 1 or 2, and then they're staying there. It's like, well, you could kind of safely fall back and not so much be available for that trade-off. But sometimes the aggression, when you get into that momentum where you're like, I'm gunning everyone down, that's when you can make a few little mistakes. And that's when, the lines of sight being cut off immediately behind you can be very, very useful. And even, there is some very long angles at the starting approaches on this map too. So you want to kind of be cutting those off, especially when people start to bring those ops out.
I want to highlight as well, I believe Darion's on Astra. Bear in mind, Darion was the Jet player for Bleed, and he was bloody good on Jet. He was a really strong player. Now on Astra. We're going to head in game, though. Let's see how this all transpires. Welcome to Haven. Bleed starting on the attack. Xerxia moving to the defense. Everything's upgraded. The stakes are higher, and the HUD is looking beautiful. Juicy on the Jet. Now, I understand this a little bit here. Darion, yes, he was a very good Jet. In fact, he was probably one of the best Jets in Singapore. One of the other best Jets in Singapore was Juicy. So let's see if our young gun can potentially rise to the occasion here, considering he has had to shift Darion away from that Astra, or onto that.
It could be a weirdly aggressive Astra, which could be even spicy when you consider the util in pocket. That kind of makes quite a flexible lineup, doesn't it? But there we go. Dart being shot out immediately. So the early round information game that they were trying to play has kind of been shut down for now. And both these teams really already from the get-go having their number of rotations coming through on both sides. The util being done to prevent that collapse into that site. And again, I expected it to be like this, but not from the get-go. Look at how paced and timed this is on both sides. Gorgeous stuff.
Really, really strong rotation thus far. And what I quite like from Xerxia is they're not shy to keep pushing. They're not shy to re-aggress. So they are still able to garner quite a bit of info here. But that turret is going to alert Bleed to the fact that there are players flanking. This is going to accelerate their push to this site. And this A site, as it's besieged, the location is going to be known by a lot of these defenders. Xerxia playing the retake, though. And with that, it's going to be a 5-on-5 retake, Grace, now.
I did say it was going to be a Scorcher, but I didn't think it was going to be this much of a Scorcher from the get-go. Look at this, they're trying desperately to make their way through these choke points. A few little pre-fires here and there. There we go, Fluky taking down Daron, but Jay and Juicy coming through with picks of their own. Scary and Cigarettes taking down Juicy and Jay. And there we go, beautiful shot there. Ultimately traded out by Scary, though, but Rettler is ready and waiting with the refrag of their own. And now we're in a 1-versus-1 post plan. Do they try and stick this spike? It's a little bit of a bait with the pistol, but for now, I'm pretty sure that Rettler feels pretty safe, or maybe not as much now. There we go! Cigarettes, beautiful clutch there, doesn't actually have the time! Goodness me. Goodness me.
It's a bloody good start. Really, really good start from Bleed. And we sort of see what may end up being the ethos from both these teams going into this map. Xerxia, they're not scared to re-aggress. They're not scared to go into these retakes fairly quickly as well. I actually think the reason that was such a close afterplan was because the second they realized the fault line was used by the breach and at least one of the shock darts has been deployed, they knew that Bleed had no intentions of playing the afterplan utility. So they just dive onto that site, they trade off one another beautifully. When it comes down to the 1-versus-1, got to give credit to Rettler, who just played the time, who just ran down that clock, and unfortunately for Cigarettes, nothing you could do.
100%, time is the sixth defender, Kramer. So if that timer is ticking and that spike goes down, that's when it becomes the sixth attacker. It's all about playing into that time and playing it safe. Again, you don't have to go for those peaks, and that's exactly what we saw. I mean, that was just, again, it's only the first round, and it was only the first round and a pistol round at that, and it's so impressive already how this is looking. Like, we said it was going to be close, but that certainly set the momentum for how the rest of this map is going to go. The rotations on both sides they just knew where each other was constantly. They were constantly being able to predict where these rotations were coming through. Again, as you say, beautiful util game as well, and even the reactions to the util was just, oh my goodness. This is going to be a barn burner, a certified barn burner.
Yep, a certified barn burner with Xerxia once again going aggressive. I really like this. It's making sure that Bleed aren't given too much space to breathe, and it's sort of forcing Bleed into executions, which is where you're able to make mistakes. As demonstrated, Surf clean opening, Crazy Guy is going to fall. The Vietnamese imports to Bleed is going to be plucked from our attacker's grasps now. However, I don't think the weapon's in a position to be retrieved. You see Rettler sort of covering that. So Xerxia won't get a firepower upgrade, but with the man advantage, that may be all that's required.
100%. Again, we're in a little bit of a quiet before the storm moment. Both teams trying to work out what the play is right now. For now, at least, Xerxia have decided to fall back a bit. They're still allowing for some presence on A, just in case the rotation comes through. But it looks like it might be a little bit of a push now to get that mid control, but the flank is coming through from C, and this is what I love. I love the constant flanking and rotations that we're already seeing from both these sides. This is good classic Valorant, and it's what I like to see. There we go, beautiful shot there. Scary taken down, but Fluky is out of the refrac, and goodness me, things are about to get hot very, very quickly. They make their way slowly but surely towards that A site, but look, ready and waiting for them in heaven. It is Surf, and they certainly want to be causing a little bit of a kerfuffle, but no, Jay's actually able to shut it down, and that spike can be plunked down on A.
They certainly run it down to the last couple of seconds, but for Bleed now into the afterplant. 3 versus 3. Xerxia with a retrieved Guardian on Cigarettes means they certainly have firepower here. Looks like the Breacher is going to spot out the rotation of Rettler. So now Xerxia know that Bleed are playing from sight. This is when the acceleration comes from short. All of them looking to dive onto Rettler. He does have a Storm Grenade to assist in this attack, but no, he swings dry. He's punished for it by Cigarettes now, down to the 2 versus 3. And once again, these members of Bleed, they're having to play from sight. Luckily, though, the crossfire is beautiful. The 1-2 repartee is going to bring Jay his third, and Bleed their second. But once again, as we said in that kind of momentary pause there, the ethos from Xerxia is certainly there, which is they treat their defense of Haven like their attack. And on their defense, they find a part of the map, they isolate it, they push it. And then once they have that initial map control, they can treat it like a 2-site map. For instance, once they have C-Long, they know that, especially with the trademarking Garage, they know it's either going to be B or A. Otherwise, they have a really early warning system in place. Really, really masterful way to open up Haven here. However, Bleed, they have responded admirably thus far. Let's see how they do against the full buy with Cigarettes forced back on long. Is going to deploy the odd Prowler to get engagement as to how close these Bleed members are. But my worry for Lead at the moment is with no Lurker in position, this has given Xerxia the freedom to push up C-Long and try and take that additional control.
No, and that's 100% it, isn't it? Because only Cigarettes is really, well, now they certainly know so rotation is coming back, but look how much site control they now have. Juicy making their way all the way into hell as Jaron takes down 6. And beautiful shots coming through. Juicy with another. Surf trades it back, but Juicy is just too good right now, landing that shot onto Surf, and once again the spike is down, and it's a bit of an uncomfortable retake, a 4 versus 2, but never say never. These are two of the best teams in this region, and if anyone's going to do it, it's certainly going to be them. Fluky. A little bit of a roam, trying to find out where these players may be lurking. Not sure if they're aware. Yes, they are. Rettler falling down. Can Scary get another? No, they can't. Jay there. Beautiful shot. They know where Fluky is. They can start sending out that util, and there we go. The crossfires every time.
Really strong round from Jay again. And to quote a caster who never misses leg day, Juicy. The juice may very well be loose. As right now, they're going to have to see if this is going to be his sort of... Bear in mind, this is his just debut for Bleed. So even if he's playing just even minutely as strong as how he can do, then this is going to be a really strong map for him. This is alongside JH as well, having a great opening on the breach. Nice commitment of the Rolling Thunder last round. In terms of other ults to keep an eye on here, we got the Astra ult, that's one away to come online for Darion. Over on Xerxia, they're sort of 2 away from almost everything, so we may see a big fight for orb control here, and actually you see the push here from the Fade and the Jet on A long. That's probably going to try and take a bid to try and get this Nightfall up online. Elsewhere though, the breach at the back of B's site may be under pressure, or this could be Bleed faking that pressure.
Taking it indeed. I mean, for now, a little bit of a ruckus around Garage. There we go, Jay with the opening engagement. They're very much on fire this game. The refrag not coming through just yet. It's something we've seen both sides do. I mean, there we go. There's refrags for you. Scary with a 2K before being shut down by Darion. And again, a lot of interesting moments here. Interesting moments indeed. A 2 versus 2 post plan. Look how close it is again. Red Lavo not wanting it to remain too close. Beautiful shot there onto Cigarette, but they can safely assume where Surf is going to come from. And there we go. Darion with a 3K for the round. And this team is certainly on fire, Kramer.
I'll tell you what, Scary as well shows that you need to clear every possible angle when moving up against Xerxia, because Scary, he was only given a small window of opportunity to get a kill there, and he gets 2. And yes, and that's with a Stinger as well. What's he going to do with a Vandal? 4-0 though, Bleed are going to start this map. JH having a really damn good map thus far. With Darion available with the Cosmic Divide, Juicy's one away for the Blaze Storm to accompany that. Over on Xerxia, we have the Tour de Force alongside the From the Shadows, which may enable some fast rotations for the members of Bleed. But for Juicy, it's a quick swing, damage to Surf, but it's not enough to kill. The Operator reveals with a trade onto the Jet. Some say jet diff, some say weapon diff, and some say that Scary is going to have to defend this B site now, almost solo. Swings out, spotted out by Darion, punished for swinging dry, and with that now, the Cosmic Divide is going to be deployed, guaranteeing a plant. The chamber now in Garage is the win condition for Xerxia. Swings out, spotted out by Retler, punished by Retler, and for Cigarettes and Surf here, saving becomes a very real possibility. With the loss of the Operator though, Cigarettes, he's going to try and at least do some damage, but damage to what avail? Crazy Guy delivers that killing blow as Bleed go 5-0 into the lead.
100%. And they're pinching together really, really well again. Like, you know, fair enough. I think if anyone was going to clutch out that situation, the Fade utility and pocket on Cigarettes was certainly the one to do it. It's the easiest way to bait out those 1 versus 1s. But as you say, the Cosmic Divide is just too good sometimes. It's completely split off half of that site. You can't really see where they're holding on the other side of that wall. You have to try and push those engagements, and instead Bleed, rightfully so, stacked up together, making sure they could duo play it, not being baited into those engagements. Nice early intel coming through just to make sure that A-Long is clear. I mean, well, certainly it's going to be clear now for the side of Xerxia. As that beautiful shot there coming through from Fluky.
Juicy's not had the best of luck against sniper rifles thus far. Last 2 rounds falling to them. Tour de Force brought out from Fluky. This is alongside the Blaze Storm from Surf. So we are seeing relatively heavy ult commitment from Xerxia. This is accompanied by what is going to be a myriad of players pushing through A long here. JH may have an inkling as to this position, but Fluky, he's just quicker. Shuts down the first player. Now Crazy Guy on the flank from short becomes that win condition for Bleed. Going to be trying to take that duel with the Jet. Blade Storm spotted. Surf goes for the high ground. Does a little bit of damage, but with only 1 blade left, can he deliver that killing blow? Crazy Guy gets the recon dart out, but Surf, he gets tickled by that ping. Has to back out now. But Crazy Guy's position known means they're trying to fight Cigarettes. It's going to be a nightmare. Spots him out. Gets the kill regardless, though. Now he has Fluky to worry about. Fluky, his third of the round, finishes the job. But this was all a fake. It's all the time needed for Bleed to get up through Garage now into Scary. The same position he got a 2K with that Stinger from before. Can he do it again? No, he can't. Retler finishes the job. That'll be the plant. And now, let's see what Bleed can do in a 3 versus 2 after plant scenario. Yes, there's a lockdown, but what good will it do? Especially with the flank coming from Fluky. There's 4 on 4, the ace.
Ace indeed. That's really unfortunate. Again, the planning position had to be changed, but Devon gets 1. Can they bait the rest of these engagements? No, they can't. Fluky has been absolutely on fire this round, and certainly so. That was an ace on the board for them.
Oh, thank you, thank you. You are too kind.
An ace to open and to get your first round. I mean, hey, if that's what Xerxia need, then it's what they need. Crazy Guy. I loved how he was able to buy as much time as he did as well on A there. It really, really helped momentum, but
That
it's
shot.
just fluky. Just beats everyone. The shot here from Darien is just nasty as well. Look at that. My God, unspeakable things. As Bleed, they still lead 5-1, however, losing their first round. Let's see if Xerxia have any plan with follow-through aggression, or maybe Bleed want to do something with this myriad of ultimates they've been able to acquire with the Hunter's Fury, Lockdown, and Blade Storm, which Juicy will be bringing out momentarily. In terms of counter utility, both breaches now one away from their Rolling Thunders. This is in unison with what will be the Nightfall available for Cigarettes. Fluky has such a good round on that Tour de Force. Why not bring out the Operator? That's going to be another scary sniper rifle, which I imagine Juicy is going to find whether he likes it or not.
100%. I mean, I think the main thing last round was the fact that the timing of that spike going down, Retler had to reposition because they were way too exposed on C long, and they were kind of like, Fluky's feeling themselves a little bit. Maybe I don't want to contest that too easily as I'm trying to get that spike down, and I think certainly so. I think we're going to see a bit more of a safer play from Retler themselves because that kind of didn't go to plan, did it? Again, they really could have made it work if they got that spike down nice and early, but ultimately it just was not there. I'm very, very curious to see how much of these ults we will see on the side of Bleed now. Again, they want to be bringing that momentum back in their favor after losing one of those rounds on the attack, and certainly so, there's a lot of work to be done. Would you expect Crazy Guy to probably be saving that for either the collapse or the post plant, to be honest? I personally believe so. Retler might just try and cheese the plant with their ult as well. Lots to be discussed here, lots to be discussed. We do see Cigarettes potentially about to cause a little bit of a ruckus as well, so lots of util on the table, and Scary again overextending, trying to get a bit bolshy with it, and it looks like they might be hyper-focusing onto that C shot site right now. We're already seeing a lot of breathing room try to be opened up here when it comes to a Crazy Guy and that ult, but all seems to be for nothing. Again, they've gone very passive and quiet again. I would have thought the immediate collapse would have come through.
Scary's used both his teleports there. That was pure panic after being pinged, and he's hardly tagged. In fact, no, he's not tagged at all. So really nice movement from him actually to avoid the damage from the Tour de Force. Topic of damage, Crazy Guy legged to start.
This is it. It was like they had the immediate collapse, decided against it, even though the util was coming out on both sides. I think even, Scary probably thought, they're actually going to pressure me really badly. This is a full aggressive collapse, but it just didn't come through. Looks like they're going to try and recommit to it. Hovering around that garage area. Again, the opening engagement really needs to come through now. Someone needs to start attempting that opening pick. I mean, that's certainly an attempt and a half. The lockdown coming through, and that's going to hopefully open up a little bit of breathing room here for the attackers to get stuck in. They need to go for the fast and furious collapse very, very quickly. 20 seconds on the clock, and it looks like Juicy is about to try and lead the way here, but Scary ready and waiting with the tiniest of pixel peek through the snow. Gets one onto Darien. That's a very good start from the Omen player, and there we go, shut down by Retler after taking out Juicy as well.
It's a beautiful delay game coming out from the members of Xerxia here, and they win on time. They win by a time. A Cruel Mistress, and Cigarettes is going to fall. However, it will still count as a clutch. A great round from Xerxia, and I love those one-ways I kept getting thrown from Scary, and this is off the back of that movement at the start of the round. If he died there, you won't have those one-ways onto Garage, and you won't be able to force Bleed to run down that clock all the way to 0. Furthermore, the JH to be, the breach to be in place to instantly deploy that aftershock to destroy the lockdown means that Xerxia had such a strong read on what Bleed were trying there. They knew Bleed were going to try and hit the C site with the lockdown from Garage, and so in instantly destroying it, Bleed hesitate. Then that one-way smoke on Garage means they hesitate further. Then they smoke themselves out, but you've lost someone through the smoke. There's another little bit of hesitation. Yes, JH does a good job swinging back site, killing 2 players, but at that point, it may not matter too much. Surf shuts down Crazy Guy. Once again, the opening for Xerxia now as they really start finding their momentum.
100%. And speaking of momentum, Rolling Thunder in pocket certainly going to help the side of Xerxia here. Surf feeling a little bit bullshit with it, going for an overextension here, but can they get this shot off? So no one's contesting it just yet. Might be a little bit of a ring around the rosy situation around A long, but Again, quiet before the storm. We've seen a lot of this weekend. Every single team in this tournament thus far has known exactly how to play this initial time. And well, the shot goes down, but it misses, so the smoke's going to come out. And this is exactly what I was talking about before, Kramer. You go for that overextension, but then you pull back. That's the safer way to play it.
There's that jump through, and Juicy's good for the first. Rettler chimes in for the second. A beautiful capitalization from the Rolling Thunder. Yes, Xerxia have players in heaven. And yes, Bleed's rotation with the spike isn't too quick here. A Rolling Thunder could allude to a victory on time here. They probably will be committed once we see the spike get tapped. With the horn going out first, there's the aftershock. Not quite able to get the first. Darion swings wide, able to finish the job. Cigarettes now has to do a great job at distracting his opposition. He does just that now. Down to the 2 versus 2. A collapse from heaven. JH good for the first. It's a pistol for Cigarettes, but for JH, it's the Vandal to finish the job. A great 2K from under heaven. The lurking man beneath the bridge is going to bring Bleed their 6th round. This is off the back of a really, really strong response to losing your first player.
100%, and I do still feel that, Fluky and Cigarettes played up really well. They dropped down together, knowing that at least be someone for the trade-off. It was just Jake absolutely winning his ones there, landing his shots. I mean, we can send all the util in the world, we can send, as many players as we want at you, but ultimately, if you are landing your shots, that kind of overrules everything, doesn't it?
It absolutely does. And now as you look at the... So you look at sort of how Bleed have poised themselves, they realize that the buy from Xerxia isn't great, and they're absolutely right. They've only got Rolling Thunder, so no eco ults to help them, and it's sort of shorties, it's sheriffs, it's a marshal. It's still done a great deal of damage to Juicy, which means try to entry as this jet, may be damn difficult. The Surf finished off by Crazy Guy, and luckily for Bleed, because you have so much damn firepower on this team, where the jet fails, everyone else can rise to the occasion. And you look at Xerxia now, once again, their pistol round aggression is really strong. And we're seeing that now as they look to shift through short now into sewers. But Rettler seems ready.
Ready and waiting. I'm wondering if they have to try and go for a little bit of a bait just to bait this overextension even more. Fluky, very aware of the fact that they want to be able to potentially overextend a little bit here and get back to safety nice and quickly, but Juicy ready for the entry, and there we go. The pressure's certainly on site now, but Fluky is there with the trade back. Can they get a second? No, they can't, because they're on ready and waiting, and that spike is gonna go down. Can this retake from sewers come through? No, it can't. Rettler with the beautiful shot there onto Cigarettes, and it's all left down to Scary, who is miles away at this point. They have to go for the long extension, and ready and waiting will be Rettler, and this could be a little bit spicy, because a shotty does indeed come out, Kramer, and could be a little bit of a nasty one. Do you just kind of try and save at this point? It looks like it's a bit of a save, waiting for them to push and overextend towards you. That's why the shotty is out. Neither player
like
really wanting to take
plan.
that. Yeah.
Interesting.
It's a passive exit.
Because of how forwarded Rettler is, he can't extend because of the turrets and the alarm bot.
Scary, able to hear the footsies of the players. Can they get this one exit? No, they can't. I mean, I appreciate it. Sometimes you want to pad out the KD a little bit more, but that was just really, really clean, to be honest, from the side of Bleed. But again, they have such an advantage here on this attack. They're playing it really on point as well. The duo plays and the team pushes are absolutely on point. But it's also the fact that, you do have players like Juicy who are willing to go for these immediate entries into that collapse, and that's the most important things when it comes to that execute. It's about those opening engagements trying to go in your favor. Yes, maybe they trade, but as long as that opening pick goes in your pocket, it can often be translated to the win. And speaking of wins, that gunfight is going to be won out by Fluky with the op, and Rettler falling down, and again, Juicy again on the roam, on the hunt, trying to find these opening engagements. The Cosmic Divide as well, going to allow for a little bit of that cut off of that line of sight. And that's a beautiful and easy collapse into that C site.
Crazy Guy, the next point of contact, spots out Surf. It's an instant execution now. Is he anticipating Scary to be as close as he is? Potentially not. And so if Xerxia can equalize the man count, that may kickstart the aggression onto this site. From the flank, Scary reveals himself, tanks Crazy Guy, but he can't quite kill him. There's the bait and switch. Darion gets the kill. It's an absolutely beautiful start now. And for Fluxy backside, Fluky's only got 25 HP. That's not what you want when in an afterplant, but it's the aggression of the breach. Good for JH, has the Rolling Thunder. Oh, that Rolling Thunder's perfect, especially with the player falling now from the flank. And with that, Fluky, good for another, but timing may be everything. Shot dart deployed, it's in the perfect position. Crazy Guy gets the killing blow, and Fluky falls to the spike. There goes any operator dreams of Xerxia. That was a bloody good attempt at a retake, though. That breach able to hit everyone with the Rolling Thunder, and those who he doesn't hit with the Rolling Thunder, he hits with the fault line. The one player who gets through the flank is finished off by Cigarettes. Really, really strong attempt there. Bleed, they get through that round by the skin of their teeth. They now go to the 11th, though. 8-2 in the lead. For me, 8-4 is sort of your critical mass for your attack of Haven. Anything more is bonus. And I think Bleed kind of know this now. On topic of ult management, they're about to get the Hunter Trio available for Crazy Guy, but you may not need it if Juicy's just going to maraud his way down A long, getting a kill on anything that moves. Another weak fire from Xerxia. Retler's going to try and punish it now. Spots out 1, spots out 2. This man is unstoppable, Grace. And he even knows about the Lurking Omen. Does he anticipate the swing from the breach, though? Timing. Oh, it doesn't quite favor him, though. That'll be a Vandal removed from the round. But here's the thing, Grace. You know, one player in exchange for a free site, really will take that trade any day.
100%. Now they're in a 3 versus 2 post. I don't think they have the numbers. But we definitely do now because Scary is going to be taken out on that rotation. And again, poor Xerxia, they're just waiting. They're just waiting to see if anyone's going to overextend them. But it's not quite coming through. Again, how do you play this realistically? Do you want to go and be aggressive? Do you want to go and take these gunfights? Look like they're actually going to try it, but there we go. Jay ready and waiting. Shuts it down before any hope of a clutch can come through.
Absolutely right. And for Bleed, this is really where they start making this look properly one-sided. Remember, this is a best of 1. I would argue, unless Xerxia really turn around the momentum and these kind of dying breaths of the first half, this could very well be a done deal. And we are seeing Xerxia trade in places, you know, they're not doing too bad. It's just they're consistently losing this first player. And even when they are getting the man advantage, it's instantly traded. And for Bleed, right now, JH, he's playing out of his mind. This is alongside Juicy, who's also playing out of his mind. The two imports for Bleed are really delivering right now. The same to be said for Crazy Guy. Over on Xerxia, it's been a slower start, but we have seen sort of some flashes of hope in these retakes.
100% flashes of hope is certainly what Xerxia need right now. They are 9-2 down, and they can't let this really go to 10-2 because that pressure is going to be phenomenal on that initial pistol round from their own attack. But there we go, Juicy with the opening engagement as per usual. Scary falling down. The ulti is going to start to come through from Crazy Guy, but they're actually shut down by Fluky and Surf, who also takes down Juicy. That's a nice little attempt at a retake, and this is where the attack have to get a bit more passive. Start to use some util, especially when you got Fluky. Like that, the trade comes through by Jay, but there we go, Jay immediately taken out. It's all left down to Retler. They do get one there, but can they stop this defuse? I don't think they can, Draver, and there we go. A beautiful stick of that defuse.
It feels like a consolation prize for Retler there to get those last couple of kills. You sort of end the half with a bit of momentum. Yes, you lose the rounds, but they're really, really doing quite well. Something else I want to highlight here from Xerxia is the trust Cigarettes has in Surf there. He gets that spike, just sticks it instantly. This is before the flanker's killed. This is before Fluky's been able to do his damage. Just sticks it. And that shot shows that Xerxia, these guys are a well-oiled machine. The one thing that's sort of holding them back at the moment is they're struggling to trade. Moving to their attack, that's going to become much easier. And of course, in APAC, we've got the 9-3 curse. So Xerxia are by all means not out of this. However, they need the pistol round to be the start of this comeback. Otherwise, they may be in some serious trouble.
I do also feel like, again, when you look at the util on both sides, you know, the side of Xerxia right now, having that fade in pocket's really going to benefit them in that early round. Finding out where these overextensions are coming from, again, that really is the name of the game for the defense. You want to be aggressive and get those opening picks in under your belt. So Cigarettes is probably my one to watch out for in terms of where they're going to be placing that utility in the early round, in my opinion. I mean, look at this head-to-head already, Kramer.
Yeah, the head-to-head between the Chamber and the Breach. Fluky has done insanely well with his operators and his tour de forces. Where he's struggled a little bit is when it comes to a rifle and pistol play. this is where JH excels. We won't see him with the snipers, of course, on the breach, but in terms of ACS, Fluky's just about taking that lead. But for JH, I think he's had a little bit more impact when it comes to his util usage. So a kind of interesting clash of fates here. For me, I want to see if Fluky can continue this operator and op prowess now on the attack. Because if he can, then that ability to garner those man advantages is going to become much easier for Xerxia, and that was where they were lacking on their defense.
100%. And I don't know, I'm really curious as to how this is going to go. And I think that if we don't see the immediate push from Bleed, it's going to be a little bit risky biscuits for them, realistically.
Yeah.
But again, given how they won that attack, it looks like they know exactly how to play this map. So I am expecting to see them absolutely bring the thunder here. I'm expecting, again, they do have the killjoy in pocket. So worst case scenario, you know, we look at that round differential, they could cheese it a few times, so to speak. They could really cut off some of these spaces of the map and force the attackers to take certain routes. So again, that's what I want to be looking at too. Utility wise, I again leaning towards Bleed a little bit more. I think Fluky has been massive on that chamber, but we think about it, you know, in terms of map control, which team is really benefiting here? I think it's 50-50 with the Omen, the Fade, and the Killjoy, and the Astra for sure. But I also think that when we look at that intel utility on Crazy Guy, it's like, this could make it a lot easier for the defense. Do you know what I mean?
Yep, absolutely. And I think Retler is going to have to use all of this, or at least the majority of his utility, as afterplant utility. Or using it in a retake is going to become very damn difficult. Xerxia, though, getting ready to hit this B site. Alarm bot is in position, at least as an early warning system. Remember, without the chamber, that killjoy utility has to be used very, very wisely here. There goes that alarm bot, and with that, it's going to be a free B site. Much like our first round, Grace. It's going to be another 5-on-5 retake with Juicy up close and personal in the smoke, looking for an opening.
For sure. Look at this, little pre-fires through the smoke in an attempt to find a head. I mean, there's a head for Fluky, taking out Juicy, but Retler is there to trade it back. Fluky with a second there onto Retler as well, and both sides really going neck and neck with this kill game, but ultimately there can only be one winner, and by force, it is actually the side of Xerxia. They just completely had those trades on lock there. That was absolutely beautiful from them. They collapsed in, they got their lineups sorted. It's all about the angels, as I say, which is a silly way of saying angles, but it is. It's all about having those crossfires and making sure that even if they get those picks off, the trade is coming through every single time.
Yep. I'm going to stick to my prediction. I think this is going to overtime.
Okay.
I see it happening. And for Bleed now, they drop down to the Eco. Xerxia, out come the Spectres, out comes the Vandal. And surprisingly, it's a fairly, I don't want to say greedy, but it's a bold second round buy with only a Ghost on Scary and Fluky. Trying to fight at range, especially if you lose this Vandal, may be very damn difficult. Or at least unpredictable.
Definitely, a spike once again is plunked down upon that site. So retake coming through. It's a nice little trio push and glorious stuff there. The double pick there, Jay ultimately landing that shot in the end. But Cigarette's looking for where these trades might come from. Actually gets one on Crazy Guy, Juicy Falls too. But Daron taking down Xerxia. Scary with the 2k as well. I mean, once again, full domination when it comes to these trades from the side of Xerxia. Can Jay do anything? No, he can't. Beautiful stuff.
Surprisingly, actually, go for 2 ghosts. You lose 2 players. It means you save every weapon you invested in that round. So Xerxia really looking quite strong on their attack. Moreover, now, Bleed are going to move to these Vandals, but because, of course, there was a Vandal in the last round, Xerxia's buy is going to be pretty strong.
It's just really interesting how much momentum shift has happened here.
Yeah,
and again, it's,
sure.
in my opinion, it's not even coming down to the util. It's coming down to the way that they're playing, because you know they are doing trio pushing, which is exactly what they should be doing on both sides. But just the angles that are being held are so much stronger on the side of Xerxia right now.
You're absolutely right. And now for JH as well, it's a very info-oriented hold on B here for Bleed. Xerxia, on the flip side, they sort of left the breach and back a B site. It meant that they still had some utility to drop, even as the execution was coming. Everything from Bleed now towards the center of the map is all reactionary, and it's a much more passive stance compared to Xerxia when they were on their defense. With that Xerxia, they dive, they delve straight onto this B site, plant goes down, and it's so quick, we're going straight into another 5-on-5 retake. The only difference now is that there's a Rolling Thunder available for this breach.
100%. Very good. Crazy guy with a 2k, and we need this utility to come from the defense thick and fast because they really need to retake this site. Beautiful shot there by Cigarettes, taking down Daron, and can Rattler do anything about it? No, they can't. The cleanup there, a 3 versus 3. This is going to get a little bit intense now for the defense. Do you try and stick that defuse? It looks like that is indeed what they're going to try and do, but there we go for Util, forcing them off that defuse ultimately. Juicy with the pick there onto Cigarette's bow, and this is what we talk about when it comes to that post plant, the lines of sight and that util, and you might see it used again. Crazy guy bow goes a little bit large, taking down Xerxia. Can we talk about how huge that he was in that round?
Yeah, absolutely played out of his mind there. I am so impressed with that breach. Being able to get not only that Rolling Thunder, which hits every single player, that concuss at the end to set up Scary. He knows he only has to kill that first player. That second player was also swinging, just bonus. There was no time. Once again, Xerxia, a mistress who was against them on their defense, is now someone they're looking to wield to their advantage. They may have mastered the art of the metaverse, because Bleed now, that lead, it's reduced to only 3 rounds. I'm starting to worry for them a little bit here, Grace, especially now they have to drop it down to pistols once again.
And this is it. This is where the pressure really starts to get applied. Your eco's a little bit in shambles, and you really have to try and rely on your utility. Again, looking at what we've seen on the board right now, we do have the Cosmic Divide that could potentially come through at some point,
Right
but
there.
not just yet.
There's also the Hunter's Fury available for Crazy Guy, and I think something that I doubt we'll see it this round. It's probably something to try and use to garner a man advantage going into the next bye round. Time being though, Prowler's up close. Oh, that final little slither of it catches out Juicy. That's got to sting.
No charges left.
This is it. It's again the idea. You've got very little ults there. You've got very little gunpowder behind you. This is where the shots really need to count, and they need to be playing a little bit close together. But it's so difficult on a map like this. I think they are aware though of the pressure starting to come down a long though. Scary leading the way a little bit. Surf in full conga line formation as well. Though this is what I'm talking about those duo plays. Scary ultimately winning that, Rella trading it out, but Surf ready and waiting the trade by trade by trade as Jay gets the pick there onto Surf. Jay falling in retaliation. This is what I mean, the trade, it's like the stock market right now. A little bit of shock darts coming out, but Cigarettes is going to get that pick onto Crazy Guy, knocking him out of heaven down to Daron here. They can vaguely kind of try and guess, but again, when you've got 3 potential angles coming towards you, of course, Fluky with the tight angle there is going to get the pick, and again, getting very, very difficult now for Bleeds to actually make this work in their favor. I think just, again, the way that they're trying to approach the attack right now, they're not falling into that same kind of duo play that what we're seeing on the side of Xerxia, and that's really starting to put the pressure on a little bit, because those trades we just saw, the kill feed was constantly, red, green, red, green, red, green. It was like a disco light.
I don't like how Crazy Guy committed the Hunter's Fury there. I think that was a bit of an overcommitment. Elsewhere, though, we are going to have Juicy aggress with the Operator. We do have the Omen disappearing into Heaven. That's going to be able to catch out Juicy on the flag. Oh, it doesn't. It's a really well-placed smoke. Then Jay comes to the rescue. As Juicy tries to get away, he's eventually finished off, but the Rolling Thunder now comes into effect, and it's a beautiful Rolling Thunder at that. Jay able to double down now on for his 3rd. This is assisted by a Crazy Guy who finishes off Cigarettes. Rettler comes in. Jay hits that 3rd. Bleed make it 10. And that was off the back of punishing the overextension of Xerxia with that Omen. Furthermore, Jay, he is having a really damn good map right now.
Oh, 100%.
Really good map.
100%. Absolutely making it count when it matters. I mean, it's interesting coming from a player that really isn't the one that you would expect to be getting a lot of those engagements, but that's the really good thing about the side of Bleed. If the opening engagement doesn't go in your favor, as I say, you've still got that backbone behind you, that really strong backbone that's going to support you for the rest of the round. obviously not been going too great. Xerxia just absolutely on fire, especially when it comes to the team play right now. But the Blade Storm is going to start to come through from Surf, and they're ready and waiting for Daron to make their swing, make their pick out. The smoke goes down. Scary gets a pick there onto Juicy, and it's going to get a little bit hot and heavy in this garage area. The trades yet again coming through. Fluky with 2 now. Rettler and Jay are both falling down, and Crazy Guy kind of in no man's land a little bit. That site is fully for the taking now, and that plant can go down. How do you retake in a 1 versus 4 when you have very limited util in pocket and Scary sliding up behind you? I mean, this could be a little bit of a nasty flank. And there we go. Scary has actually spotted him out, and there we go. It's like watching a snake chase after something and just finally go for that pounce at the end.
Yeah, I worry a little bit for Bleed there. Bear in mind, high credit where credit is due to Fluky. Entering as a chamber is bloody difficult, but he's able to trade Surf beautifully, get his second kill, get to that site first, and then hold it. What a round from him. Then for Bleed, you look over to their ult management now. You have the lockdown for the retake. Yes, you have a Blade Storm readily available, but up against the Tour de Force of Fluky's back pocket, let's be honest, Grace, we've seen what he can do with a Tour de Force. I can't help but worry a little bit here for Bleed.
No, 100%. Fluky there. Beautiful shot down to Daron, though. Again, this trade needs to come in. This is the issue with Bleed right now. They're not getting these trade-offs. I mean, that's a little bit of a slow burn there. But Jay with the 2, actually. Surf and Cigarettes both falling. And there we go. Juicy has something to say too. Xerxia falling down. This is looking so much better for Bleed right now. All they have to do is hold their positions for now. And let Xerxia try and work out where they're going to go. Juicy's ready and waiting for Fluky. There we go. And he knows now that Spike is down. They know that they have all the control in the world, and of course, that allows them to clean up shop.
Credit where credit is due to JH there. He's like the he's a Hail Mary for Bleed, isn't he? You have Bleed who's pushing mid gets shut down. You get hit by a huge amount of utility. Their positions are known, but Jay comes to the rescue. And something I also want to highlight. We've been highlighting Jay quite a bit. We've been accrediting Jay quite a bit. He's only matching Fluky. That's how good Fluky's doing. And now Fluky has a Tour de Force. Can we trust him with a Tour de Force? He's going to go kill everyone. It's like laying out a serial killer. Out comes that Tour de Force. The Frenchman wants to play. And for now, it'll be, once again, this sort of unguarded B site. We're starting to see Bleed start taking leaves out of Xerxia's book, which is to try and compartmentalize the map, start being a little bit more aggressive on the positions which aren't necessarily always guarded. So what avail Fluky? He's just so good with that sniper.
This is it. The plan is going down. Surf actually getting taken out by Crazy Guy. Nice shot there, but Scary with the 2K there, extending further and further towards the back of this map. And again, a very powerful and aggressive position to hold. And there's no trades ultimately coming out from that. Rettler, can they use the ultimate? Probably wants to keep it in pocket, but desperate times can occasionally call for desperate measures. Cigarette's very aware that flanks may be coming through, and Rettler very aware that Scary is lurking in the midst, taking them out there. No trade just yet. Again, yes, you can whittle down into these ones, but the timer is ticking, and ultimately they just have to give up that site, and that is unfortunate, Kramer.
It is unfortunate, and Bleed, at least they carry 2 weapons over to the next round. But once again, that's off the back of Fluky with one of his just... Entering as a chamber is hard. Like, you have... Reality is, you don't have much, if any, escape utility, because by the time you've thrown down that teleport point, usually you're in a fight. So, Fluky's just pushing into a one and done there, and he still wins it, shutting down JH, who is right now Bleed's heavy hitter. Great round from Xerxia. 2 rounds separate them from Bleed. Those same 2 rounds will separate Bleed from a victory. It's all to play for now as we go into round 21. A full bite on both teams. No operators in sight, but there are ults, and there are many ults available for both teams. 3 ults apiece. Retake utility in the dozen now. And for Xerxia, they've set their gaze, their cruel, benign glaze, over to A.
This is a really lovely thing I like about people bringing intel agents when it comes to this map, is to really allow yourself that early round information. But I don't think he got the info entirely needed. He didn't quite see that they were indeed coming from A long, and now they're going for that full collapse. The spike is going down, and this flustered rotation has to start coming through from Bleed. But again, Util in pocket. They do have a lot of ultimates on the board. Will this be the chance to use any of them? Surf ready and waiting for this approach from the back now. Pressure in Hell as well, and also Heaven as the defender killjoy. There we go. That's the lockdown coming through. Juicy taking out Surf. They really need to push away these attackers. They need to stop this aggression to Heaven, and that's what I'm talking about. Juicy and Jay absolutely on fire. Yet again, another one for Jay, and that defuse can be committed to. Beautiful stuff there by the side of Bleed.
I really like that positioning of the lockdown from Rettler there. He realizes that there's going to be an attempt from the aftershocks of the breach to cancel that, so he pushes it a little bit further back out of the range of the breach, and is then able to sort of realize half the site won't be covered, but you only have to fight that half of the site. The others will be detained. They end up forcing Xerxia, unable to fall back because of the players in Heaven, force them to back site. Half of them get detained. Actually, credit where credit's due to Bleed to not knifing the final player who was restrained, so good job on that. But we do see a really, really good retake. More importantly, they also bait out both the From the Shadows from Scary, which doesn't even get to be converted, and the Nightfall, which is better still. Bleed now on the precipice of closing out the first best of one of this group stage, and with a push through C long, assisted by the covering fire of the Jet, they're going to really try and start getting behind the enemy lines of Xerxia here. Fortunately, the trademark is going to delay that plan, but it won't stop it, though, as they smoke off that trademark, and now Surf is in trouble.
Huge! Massive entry kill there. Darion taking out Surf, so that is a very aggressive duelist being taken clean off the board. But we speak of aggression, certainly Fluky up in hand, looking for the heads of the defenders, hoping to cause a ruckus. But Crazy Guy with this util ready to get their number. There we go. The pings come through. They know exactly where they are, and these swings can start to come out. No immediate engagement. The overshock starts coming out as well as the Rolling Thunder does too. Juicy though with the Blade Storm. This is what we like to see. Fluky, beautiful shot there with the up. Rettler trading it immediately back onto Cigarette Zone. It's a little bit of a scrappy one here on both sides. Gorgeous shot there by Fluky, is on fire. A 3K there. Can they manage to clutch this out? No, they can't, but goodness me, wasn't that a good try?
That was a bloody good try. And furthermore, Fluky is bloody good. He is really damn good. And that, for me, is a testament to Bleed. Furthermore, to say they were able to beat that. They were able to beat Fluky, who was hitting near all of his shots there. Has to switch to the Headhunter at the end, and he is overwhelmed by JH, the other heavy hitter, the other player who needs to be highlighted. You don't often see the Breach being the one who top frags and sort of spearheads the team, but JH managed to do so. An absolutely incredible map from him. The same for Juicy. I wouldn't go as far as to say the juice is loose. I think there's still plenty of time for that, but it was a very, very good opening match for the new roster of Bleed.
100%, and this is exactly what I'm talking about. You know, we already knew that strong backbone was there. It's kind of like building a house. You know, you have that strong foundation already set in stone, and they're like, you know what, we want a few extra walls here. Let's place them there. We have ourselves a good house. The House of Bleed. It kind of sounds like a little bit of a fantasy name there, but the only fantasy here is that they've actually managed to win out their first best of one and bring that to reality. Gorgeous stuff there. Yeah. By Bleed. And again, you know, Xerxia, they did so well to pull it back on their own attacks. Again, I think especially with a map like that, the kill board doesn't really dictate how that round has gone on both sides. You'll have these players absolutely pop off, but there's so much util use in that map. And every single, even if you're at the bottom of the kill board there, you know, you have used so much utility that's ultimately translated to that round win towards the end of it as well. And that's the important thing to remember when it comes to Valorant, is that you just have these really gorgeous team plays every single time. And I'm so happy with that, how that went on both sides. Like, I think we've been spoiled a little bit there.
Yeah, we have been. We absolutely have been. In just a second, we'll be able to move to our analysts and see what they think of this match, because there's quite a lot to go over. Remember though, Bleed, they're playing back-to-back games. If they can stay consistent, I think they could very well be one of the favourites for the tournament. However, we'll have to see what our beautiful analysts will think of this. Of course, it's the amazing CCV and Elika.
Right, that was, let's just say, it was one hell of a game. For the starters, mind you, for the first ever best of one we are witnessing here at the Challenger Series, that was intense start to finish. Elika, we started off, Bleed, they were looking oh so confident, they were looking really, really good, and I gotta say, Bleed had that advantage through and through, but then Xerxia making that comeback, looking to, completely overturn the momentum, made it all to fight for towards the very end.
Yes, I think the game started off in Bleed's favor. 9-3 was the score in the first half, I remember. And everyone in the chat also went crazy, expecting that comeback from Xerxia Esports. And at one point, I almost had that hope that Xerxia could have made that comeback. But it was one round I remember where Xerxia got the plant, and it was JH and Juicy all over the place, Breach and the Jet duo completely taking Xerxia Esports down. But so far, Bleed has been doing very well. It's the first win of the day for them.
I mean, I gotta say, Bleed, considering they'll be facing off against Velocity next, they will be riding that high of just being also strong right now and knowing they have the capability to, well within their right, defeat any team that is in the playoffs of the Challenger Series. Bleed have that confidence surmounted in them. They know what they can achieve, and we saw what they're capable of as well right here in this server. Taking a look at the highlights, right? Xerxia and their defense, what was their main theory that they were applying? Well, they were pushing a lot of the spaces early on. I believe Kremo had highlighted this in the match as well. Either they were pushing from C-Long, or two of their members, they were pushing from A-Long, maintaining that duo, and that transitional space of C-Long and A-Long, which changes sides quite a lot. Sometimes it's in the defender's control, sometimes it's in the attacker's control. At times, yes, it worked. I mean, we saw Fluky's ace, right? That happened on A-Long. It started on A-Long, and as we're seeing right now, Fluky ended it on the map, on the side of C. But there were also chances of Bleed making that comeback. Bleed relied on their manpower. Bleed relied on just the absolute resilience shown from their side when they were going for those executes. And ultimately, that's what ended up lending them those 9 rounds out of 12 on attack.
Yeah, I think most importantly, Bleed Esports were playing together as a team instead of setting out a lurk for the team. So I think that's where most of the frags and most of the game was easy for Bleed. They pushed together as a team. They got the plant in the first half, and they were playing post-plant positions. And the best part about the post-plant positions were the pre-calculated post-plant positions that each of them set up for the crossfires. And I think that's what made Bleed Esports stand out in the first half of the game. And Xerxia Esports, as you say, I very well agree with the fact that Xerxia Esports was going in for quick rotations. And Bleed Esports, it was very easy for them to calculate that Xerxia could have already been on the flank. There was one round where they all pushed out to the B-bomb side. It was a 4v2 situation, and Bleed Esports somehow managed to win that 4v2. But of course, they ran out of the time, so Xerxia Esports took away the round. But at the end of the day, I feel like Bleed Esports is looking very strong with the aim game and the team synergy right now.
100%. We saw Bleed taking so many of those individual gunfights, right? And this was also something that was highlighted from our casters, is that Xerxia, yes, they were winning a couple of the duels. I mean, Fluky went absolutely nuts when he was on that chamber, be it the operator, be it the Torte force, and still we can see it on the scoreboard as well, right? Well, I mean, yeah, really credible for him to be the most valuable player for his team, but those trades certainly caught out towards the side of Xerxia. Bleed were running away with those extra kills in their favor. Obviously, every single time they were converting those rounds into their wins as well. Whenever they even had a slight man advantage, they made sure their composition was in such a way, if they were on attack, they could push it into post-plant. Thanks to Crazy Guy being on the Sova as well, he could use his Hunter's Fury as a conditional ultimate. He could use the Shock Darts, the Recon Bolt as well to get so much information, then score, and then essentially get the kills. Because of that, Bleed had those extra 4 rounds, and ultimately those, of course, led to their victory.
Yep, and I think the recent roster changes have made a great impact on Bleed's performance altogether. Previously, they were known for their aggression in Southeast Asia esports scene, but I think it's just got better for them. With Crazy Guy coming into the lineup, things just got easier. And Jade standing up for the team on the very first debut match in Bleed Esports. 25 kills, a 307 combat score with an initiator roles and 3 first kills. Moving on to the other MVP, even though Xerxia Esports lost, but I think the major asset of their comeback was Fluky. He got an ace, the only person to get an ace, of course, and moving forward, a 327 average comeback score. Now, that is the highest we've got on the scorecard right now.
And I mean, again, for good reason, you know, he has such a high combat score. Look at the amount of gunfights he initiated for his side. Sure, he lost a couple of extra gunfights when you compare to JH, you know, who has a higher survival rate because of his lower death count. But still, Fluky is that chamber. On defense, he is supposed to be one of the front lines of that defense. On attack as well. Yes, you have Surf, but Surf wasn't having the best of days, which in turn put a little bit extra of the responsibility onto the shoulders of Fluky, who in turn had to look for a couple of those initial gunfights or essentially try and create the opening. Because this was one of the major factors we saw for the side of Xerxia, is that one of their problems that they, I mean, to be fair to them, they worked around it, was their method of execution, right? If we see the composition of Xerxia, what are they lacking that Bleed were bringing? The Sova, the Recon Bolt, the Shock Darts, the Owl Drone, all of that is not there. Instead, you had the Fade being brought out from their side. Now, they utilized the Fade in such a way that during the execute, Xerxia only had that Fade utility, only minuscule amount of flashes from Breach, and then it was just smokes through and through, thanks to the Jet, thanks to the Omen, and that's how Xerxia executed. Once they got that side control, then it was time for Breach, then it was time for, you know, Susutap or PTC to essentially move on forward and, you know, use a lot of his utility in that extreme advantageous situation where the fault lines work, the aftershocks work, the rolling thunder as well. But now we talk a lot about utility. Elika, why don't you highlight a little bit about the credit economy and how it really differentiated for both of these rosters?
I think so far in the first half, it has been really stable for Bleed Esports since they were winning rounds back to back for Xerxia Esports. It is definitely not stable in both of the halves, I should say, because beginning out, Xerxia not only lost their pistol round, but also their full buy round, which was the third round. Now, that's where a lot of impact started. Not only the rounds, but their momentum was losing. Eventually, the economy had to be settled down. They can't keep buying sheriffs, so instead they went for marshals. We saw one of the rounds where Juicy picked up a marshal and he went along and picked out A-Long. So a lot of difference between how Bleed invested in their economy and Xerxia Esports saw it through. Also, fun fact, I mean, according to recent stats, it says that Xerxia Esports had a better chance at winning Haven than Bleed Esports.
Yeah.
It was only a 1% difference. Xerxia 65% and Bleed Esports 64%. But somehow, Bleed Esports, I think one of the major reasons is that two of the main players, that is the Sentinel Rattle and we've got the Astra. Actually, I was expecting him to go for a jet pick, but it's new to see players getting versatile.
Yeah, and you know, talking about the teams in general as well, right? We talked about the players, we saw the scoreboard, we in depth talking about their performances. Let's have a look at the overall team statistics. And on one hand, yes, Bleed and Xerxia are level in the standings when it comes to the first kills. The opening bloods, time and time again, it was equal in each other's favor, to be fair. However, Bleed still usually had that advantage of capitalizing off of a kill and then not getting bogged down for it, not having to give one of your players as a trade. No, not many trades occurred from the side of Xerxia, because of which it ultimately, you know, bogged that pressure on them even further, where they had to focus more on that on the later stages of a round, being in that man disadvantage, dealing with a Bleed execute anyways. A Bleed execute, mind you, with which they are executing 3 members time and time again. Sure, you had the dive agent, sure the Jet was present, but that wasn't just the major element. The Jet was the dive. We had flanks, we had the supporting executors as well, right? The Breach was present because Sova was throwing a lot of his utility. The Breach was free to move in and JH got a lot of kills just because of that. So now we talk about the teams against each other. Let's have a look at the player head-to-heads. And once again, it's going to be the top fraggers Fluky against JH.
Yes, I think after first half, I've seen both of them go through head to head, but I didn't think that at the end of the match, they both would actually emerge as the MVP from their particular teams.
Yeah.
We've got Fluky with a total of 327 ACs and one of the best chambers, I should say, after seeing his gameplay. Moving forward to JH, him playing the breach role. He did the most of he could in the attacking side for Xerxia Esports, 307 ACS, 25 kills. It's really surprising how both these players playing different roles, Sentinel and Initiator, managed to have equal number of kills. But I think the kill death ratio looks better for JH since he has only 11 deaths out of 25 kills he has got. And one more interesting fact that we didn't notice is that Xerxia Esports knew they were starting off on the defense, but they chose more aggressive agent composition by bringing out their breach and, you know, maybe compromising a little on the intel base. But when they moved to the attacking, the reason they got most of it was the breach flashes. That's how they made their way into the bomb sets. And I believe if Xerxia Esports thought of it while choosing the defense setup, maybe the story would have been different for Xerxia Esports.
You never know, but we talk about the breach, we talk about the fade as well. Of course, Fluky was a major mainstay. We have seen his plays countless amount of times. He was also all over the map, mind you, on the defense of Xerxia. Granted, Xerxia didn't get many rounds, but Fluky's presence was felt all throughout the map. We saw him on C-Long at times. We saw him be there on A-Long early rounds as well, with that operator, with the Torte Force, or even if he had a rifle. So keeping that in mind, now we have a look at the heat map of Fluky and exactly how he traversed through the entire map, and we can see, my god, he was generally all over with the exception of B, but that also makes sense. Unless you're really pushing your chamber to go for that play, unless you're really pushing your chamber to, you know, stay on B early on, he doesn't have that necessity. However, all over the map, Fluky was there.
I like the way how we left the B bomb set but covered both the entry points, that is the C connector, A connector and C connector. I believe most of the rounds when he had the 2-4s, he was so confident enough to push in as if he had a Vandal in his hand. He was just using as much as he uses a rifle in a normal round. But I think most importantly, his aggression was over towards the A-bomb side, where I believe that he got most of the kills, and over through the C-Long where he achieved that ace.
Absolutely. Yeah, even that ace as well, right, being all over the map shows just how much Xerxia, like just how much the rotations meant to Xerxia and exactly what kind of a playstyle they were playing. They were fine with sacrificing a couple of their members early on if it still meant they got some kills, and also if it meant that Bleed wouldn't get that early map control. This was one of the theories. I'd mentioned this briefly. Xerxia had pushed, they kept on pushing two of their members, you know, together in a duo towards C-Long, towards A-Long, to create and to extend that space. So even if Bleed attack them on that very front, they can fall back safely. They are not sacrificing a bomb site. They're not sacrificing a very important area, and they can just have that rolling retreat, you know, where you shoot a couple of bullets, you fall back slightly, shoot a couple of bullets, fall back slightly even more, and that rolling retreat helps you to slow down the attackers even further, which was also one of the mainstays of Xerxia, is that they wanted to just completely halt down Bleed. They were even successful in doing that for one of the C executes Bleed were preparing. They had 4 of their members in garage ready, locked and loaded. But Xerxia still held on forward because of the one-off angles, because of what Scary was doing within the C-bomb side, moving along the lines as the Omen. He held them off, and he also did an excellent job.
Yes, I believe one round he got a double kill with a stinger in his hand.
Yep.
That was very impressive, by the way. But unfortunately, Xerxia Esports couldn't get the round because it was way too late to take the trade on towards Scary.
Right.
But coming back, one of the very basic things I've noticed from Bleed Esports is that they did not put any extra strategies. It was a basic strategy. Move to the bomb side, get the plant, play post-plant positions. I did not see any extra extra outstanding lurks or fakes coming in from Bleed Esports. So I think with the recent roster changes, they wanted to keep it easier for the players to communicate with each other. So individually, they are excellent, of course, one of the top players from Southeast Asia, but as together team, I think they had very less time to practice, and this was a good strategy that playing together is much easier for them when they're performing trades.
Absolutely, playing together as well and having that priority set on the spike, making sure that, okay, if the spike goes down, we'll do anything to protect it. Doesn't matter how many of us die. The spike has got to go off. That is our priority. And that also essentially, like you just said, Elika, it simplifies things so much more, because you don't have to focus on everything that's going on around them. Just focus on the spike, have your utility set towards there. Ultimately, it ended up helping Bleed take 9 out of those 12 rounds on their attack. They closed down 4 on their defense. They close out the first map with a 13-9 score. They will be our victors against Xerxia. Very, very soon, ladies and gentlemen, we'll be seeing Bleed face off against Velocity Gaming. So stay tuned, keep watching, don't go anywhere, and we'll be right back.
Welcome to the world, no heroes and villains. Welcome to the war, we've only begun. So pick up your weapon and face it. There's blood on the ground, go and take it. You get one shot to make it out alive. So higher and higher you chase it. It's deep in your bones, go and take it. This is your moment. Now is your time, so prove yourself and rise, rise. Make them remember you. Rise, push through heaven. Rise, rise. They will remember you. Rise. Welcome to the climb up, reach for the summit. Visions brave, the one false, steadily the end. So higher and higher you chase it. It's deep in your blood, go and take it. This is your moment. Take to the skies, go. Prove yourself and rise, rise. Make them remember you. Push through heaven. They will remember you. It is you fight among the dead, beneath the dirt. Do you know yet? Or do you want it? And when the giants call to ask you what you're worth, do you know yet? We don't die. Prove yourself and rise, rise. Make them remember you. Push through heaven. Rise, rise. They will remember you. Prove yourself and rise, rise. Pick up your weapon and face it. Rise. Deep in your blood, deep in your blood, go and take it. You can chase it. Rise, rise. We at the top again, now what? We lay the crown, but count us higher than a mountain. And we be up here for the long run, strap in for a long one. We got everybody on one. Now you coming at the king, so you better not miss. And we only get stronger with everything I carry up on my back. You should paint it up with a target. Why would you dare me to do it again? Come get your spoiler, but we're taking over. We're taking over. Hey, look at you coming, my name. You ought to know by now that we're taking over. got bodies lining up, think you're dreaming of greatness. Send you back home, let you wake up. Why would you dare me to do it again? Come and get your spoiler out the head. We're taking over. We're taking over. Hey, look at you coming on, name you ought to know by now that we're taking over. We're taking over. Hey, maybe you wonder what your future's gonna be, but I got it all locked up.在以后，除了是傻子，还有其他吗？我左右，键盘琵琶在时间滴答着，还不够。你的固执让我来守候，哪怕太迟也不想以后。就在这时放肆的打斗。I got the heart of a lion, I know the harder you climb, the harder you fall. I'm at the top of the mountain, too many bodies to count. I've been through it all. I had to weather the storm to get to the level I'm on. That's how the legend was born. All of my enemies already dead. I'm born, I'm ready for war. They know I'm ready for war. I told them we're taking over. We're taking over. Hey, look at you coming, my name you ought to know by now. We're taking over. Hey, maybe you wonder what your future's gonna be, but I got it all locked up. Coming at you live, real wild. Here to light it up, set the world on fire. Gonna break the rules and hearts in twos, 'cause that's what the baddies do. Never going back, nah, that. Diamonds on drip, 'cause I came to make a splash. Gonna break the rules and hearts in twos, 'cause that's what the baddies do.
I switch you, I'll melt your face off, disappear, I'm your eraser. In the cut just like a razor, murked up in this world, my blazer. I got all the boys on me, I got all the lines on ring. Knocking dead, turning heads, I got all the eyes on me. Pretty face, 걸어 들어와, 유행 선두자. 원하지만 못하잖아, 애가 타잖아. You like whoa, 갈리 유도 go. 난 알지, I know. 준비해, cause I like the ball, 멈추지 않아. 나는 내 그게 like a bag, 그거 말고 bye. 믿어봐, 그만큼 크게 어깨 펴고 high. 100% 덤비지 못해, 죽여주잖아. 나는 boss, 간지 with the sauce. 원하면 줄게. I'm doing damage when just how I planned it. I do what I want when I say. 모든 날 따라해, 난 끝내주잖아. To live on the edge of insane.
Coming at you live, real wild. Here to light it up, set the world on fire. Gonna break the rules and hearts in twos, 'cause that's what the baddies do. Never going back, nah, that. Diamonds on drip, 'cause I came to make a splash. Gonna break the rules and hearts in twos, 'cause that's what the baddies do. It's crazy.
Sorry for the bad news, sorry I'm so bad. Only took a minute for me to get what you had. Sorry for the bad news, know it makes you sad. There for a minute, baby, you should pack your bags. Way that I look should be breaking the law. If I don't got it, I take what I want. My circle small like a round of applause. You know that I love the sound of applause. You know I mean everything that I say. When you see me come and get out of the way. Back in this lane, back and I'm better and ready to stay. I'm doing damage when just how I planned it. I do what I want when I say. 모든 날 따라해, 난 끝내주잖아. To live on the edge of insane. It's crazy. Sorry, not sorry for being the best. 언제든지 내가 좀 해. Look at the gold, all on my chest. Look at the gold, call it a flex.
As a child, you would wait and watch from far from dust. From dust.
Do we fight to hold our heads up high and beat the drums to what we love? Risk the fall, or we have felt it all come crashing down from far above. Stars are rising, countless worlds colliding, only one will
Welcome back everyone to LG Ultragear presents the Esports Club Challenger Series, the 9th edition we have, but this edition is very, very special because it is an official off-season event of the Valorant Champions Tour, and this event is powered by Amazon.in. We have our GPU partner Zotac, we have our gaming partner Intel, memory and storage partner Crucial, we have laptop partner Asus, and as always, broadcast partner Loco. I'm CCV, joined alongside Elika, and today we are bringing to you the first day of the group stages. We have a round-robin format. We have 8 of the best teams in South Asia and Southeast Asia facing off against each other one by one by one. Elika, we've already seen the first matchup, right? We saw Xerxia, we saw Bleed take that win on that map of Haven. Now, to all the Bleed fans, good news, we'll be seeing Bleed yet again, but this time against another very special team.
Yes, and that is going to be Velocity Gaming, ladies and gentlemen. I think a fan favorite team of South Asia Valorant scenario, and I should say Velocity Gaming. They have a lot of fans coming in the chat right there itself, and it's going to be a very special match because Bleed Esports is going to continue the second match, and it's the first game for Velocity Gaming. And let me tell you, ladies and gentlemen, we do have one more match of Velocity Gaming against one of the famous teams in India. But coming back, Bleed Esports, they already had their first victory of the day. So moving forward, I think Bleed Esports, if they keep, taking that momentum from the first match to second match, there's a good chance they can win against Velocity Gaming.
Alright, so you're thinking Bleed may win. I'm not going to lie, I'm a little bit on the opposite side of the boat right here. I think Velocity may just have this in the bag because, yeah, sure, just like Bleed Esports, Velocity have made roster changes, but it's only a single roster change. The last time we saw Velocity was right here at the Esports Club Arena. They played in the grand finals against Enigma. Sadly for their side, they ended up losing back then. After that, MW1 stepped down from the roster. They picked up Deadly 10 from Reckoning, and I gotta say, recently, seeing Deadly play, good God, my man can do everything. Yeah, I still remember Deadly being in Reckoning, those days of him being in the KO, going for the pop flashes. But right now, he's definitely making a name for himself in Velocity. However, these are the opponents Velocity will be facing.
Yes, that is crazy guy. Rion, JH, Juicy and Retla coming into the play. We've seen them furiously take down Xerxia Esports with an MVP coming in the hands of JH. I want to see what agent he actually plays in the upcoming map. But before we switch down to the map, let's come back to the analyst desk and talk about Velocity's recent roster change. That is addition of Saksham Deadly 10. And you know what's one of the interesting news about Deadly 10 is that it's the first time he's actually facing off a Southeast Asian team in Velocity Gaming. So in a way, I can say that it's the first time and a really good opportunity for Deadly 10 to show his performance as an individual player. This means he's getting opportunity to play with higher teams, higher tier level teams, and a lot to learn for Deadly 10. I really do wish all the best for Velocity Gaming and of course Bleed Esports. Let's have a look at Velocity Gaming's lineup. Who do we have here? Of course, they didn't have major changes in the lineup, only one player, that is Deadly 10. In addition, while MW1 stepped down, we have Amaterasu, Deadly 10, Deathmaker, Hellfighter, and Right to Ace.
Alright, so yeah, you know, even though Velocity, the roster changes haven't happened too much to a certain extent, the playstyle of Velocity has shifted a lot in the recent days. I mean, nowadays, Deathmaker, you know, against, in the qualification stages, in the South Asian qualifiers, we saw Deadly be on the Jet. We saw Deathmaker, the Jet main, pick up the KO. Another older change that happened for Velocity was Right to Ace started to step down from that initiator role, picked up more of the support. Yes, he still played initiators, but we have seen Right to Ace more and more on the Killjoy very frequently. Helif as well, you know, it's always I mean, for Helif, it's always lovely to see him on that controller. He's going to be that Astra main, he's going to be the Omen main. There have been times where Helif has played the Sky as well on certain maps. I think it was on Haven against Enigma in the arena that I remember. But keeping that in mind, yeah, a lot has been shifting in Velocity. A lot has been changing. It's all under the guise of Amaterasu as well, right? One of the most experienced players in South Asian esports, mind you, having experience of multiple esports titles, and also one of the most experienced IGL. So with such experience lies a lot of pressure on these players to pick the favorite or the best map and have that compromise between both Bleed and Velocity. Let's see which map has been chosen for this best of one.
Oh, well, it is going to be the map of Ascent, a very basic map to begin with. I'm sure that a lot of Valorant players, if you've started playing Valorant, it's the map that you probably see the most in the queues. But Ascent, I think this map is defended-sided, a part of it especially, but it also depends on the team that is going to be playing. Bleed is going to be starting off on the defending side, which means they already have an ace up their sleeve. They already have a momentum coming in from Xerxia Esports, and with adding on to that, they're starting off on defensive side. And one thing I'm really excited to look out for is Velocity Gaming's attacking lineup in the map of Ascent. I'm sure they have a lot of changes with Deadly 10 coming in. They're sure that there's a little changes between the roles that the players play. And I believe if Right to Ace has taken the Sentinel Joy in his hands, then who is it going to be on the initiator?
Absolutely, you know, we got to see who exactly the initiator is going to be. How many initiators will Velocity be bringing? Because very recently, after the addition of Deadly 10, right, this isn't the first time VLT will be playing on that map of Ascent. Neither is the first time Bleed will be playing here, because again, even for Bleed, this is one of their more common maps. It's not the most common map that they've played. I believe that's still Haven for their side, but still Bleed played time and time again, and I think we'll be seeing the same from their side. Not many changes will be occurring. You know, it's still going to be Darion who will be essentially going for those plays and, you know, picking up since it's Ascent, it's probably going to be Jet, right? For Velocity also, granted, VLT played the map of Ascent just very shortly a couple of days ago against the likes of Reckoning. Here in the South Asia qualifiers, that map went to overtime. 15-13 was the final score. VLT did manage to win, but it was really fought tooth and nail by both of the rosters, which makes me think Velocity may have a slight advantage considering they've already fought to death here. They'll essentially try and do the same against Bleed. But what do you think? Do you think Bleed will have this map under their belt?
I mean, a part of the stats actually says it. Bleed has 71% win rate in the map of Ascent, and Velocity Gaming with 69% according to the recent strategies. But if you ask me, on an all individual level, now that Bleed also has roster changes and so does Velocity, I would like to see what kind of changes both the teams will bring in for this level.
Yeah.
But I can say that Bleed has an advantage starting off on defense side because they just ended on the defense in the map of Heaven. So they don't have to do much changes according to their mindset. They're gonna build up a defensive lineup either way when it comes to the map of Ascent. But coming down to Velocity Gaming, they have 69% win rate itself in Ascent, but more on the attacking side. So I think Velocity Gaming starting on the attack, it's going to be really fun to watch, especially with who's going to pick up that duelist. Is it Deathmaker? I've seen Deathmaker go on Chamber sometimes, but do you think Velocity will actually risk it?
It's unlikely Velocity would like to risk it because, again, first of all, for the side of Velocity, this is the first map that they'll be playing, right? Bleed, we've already seen Bleed. Bleed did what Bleed usually do. They had their composition, they had that Sova, they had GH on the breach, excellent stuff. They made it work on Haven. They can try something similar on Ascent, but the only thing is the agents will be changed. They can keep the composition intact, you know, the composition archetype of having two initiators, duelist, controller, sentinel. There's no problem in that whatsoever. It's just the agents are got to change to a certain extent. You cannot bring a Sova and a breach unless you're really playing extremely aggressively. You are very attacker oriented. You are focused on that mid-range kind of dynamic mentality in Valorant theory, where the extra bit of utility you're bringing because of Sova, because of breach, allows you to, you know, change the momentum of the game whenever you'd like. But on Ascent, that's not usually how it goes. Ascent is a lot more common to Fade. We've been seeing Fade picked up time and time again. KO as well will be chosen here, and this is one of the better things we have about the initiator market share, right? Is that it's dependent on the maps, but it's still quite equal in its division. There's no monarchy, there's no any sort of monopoly that one initiator has, that time and time again Sova will be picked. That used to happen, but that indeed has changed in the recent days, and of course because of that the teams have to also follow through.
Yep, now that Velocity will be starting off on the attacking side, and we've talked a lot about initiators, I believe there's a very good chance that Velocity might bring up a double initiator setup in their attacking, since they need just one duelist. Now I see the meta has changed a lot in South Asia, that we unlikely see a double duelist setup coming in through unless it's a very strong team you're playing against, unless it's highly defensive sided map, and I think Ascent is not a such map. I think if teams can, you know, capitalize on the type of agent composition they're putting together, I think they can definitely beat the attacking side as well. So now coming down, I believe there is a KO and Sova, if they want to begin. That's the kind of initiator role if you want to take, because flashes are as important as intel when it comes in the attacking. And that's two major factors which get you entry into the bomb site before the first pick even comes in, of course, along with the smokes. So let's go ahead and have a look what agents these teams are going to pick up. But if you ask me from Bleed Esports side, I think there's very good chance they might also go out on a double initiator setup with KO and Fade. Because Fade is one of crazy agents, or we might actually see Breach coming in instead of KO.
I mean, maybe, you know, Bleed make that improvised decision that seeing JH be so good on that breach, he can lock it out again. But no, JH this time is going to be on the race. That's wow. Okay, so major change has taken place, a major shift in the dynamics, and now we see it locked out. My apologies for that. Again, see, as soon as I see the raise, right, I lose all sense of thought. I'm like, oh, Spike Rush time for it again. But on the Velocity side, same composition they'll be bringing out as they did against Reckoning Esports. Deadly 10 will indeed be on the Jet. You've got double initiator, no Sova throughout the entire map. And as a matter of fact, there's only one difference that's going to be there. It's in the Sentinels. Darion up against right to Ace. So definitely, you know, the shift in the dynamic of that Chamber in Killjoy is going to be quite interesting, considering the fact that with the Killjoy, you can just focus a lot on your utility, but with the Chamber, you can save up on that utility and invest it into your weaponry, get that Headhunter. But to all the people watching as well, you know, before we jump into the game, before we throw it to the casters as well, if you'd like to save a lot on all of your gaming peripherals, make sure you check out the Great Indian Amazon sale. The link will be in the description. All the major brands as well associated to this tournament and in general will be found right there. But right now, we'll be finding the map of Ascent to be very, very interesting. So let's throw it to the casters. Kremer and Grace, take it away once more.
Oh, this is going to be a interesting one, Grace. That's for sure. We're going to see how our Jatayu Jods on Velocity. We really fumbled that one. I'm going to see how they fare. We were preparing that all morning as well. We fumbled it. We're going to see how our Jods on Velocity are going to fare against our now blood-sodden Merlions of Bleed. This is going to be interesting. Bleed, of course, hearts off a victory against Xerxia, now go up against Velocity, who, dare I say, Grace, have looked pretty damn tasty this tournament.
They really have. And I mean, this is the thing, you know, V's all these teams have made it to groups for a reason, but this matchup is certainly, again, another barn burner on the cards. I think it's really interesting, actually. CCV was saying about how they were expecting a heavy initiator pick to come through. And of course, we do see the double initiator here. We've got the KOs and the fades, and that's really going to hot things up from the get-go. Again, with this map, we need to consider the very short kind of entry points into those sites from Fish, from A Long, and it's the idea of like with that much util, you can deal with those tighter corners easier, but that's going to be on both sides. So again, a fast and furious action incoming, and I'm completely here for it.
Honestly, I think Fast and Furious favors both these teams as well. Lightning Fast, the clue's in the name, isn't it? Right? He is damn good. Lightning Fast, I meant Deathmaker there. He is damn good on that KO. And for me, Deathmaker is one of the sort of... He's a little bit unique on the KO because he can treat it like an entry. Like an entry. He can be a pseudo-duelist on the KO. And that's a trait that we 100%. Rarely see from a lot of KO players, particularly in the APAC region.
This is the thing, sorry,
Exactly.
like we should see that. Like again, you think of the util that KO has in pocket, it allows you to make these immediate direct aggressive pushes, and it's exactly, as you say, that's what we expect from the duelist. But if you've got an extra addition of the KO there as your initiator, and they have that kind of util where they can also go in and get those entry picks themselves, you know, worst case scenario, for example, say your duelist does fall at the first hurdle and then you send a KO behind them, that's a perfect conga line of destruction in my opinion.
Yeah, the other thing I want to highlight is that on Bleed, we now have Darion moving back to his sort of the role we know Darion for, which is he plays the Chamber, he plays the Jets. Last map, he was sort of leaning to the Astra. Now he's back on his Chamber. Now he's back on his comfort hero. It's okay, Darion. You can calm down, brother. It's all right. And now he's accompanied, of course, with Juicy, the up-and-comer who really was able to show us some really damn fine Valorant earlier. This is, of course, with Velocity. We're going for a very early push onto this beach site. No! The suppression is perfect from Deathmaker. And with that, Darion will be swiftly dispatched while the remaining 4 members of Bleed look to flank all the way through B main. There's no messing around here. We are straight into the action, Grace.
Into the action indeed. Deathmaker ready and waiting in Fish for this flank to come through, and that call out would have come through for a duo pick, but it's actually shut down there by Retler and Juicy themselves, and that's going to be a little bit of hesitance now just before they start to make their approach to the retake. And here we go. Util going out to make sure no one's going to be flanking from markets as the Fade utility starts to try and find some of these players. He's going to go for the cheeky pre-fire. I mean, that's a lovely pre-fire from Juicy. The trades across the board, and there we go. Can they defuse in time? Because that was a glorious retake there from the side of Bleed, and it's the stuff we want to see. And there we go, the skin of their teeth. That defuse is fully done, and already it's getting very hot.
It absolutely is. I actually quite like the instant reaction from Bleed there to realize that once you've lost that site control, rather than sort of fan out risk taking these 1v1s and worrying about where these kind of Velocity players could be lurking, you just all go together, you cascade onto them, you prevent Velocity from getting into the afterplant positions. And I think once they extrapolated that Velocity hadn't been able to get off of sight, they just looked to just force duel after duel after duel. And with the frenzies like the one on Juicy, I mean, we saw the ferocity he was able to wield it too. Velocity, once again, going for some fairly swift control, this time over in A, in which Bleed had a very nice early warning system with the dagger, but there's no aggression off the back of this. Steadily, of course, the imports from Reckoning, the newest addition to Velocity, he has been molding to this team really nicely, and I think it's worth keeping an eye on him throughout this game. Sheriff in hand, Crazy Guy may be his first opponent to engage with.
Engagement needs to arrive at some point, but look at this, once again, quiet before the storm, both teams being a little bit patient, not willing to take that first engagement. Very impressed actually that Bleed aren't really going for the immediate high progression in the points that they definitely could do. They don't want to risk, you know, leaving it a little bit undefended in certain areas if they do lose those entry picks, but for now, that's kind of jostled the attack a little bit. They know they have to be a little bit more slow. They know that these angles are going to be held. So it's about maintaining that util in pocket to allow them to go to that final collapse. And it looks like it is going to be a cheeky A collapse. Look at this, Jay ready and waiting. Can knock that door as soon as he wants. And well, there we go. The util coming out. Gets the pick onto Deadly. He's actually going to contest it quite heavily here. Gets a second. There's a third. There's a fourth from Retler as well. And Jay falling down as the only casualty now on the side of And here we go. Beautiful stuff there. Round number 2. Once again, going in the favor of Bleed. And they're going into this. I mean, this was nuts, really, wasn't it, from Jay? Look at that.
It was great from Nuts. Furthermore, I think credit to Jay here. He doesn't turn around once. That's how much trust he has in Rettler to cover his back.
Yeah, 100%.
It doesn't turn around at all. And I think that shows that these guys have really molded together quite nicely. And it's the same argument I'm going to make for Deadly over on Velocity. Is
100%.
even though JH and of course Juicy and I guess kind of Rettler were the newer additions to Bleed, you need to remember they're from the same region and they're going to have played with each other against each other time and time again. And so even though they may be new to a team together, they're certainly not new to playing with each other. The same is going to apply to Deathly here in Velocity.
So if you're pushing with a duo that can get a 4K between you, you're doing something right, you know. That's a really strong structure to have within that team. Speaking of strong structures, a lot of mid being given up kind of for free right now. Velocity making their way. Again, a little bit of quiet before the storm moments. No immediate overextension there from the defense, and looks like they're going to try and go for a little bit of push into Marcus, but the door has indeed been shut down. And Crazy on a little bit of a flank now. Will Crazy go crazy? No, they won't, because Deadly is ready and waiting. Beautiful shot there. No immediate trade-off either from the side of Bleed. And once again, a little bit of a standstill as rotations have to start coming through.
You're absolutely right. Something to highlight as well is on the match after this is the Val Classico. I guarantee you every single franchise player member is going to be watching this game and trying to figure out how Velocity are going to be drafting this match against Bleed. It's a very clean buy round thus far. It's all onto Rettler, Bulldog in hand. 4 players to find. Damaged players are going to be Deathmaker and right away, so this is by all means doable. However, he needs these first kills, they needs them quickly. And Deathmaker being as patient as ever, Rettler knows that there is players in mid to worry about, but none of them want to fight him. And for Rettler, he just backs off, saves the weapon. Why not? A Bulldog still has some impact and it still has some damage to be sort of exported in the next round, so it gives you a little bit of teeth. While we do have a save here, though, Grace, I'm going to put you on the spot a bit. Do you have a prediction as to who's going to be winning this map?
It's a difficult one. It's a really difficult one because obviously Bleed have a slight advantage there starting on the defense, and I do think that it's nice that we're seeing both sides kind of bring the Fade and the KO together, but potentially Velocity might be able to pull this to a really nice, you know, if they go really well in their attack, especially given the util that they have, you know, they've got the Killjoy there as an example. Potentially Velocity could take it here.
I also think Velocity are going to take this. I won't lie, it's going to be close. I doubt we're going to see sort of that in kind of sub 20 rounds. But I think that for the members of Bleed, this sort of agent comp slightly favors their attack. So they're sort of aiming for 4 or 5 rounds here, and the sort of work from their Velocity, vice versa, favoring their defense, which means that both teams starting on their weaker side. Every round they can get is a bonus at this point. Aggression into main here from Bleed is very well calculated. Deathmaker falls, and with no trade, it's beautiful utility to land in sort of that doorway, which prevents the overextension from Velocity. The other members of Velocity, they're in mid, but because of the utility they've been throwing at mid consistently, it means that they haven't been able to garner too much control in exchange for what Deathmaker's life.
100%, and Deadly once again starting to apply this mid pressure, maybe trying to go and get that rotation to Markets as you see potentially the long rotate might come through from Hilleth there, but again, not willing to kind of want to waste the time, but you gotta make your decision pretty soon, haven't you? You gotta make your decision quick, ready and waiting in the side of Fish for that rotation, but it's not just quite coming through yet. And this is the moment where I'm wondering what the shot call really is on the side of Velocity.
Yeah,
bit of a bait there for that long rotation.
Nightfall could potentially be an overcommitment here. It's meant to all be a fake, yeah, and the fakes actually works beautifully. Deadly on the flank. Oh, he spots out Therion, but he can't get the kill. Punished instantly now. And you see the rotation of Velocity. They are all now swan diving to this B site. There is one lone Fade to try and stop the Crazy guy. There's only 15 seconds left. He only needs to kill 1, and that may be enough. There's the spike down. Now timing's really going to be a problem here. Darion through the smoke. Misses his initial shot, but it's the Headhunter to finish the job now. All on right to waste. Crazy guy delivers. Standing like a true and utter god amongst men with a really, really smart play, actually, to wield time to his advantage. And for Darion here, the push, I think, is well crafted to sort of make sure that no one's going to be flanking from stairs, because that would have been the only wing addition Velocity would have had there. Little bit risky, but you know what? I like risk. I like risk. 3-1 the score line, and for Velocity, their money takes a very big battering.
Crazy Guy did the Valorant equivalent of just T-posing. Like, just stood on that box and was like, yeah, pre-fire me, bro. Didn't come through, got there once. Beautiful aggression on both sides here around this fish market. Yeah, brave indeed. The Prowler going through on both sides, so and that's going to start to apply the pressure. This is what I love actually about seeing Fade versus Fade, especially in these close quarter proximities, because that's where that util can really be used to its full potential.
Very on risk, going through a Prowler, a Seize, and a Flash, which landed on him, and he still pushed to get that opening. Doesn't get it, but he gets out in time, and well. That's what happens if you don't kill Deadly at the chance you provided. Instant trade there. I guess vengeance from last round.
Yes, indeed. Is the Blade Song going to be shut down? No, it's not. Helen there taking down Crazy Guy before it can cause any more ruckus. And Jay really held back by the absolute util dump we're seeing on the side of Velocity right now. And there we go. Once again, Spike is being attempted, and this time it's going to go down.
Look at Rightwaite's position here. This now becomes a really crucial flank, considering how, for Bleed, every single member's coming through defender spawn. They're wary of the fact that market's still open, but are they going to be the ones to close it? Jay gets the opening, and that may springboard the attack here. And actually, it's forced Rightwait to go through defender spawn here. Timing's everything here, Grace.
Ooh, good, gorgeous shot there. Deadly falling down, right falling it down, back onto Javo. Rettler, one onto Helif, and is going to ultimately be taken out there, but there's not going to be a chance for a defusal in time. A little bit of a pinch coming through there, but ultimately the guns are going to be lost out. Very chaotic towards the end there. Very, very chaotic indeed.
I think that for Velocity, losing the guns there isn't the end of the world, because you're an eco anyway. You're buying next round regardless. I love Rightwaite's flank, though. That was beautiful. And even though he only gets one, there's a big delay before he gets his second. The everlasting threat of there being a player behind you means that Bleed's attack suddenly stagnates massively.
I feel like there's maybe a bit of, like, with the aggression we're seeing on both sides, there's a little bit of fluster coming through on both sides too. I mean, for now, speaking of fluster, the absolute fluster coming through in this fish market yet again. Loads of utility being dumped in such a small proximity between each other. Bladestorm coming out on the side of Bleed, but Deathmaker is there to shut down Jay as well, so that can't be a duo push through the mid. And see this really long flank actually coming through from Juicy. This could be massive, but maybe Deadly is aware of it. Deadly certainly has their number. I do indeed think that is the case here, Kramer. A little bit of jiggle peeking going on, but no one really wanting to immediately take that fight for now. And rotation through mid needs to come through. They're trying to go for the collapse, but they're just ready and waiting to see. Again, it's such a tight area of space to try and get through if you don't have the util ready in pocket and readily available to you. They do have a fair bit still on the Omen, but there we go. The attack of Killjoy is actually going to come out. The lockdown is indeed underway.
I'll find you.
And Bleed know this isn't a fake. There's not enough time left with this. And Velocity, they've really well crafted this. Crazy Guy's going to reveal himself through the smoke, gets the opening onto Helef. But regardless, Velocity are going to get to the site. The one drawback is both Deathmaker and Right to Ace are relatively low. They're definitely wounded going into this engagement. But the threat now of Deadly's flank is going to really be their linchpin of this attack. Juicy from Market. Remember, any utility thrown to main right now isn't even going to hit Deadly. Out comes the Null command, and that may kickstart the retake here. But through the Omen smoke, do they dare go into the crosshair of Deadly here?
It is, isn't it? It's a little bit of a risky biscuit. Gorgeous shot there. Darren and Crazy Guy won a piece. Poor Darren is traded out by Deathmaker. Can they get enough for what Deadly does? Deathmaker onto Juicy as well. Crazy Guy trades it back out. And that was, again, a really scrappy end to that round on both sides. And I think that really is going to be the name of the game now. I think we're just going to see this constant scrappy back and forth.
That was amazing. I don't know if you saw that. Deadly's camera shook. He flicked so hard, I imagine his mouse slammed against his keyboard. And his whole monitor was shaking for a moment there. That was incredible. However, Deadly, here's the thing, and this is something that applies to a lot of FPS games, including Valorant. In fact, I'd say all FPS games. sometimes the threat of you being there is scarier than you actually fighting. And so you saw Deli there, he gets one, but now every member of the retake there turns 180. And it allows Deathmaker, to get that 4K. An incredible round from Deathmaker as well. Great utilization of his teammate to draw the attention away. Velocity, they go off the back of a slow round, very fast round. Gets straight onto this A site, Plant goes down, and now for Bleed, yes, it's down into the retake, but they did invest a hero operator on Darion here. And for kind of marshals and operators, that isn't the utility you want when you're going into a retake.
Another chaotic collapse coming through here. Looks like Crazy Guy trying to desperately get nice and deep into his side, but there we go. Deadly and Deathmaker and Health all shut down by the side of Bleed, and that was a gorgeous shot too, again, from Darion on the off. And again, they can go for diffusers right to Ace. It's waiting around this corner, and there we go. This needs to come through now. Once again, by the skin of their teeth. I mean, I'm kind of sat here and I'm like shaking my head a little bit because I'm just like, what is happening? The absolute chaos that is underway on both sides. Again, I love the fact that we're seeing these really nice moments of aggression, but it's the fact that we're having such a quiet before the storm, and then it's going into it. There's a massive utility dump to the point where the team can really see and get those lines of sight off. It really is coming down to luck sometimes for these opening engagements. The collapses coming through are incredibly chaotic. I really think Bleed did a good job there of just holding their angles. Even if they couldn't see, they were just waiting for moments where where the heads pop up, and certainly the heads are popping up here. Deadly being the first casualty of this round.
Already a man down. Remember, their buy isn't great here, but as we've seen from Bleed, that buy, no worries. They were able to convert the last round. Let's see if the Sheriff's going to have the same success here. Retler, good for the first on the cross, doubles down, and now we see that door getting closed. Amaterasu is just not even able to get away. Retler whips out the Sheriff and almost pistol whips Amaterasu there with his third of the rounds. A hell of a performance from him there. Doesn't even need any of the utility he's got. Bullets will do the job, Grace. How very green-fingered of him to hold on to all of that utility. And it's going to really help his economy in the future. Remember, when games are this close, every bit of utility you buy is going to consistently have this huge butterfly effect. So I really, really like that from him. Over to Velocity now. Out comes the full buy. They have a Nightfall available on Amaterasu. Over for Darion, there is going to be that Tour de Force. I don't know if we'll be seeing the Tour de Force come out of this round, though, because Juicy is going to be the one who ups the aggression.
100%. This is exactly what we like to see. The overextension into mid. Waiting patiently like a python in the grass for one of these players to pop their head up. Will it transpire to anything, though? Only time can tell. There we go. They are aware where Juicy is now, so this should potentially allow them to go for the duo swing. There we go. Beautiful stuff. Daryl and Redler do take down Deathmaker and Right, though, in the process. So, again, a little bit scrappy there on both sides.
Helef's doing a great job as well, distracting them, pulling the attention away on A. He's been able to draw out two players now. Does he risk going through his own smoke? No, he doesn't. Again, Helef. Bear in mind, Helef's he's one of the guiding lights of Velocity. He's one of the more experienced players, and you see that showing now. Not pushing, continuing to play your after plants, relying on your utility, and he's now just going to be in a position potentially to just trade with his teammates on this A site. You see the double kind of under setup now from the Omen and the Fade. All three members swing from heaven. The bait and switch is in prime position to convert now. Crazy Guy goes for the high ground on top of Generator, and it works beautifully. Jay's good for both. Darion chimes in. Bleed. These retakes are magnanimous.
Especially on that A site, like, this is the thing, they've got so much comfortableness to actually just collapse back into that site. They have all the util they need to do so. And again, they know exactly every time. I can almost sense that these calls are coming through where, okay, I'm going to push this angle, I'll push this angle, I'll push this angle. And that's exactly what needs to be happening. And again, this is why we were so excited for groups, because of quality. It's good, proper Valorant, and that's what we want to see. But so far, I know it's currently, Bleed are 3 rounds ahead rather, but I think that when the side switch happens, it's gonna get very, very close. This is potentially the first game of the week to actually go probably into overtime, in my opinion.
It's got all the telltale signs, doesn't it? Velocity
100%. I
down
mean,
to
look at it.
pistols. Oh, missed flash from Jay. That is going to alert his position to Velocity. However, it's pretty common to be playing market regardless. Bit of an off angle from Jay. Sees them coming, deploys the second flash. Still holding on to the fragments, interestingly enough here. As instead, everyone goes quiet. Over in mid now, Deathmaker's the one who may be under pressure. He's got 3 players to worry about on short. Spots out the first, spots out the ponytail of Juicy. Unfortunately, Juicy will be able to respond. 4 on 5 now. Velocity, they have the positioning to hit this B site, but out comes the null command. Really good timing once again. Darion's in a make or break position here. Headhunter in hand, good for the first, swings out. Can he double down? He doesn't need to. He's got Jay to help him. The support, the team play is just perfect. It's all on to Amaterasu. 1 versus 5, and not even the gods can save him now. That'll be a 7th for Bleed as they continue their rampage through our group stage.
JJJ with the 3K. I mean, that was just gorgeous work. Again, they're really getting to good grips with what pushes they want to take. And even the fact that the Ratty plays just came out from Jay, you know, yes, it can be a kind of common angle, but 9 times out of 10, especially when the execute and collapse is coming through like that, you don't expect people to have the confidence to kind of sit in that position and go for those shots. So I think that's really clever thinking almost from Jay. A little bit sneaky, a little bit ratty, but that's exactly what I want to see from these guys. I want to see the ratty plays, and especially when it comes to, you know, maybe later on when it gets to their post plants, we'll see that again. It's something we saw in the first game as well on the side of Bleed. So very exciting stuff incoming. For now, though, I mean, it's really interesting to kind of. Oh yeah, carry on.
Something to remember is that Bleeds, they've already drawn blood. Right, having won the opening game, beating Xerxia, the other invited team. They've sort of shown that, okay, right, we deserve to be here. What can they now do moving on to Velocity, who are one of the teams who have slogged their way through the qualifiers to get here?
I mean, I think it's going to be a bit gross still, and I think that, like, at the same time, we've got the fact that we've got so many play days of these best of 3s. I think even if you kind of fall at the first hurdle, it's not too much of an issue anyway. This is just the moments where we want to see these absolute, like, borderline stylistic plays come through, really. Like, you want to try something outside the box, but you still want to maintain a level of safety when it comes to util and map selection. And of course, Lockdown actually got destroyed there, so that's going to kind of shut down the aggressive collapse that Velocity were hoping for. And I think Redler is aware of that. Look at that, they're pushing up on them, ready to take these gunfights, but there we go, the suppression comes through. Smokes as well as both of these jets, Deadly and Juicy, are probably going to go a little bit spicy on each other. Redler falling down, those the opening casualty here. Jay is able to trade it back out before Amarisu comes through with a pick of their own. Again, a little bit scrappy now on both sides, but they were able to execute even with the lockdown getting destroyed.
Yeah, absolutely right. Halef has got a great angle here, and he shuts down Crazy Guy. That's going to really sort of solidify Velocity's groundwork in this round here. Able to avoid the, well, almost able to avoid the alarm box's Juicy. Now in trouble, though, Darion scopes in. He needs to pick and he needs it fast. For a 5 versus 2 Velocity, they're being real disciplined about this. Not swinging, not over-peaking. They're making sure that Bleed aren't given an inch, because they will take a mile, as Juicy demonstrates. Good for 2. They'll have to be on for the ace to win this, but I tell you what, regardless of if he wins it, timing is going to be a bit of a curse here. He is making this bloody expensive for Bleed, and that's all he can hope for. Actually continuing the aggression as well. That's 4 for Juicy. That is just perfect for Bleed, and they're going to be very, very happy with that round, regardless of the fact they lost it. But for Velocity, they do one very important thing. They prove that Bleed are mortal. They found a weakness. And yes, it does mean that they had to commit the lockdown, but that lockdown had no effect going into that execution with it instantly being destroyed. That was pure aim and brilliance to get them there. For Bleed, though, let's be honest, they're looking pretty good. Let's see if Velocity can find the repeatability in this, if they can close out this half at least 7-5.
It's always also the fact that, like, how important the 0 point was. You know, yeah, the lockdown was destroyed, but it still allowed them that breathing room to kind of go and contest the players that were on site. I mean, speaking of contention, look at this. Redler ready and waiting up in hand. about to get a little bit spicy with it. Goes for the teleport. So much util being sent towards them by the side of Velocity to try and hold them back. They are aware of this overextension. At this point, is this where you decide to try and go for a rotation? Yes, indeed it is. Amaterasu making the way through Fish now with health. Jay is aware that this collapse is going to come through, especially that pressure in mid. Can they win their one hit? No, they can't. Deadly takes them out as Juicy and Crazy Guy also fall. And oh my goodness, it's a full stampede now as they collapse into that B site.
I feel like Velocity have sort of found their rhythm and their rhyme now, and for Bleed, they're completely caught off guard from that change of pace. They just got caught flat-footed, and now once again it's Darion and Rattler into a 2 versus 5. The Haunt's going to spot out Darion. Out comes Deadly. Remember, Deadly's a young kid, but when he's got his confidence, he is unstoppable. And I like making the comparison between Deadly and Juicy. Both of them quite young. Both of them have this incredibly high skill ceiling. And what it means is that you end up in games where even if the team's relatively close, you find your teammates, a lot of their role becomes trying to enable you. And a lot of the role becomes trying to set you up to do well. And I think we've seen Velocity do it very well with Deadly there, to have that flash from Deathmaker just to send Deadly into their spawn to try and get as much control as possible. You look over to Bleed, not needed as much with Juicy because he's just come off the back of a very good map. But you do see him, like, when he's pushing short, for instance, he's got 2 players there to support him. When he's swinging with that operator, he's got others to help him. And when you're going into retakes, they're sort of telling him to stay, do the damage. And it's all building confidence, because on your duelists, confidence is everything, Grace.
Oh, 100%. You know, if you're feeling a bit shy or a bit passive about it, but you're the one that's got to take that entry engagement, that's like pretty much game over for the rest of your team, because you are the ones that have to go in and start applying that initial pressure. Again, we spoke previously about how good it was to have, you know, Vegetza as obviously the duelist, but then you have got the KOs behind you as well. I do believe our lovely production are about to show us a gorgeous head-to-head, actually, and that's going to really start to set the pace of how this match is starting to look. I mean, look at that, Kramer.
Yeah, I quite like the comparison between Jay and Amaterasu. Both of them sort of taking more supporting roles. Both of them really having to rely on sort of setting up their team. The one thing, of course, you're going to have your eyes drawn to is the ACS. Jay is having a brilliant performance so far. And you got to highlight it. He had a great performance on Haven earlier against Xerxia. He's now brought that different agent onto the KO, and he's just playing as well on Ascent. It sort of solidifies to Bleed that, hey, Jay was a pretty good pickup.
100%. 100%. It's not the first map today that they've had a little bit of a spicy one either. So again, definitely in my opinion, a player to watch for this coming week as well. If I could underline that statement, I would.
I also want to mention is Velocity, in order to get here, they also had to beat Reckoning, who was, I believe, Deadly's old team. So they really had to go through the emotional roller coaster to get to this tournament. Now they're in the main event, they're in the group stage, and dying breaths of that first half make me think they still have life. Going into the second half, Velocity, they take the pistol round, it's straight back to business as usual, and for Bleed, potentially a harder opponent than what they found in Xerxia.
100%. 100%. And again, I love the fact that Velocity have been able to really apply the pressure, though. And again, I'm wondering how that pressure is going to ultimately translate over to this defense. We already see the immediate aggressive push coming through from Bleed when it comes to this A long, but the orb's going to be collected, and that's going to stack them closer and closer towards that Blade Storm, which could be quite useful, actually, in this early part of their attack. Again, Fast and Furious is the name of the game. The Prowler going out to try and see if anyone's lurking around the immediate corner. If that is the case, you often have to go for that little bit of a pre-fire, and it can be pretty scrappy, but Deathmaker ready and waiting in market just in case that collapse from Fish comes through, which it very might will do. Bit of rotation here up to Fish from the side of Bleed, so it looks like it is going to be a little bit of an attempt at a B-take here. Oh!
That's clean. That's bloody clean. Crazy Guy, good for the first. There's no follow-up, though, but for Deathmaker, the utility is buying quite a bit of time. Deadly in Deadly in defender spawn. Gonna swing out, does a bit of damage, takes a bit of damage. It's nothing too significant just yet. And for Bleed, they're gonna be able to get to this site. Velocity, though, already in defender spawn. They're now in a position to try and get back onto this site. And now, LF, point of contact. Out goes that smoke, out comes the players. They're going to be able to cancel that dagger. No suppression for the time being. Geron on the close angle. Beautiful shot on the Deathmaker. Instantly gets away as well, but the trade comes in. LF onto Crazy Kai. For Velocity, I don't think they've realized just yet that every single member of Bleed is on this site. A bit of damage through the box there. Right away, it's good for one. He's instantly traded, as is LF. Bleed. They hold the site. They hold their lead. And going into the second half, they're going to start with 8.
Just so good at doing it. It's like what we saw on the first map of the day. You know, they are so good at just lining up those angles and just being like, okay, we're good to go. And even if we have to duo hold a specific choke point, we're willing to do that every single time. I'm really curious as to how the difference in these like lineups are going to be too, because obviously we've got the Killjoy on the one side, and that was beneficial at times if they did want to force that lockdown, but at the same time you've got Darien on the chamber, and they can be a little bit of a menace, as we've already seen, and I'm wondering how much that can be utilized, especially when it comes to that post plant as well, or even gaining mid control as we get closer and closer through these rounds. The patience here is incredible. Jay ready and waiting with that util. I think there's going to be an immediate stampede into this A site, and we only really have Deathmaker ready and waiting to hold it back here. We could have a quick rotation from Helif, but again, Deathmaker is the one that really needs to win this gunfight out. But as I say, the rotation is going to come through. They decided to not go for it, which is interesting.
Right, and I think for Bleed, bearing in mind that they know their opponents are on an eco, they know that Velocity are going to be aggressing somewhere, so instead they're just going to try and bait out that aforementioned aggression. Velocity aren't biting though, they're more experienced than that. Right, so Ace is going to be the early warning system on B, but as a lone Killjoy with nothing but a classic, I doubt they're going to be able to get too much damage done, but maybe they'll be able to buy enough time and delay this plant for just a moment's hesitation.
And Darien ready and waiting with the 2K. Deadly and right to Ace falling down. That's a good start to it. And before I can even get my words out, look how much of this damage has happened. Velocity just absolutely cleaned up there as they tried to collapse back into sight. Granted, yes, it was an eco. And often with eco, it's not going to go in your favor. But that one was like watching sharks throw around a baby seal. It was a little bit too nasty, in my opinion.
That's true. Yes, it was by all means rough for the members of Velocity, but it was an eco, and I think that for Velocity, they get it over and done with. You just get the round out of the way, and you also preserve a little bit of momentum when the rounds you need to get rid of go quickly. They now move to the Randall rounds. This is where I want to see them sort of hold a little bit, be a little bit more passive. They've gone for some fairly methodical map control. Little do they know, they're staring down the entirety of the Bleed offensive as they get ready to cascade and waterfall their way onto this A site. The delay utility may have landed in time, and that may have brought space that Velocity so desperately needed. Bleed, they hightail it out of there. They're not exactly being quiet about it either as they bombard their way back around spawn and into what may be the awaiting arms of Amaterasu. Once again, Amaterasu doesn't need to kill them. He just needs to buy time. Because Velocity, they're like a marauding group of juvenile T-Rexes. You can make them think that actually you don't need to take the fight, then you're safe for the time being.
100%. I mean, already no immediate casualties, so that's certainly a better sign here for the side of Velocity. You could be able to contest this in a really nice way, and I think they are fully aware that the execute is happening on that B site. But at this point, Amaterasu, Deathmaker, and right to A shutting down significant members of the side of Bleed. Juicy with the trade back, though. Not willing to give up this attempt just yet, as we see a really long extension here from Crazy Guy. Can they get this pick? No, they can't. Beautiful stuff there.
Really strong round, and now for Crazy Guy. He's left in a clutch scenario. Only 13 seconds left. Velocity are acutely aware that it's going to be a plant on A. What I quite like is they were being a little bit reserved with that push because they were worried about Crazy Guy actually doubling back and going for the eliminations. Remember, Crazy Guy doesn't have HP. Against Velocity, they have full HP. But with that Prowler, out goes all of the info gather available for Velocity. They need to take a fight with a shoulder peek. LF, he will happily oblige Crazy Guy, and he'll be able to deliver Velocity that 6th round. Really, really strong stuff from them. And I'm quite liking how they're now just dropping the utility fairly early because they realize that Bleed aren't defaulting. They're going everywhere as 5, and so they're just buying time. They're setting themselves up for success here by just fighting all as a unit against an encroaching Bleed who have already got so many angles to clear as is.
100%. And again, this is the moment where I really do feel like it's going to start getting scrappy across the board. We've even seen, like, yes, maybe someone will go into this full collapse, but people are ready and waiting for them. And it's how that's going to build up round by round by round. Once you get the feelers out and you know what you're going to end up dealing with, you can obviously counter-strat that, but it's also a fact of the more time goes on, the more you get that util on board. You know, we do have the ulti up on Jay now, so maybe that's going to be quite beneficial, especially if they are going for these fast and furious executes. A little bit of the bait and switch before they go for this aggressive collapse. But the thing is with the aggressive collapses is ultimately you need to win out your gunfights. And as I say, it's getting very scrappy on both sides, so it's difficult to call how that's ultimately going to go.
You're right, and I think that for Bleed off the back of this timeout, I would like to see them try and muscle their way into a site. I think they've been they've been a little bit fickle with their attacks for the time being, where they wanted to push. Velocity have responded with either a smoke, maybe one of the storm grenades or a fragment. They've just stopped. They've just turned. They haven't even stopped actually. They've turned around and gone to the other side of the map. I would like to see them just try and plow through it, or try and suppress in time to stop that utility from landing. Bearing in mind that Jay has his null commands, a fast play now would complement this. Bearing in mind that they know that the velocity economy is good enough for a buy, but not good enough to survive should they lose a considerable amount of players. And I think this is something that is really exploitable for the time being, but it's a sort of narrow window where you're going to be able to go with such an aggressive attack.
Here we go, util on both sides. Deadly, are you going to try and contest this? The duo swing might come through and shut you down, but actually, there we go. Can you get the one? There's one for Amaritu at least. Juicy taking down Deadly before they can cause any ruckus. As expected, again, very difficult to contest that kind of angle if you're in a 1vx. That's exactly what Bleed allowed them to do. They fell into that trap perfectly, and now they do indeed have a little bit of pressure being applied. You can start to make their way up mid, and maybe again we'll see that little push through Fish by Crazy Guy, and that could create a nice pinch. For now it looks like a bit of a util bait. And it's really getting the feelers out, working out what they want to do. It is a 4 versus 4, but they do have 50 seconds, so a decision needs to come through relatively swiftly.
Deathmaker on the shoulder peak now, as is more set up for info here rather than an initial stop of an attack. Out comes the null command. This is just going to invigor Bleed to bombard their way onto this site here. Deathmaker, does he risk going through this smoke? He's umming and ahhing about it. He does just that. He's good for one. Oh, he doubles down! Crazy Guy! That's a hell of a push now. And Amaterasu now needs to respond with an even stronger push. Crazy Guy, he's going all the way towards the spawn. Right away, it's going to be quite a contact. Crazy Guy's popping off. Crazy Guy's unstoppable! He's a madman!
Nasty, nasty, nasty. A 4K on the round, and literally a ducking and weaving between those angles like it was nobody's business. I mean, that push through the smoke was bullshit though, wasn't it? Let's be honest. Like, just absolutely going for it. This final shot there, making it look so easy. The skill level of these teams is absolutely phenomenal. Completely here for it. We're going to have a little bit of a tech pause here, but I mean, again, you know, Bleed's starting to get away with it a little bit. Just 3 more rounds on the table, and this is good and done.
I will admit, luck was definitely on the side of Crazy Guy there, because he went through the smoke. The second Helef had to reload, so it certainly wasn't great for him. But you know, when you're playing well, you make your own luck, right?
This is it. If you're going to be aggressive like that, the best way to counteract it is by aggression of your own. If players, you have that call out and you try and go for that pinch, but you need to be fast about it. You need to be aggressive about it. You can't allow them the time to be like, okay, yeah, I'm just going to have, you know, 4 1v1s basically. Although admittedly, the shenanigans by window was a little bit, that was a little bit silly sausages from the side of Velocity, in my opinion. They should have realistically got that pick off.
Yes, they should have, but you need to remember that it was still somewhat recoverable if the trade was there.
Yeah.
But nonetheless, Bleed, there's no stopping this freight train of fun that they seem to be, well, right now storming the rails with. As Velocity, they have about one, maybe 2 buys left in them before they lose this game. And for a lot of teams, that's enough. That's enough. It's only a differential of 4 rounds, remember. So, Grace, Velocity are by all means not out of this, but right now, Bleed are looking bloody good.
They really are. It's been really impressive, actually, again, the run that they've had so far today. Very excited to see how they go the rest of the week as well. Again, some of these players have just been really, really phenomenal in terms of kind of being able to secure those kills when it's slightly outside of their role, and ultimately how they're using that utility to do so. I just think for me, the side of Bleed, it's that good old fashioned idea of like the teamwork there is so clearly there. We're seeing these pinches come through really perfectly. We're seeing the way that they're using the utility that they have in pocket. Admittedly, to be fair, for a map like this, I do think this is some very aggressive utility. It's really focused around, okay, we need to find them and take them down as soon as possible. We need to get to a spot where they can't shoot us back. That's kind of how Bleed are playing this map. It's a very hyper aggressive, both in terms of play style and utility. And it's also the fact that they're able to actually get those picks off by doing so. And there's no immediate fight back. It's similar to what we saw in the first map today. We need these trades to be coming through on either side as quickly as possible. Yes, it's happening a lot and it has been happening for most of the day, but that's what we expect. When it doesn't come through, that's when you're a bit like, oosh, that's some slightly squiffy positioning coming through.
No, you're absolutely right. In terms of ults to watch out for as well, I want to highlight that I think that Bleed, they've been using JH's no command really, really effectively. They've been consistently popping it at just sublime moments, whether that be just the moment Velocity have sprung a retake, or the second they're executing themselves, just as Velocity were about to throw their own utility, it's just getting stopped. And for Jay, really showing that actually, whether it be KO, whether it be Breach, he knows what he's doing. And I'm going to keep singing his praise, because let's be honest, he's playing out of his mind right now.
I'm just wondering, like, in your opinion, like if Velocity would have mixed up the lineup a little bit more, do you think they would have had a bit of a better run with it? Again, granted, they did start on the attack. It is slightly squiff towards the defense on this map, but it's the idea of like, I think that composition's good. It's just, again, you really need to make sure that that pressure is being applied by not just one player. It needs to be constant with those duos and trios. That's the point too. It's not even duos we're seeing from Bleed. It's trios at times. You know, we just saw in the previous rounds, you know, that push from Fish was a free stack, but they were all swinging at the same time, making sure they all had those angles at the same time. Because you know that there's someone there. You know there's someone around that corner. You know that they're trying to play the ratty play towards you. You don't really want to deal with the fact that there might be a trade coming through on their end. So you just want to shut that down. It's a brute stomp down, really, when it comes to, again, these close quarters engagements. Beautiful stuff, really.
Yeah, in my opinion, I don't think the Ancient Comp is going to matter too much. At least I don't think any changes of it would have influenced the game any more significantly. The one change I would have liked to have seen is right to ace on anything but the Killjoy. I would have liked to have seen a Chamber in there instead, potentially on Deathmaker, and then have right to ace play the KO. Purely because I think that when you have the Chamber, you have the option to have aggression sort of solo. Let the Chamber sort of go on his own foray, gets off. Shoulders, that it's a difficult position to be in, and the issue for the Killjoy, in my opinion, is that you have to it's very static utility. Yes, one part of the map is going to be relatively well guarded, but the second you have to rotate, all of that's deactivated, and it's rendered useless. And it's not utility you can sort of pick up and place elsewhere. Yes, sometimes the turret, but that's it, really. So I much prefer the Chamber. For the time being, though, Bleed going up close and personal to this smoke, and this could be potentially punished by Velocity, who are going to be waiting for them on the other side.
Waiting on the other side. I mean, Crazy Guy's going to get sent to the other side, but Juicy is there with the trade, taking them down in a 2K. That wall can be plonked down, and that's going to allow all the breathing space in the world to them. One enemy remaining. Like, plonked down. Juicy, beautiful pick there onto right to ace, and my, Amaretsu left themselves in a 1 versus 4. Again, the ideal way to play these 1vx's is to bait out the bait out those 1v1s, but if you can't do that, that is where things get very, very difficult. Again, they're going to have these angles held against you. What util do you have in pocket? I mean, there we go. Talk of angles. Juicy there to finish things off.
We appreciate Timmy Turret was able to get a frag that round as well. Just as I was criticizing the Killjoy. Hell of a round from Juicy as well. I mean, he just goes on a bit of a rampage. Bear in mind, he's against ecoing players, so it's not exactly it's confidence kills. There's not too much virtue in these frags. But now as we move to what could potentially be the final buy round of Velocity, they've got everything they could hope for. One away from every ult that isn't already achieved, with the lockdown available on the Killjoy and the Nightfall available on Phase. This is alongside the Operator out on Deadly, who's instantly hit with the Paranoia and the Nightfall. There's that change of pace from Bleed, and it works beautifully. Counter Nightfall deployed. It is going to at least garner a bit of control, but it's not going to delay a push because no push was going. No push was coming their way. Everyone else was already heading towards this ace site, where the Omen is going to be tested in just a moment. Carry on course. There's a trade from the Deathmaker. Everyone's collapsing around the map. Velocity, they seem to have put their foot down. There's no more pushing for you, Bleed. And it's all on Retler. Blink and you miss it.
You missed it indeed, but there we go. Beautiful pixel pick there, but right to ace is ready and waiting for that trade. Beautiful positioning there from the Killjoy player. Velocity biting back a little bit.
Yeah, they are. If they can do this consistently, good on them. We have a game on our hands. I'm not sure how consistently that can happen, though, because a lot of that success came off the back of catching Bleed off guards with the counter utility, and that forced the aggression over on B to come a little bit sooner than the rotation would have initially planned. Then Yeoman just shuts them down. Don't get me wrong, hell of a round from them, and a much-needed round at that. Let's see if they can do it again. Deadly, close mid. They use the barrel of these guns, but can't punish the first player. Ready to dash out of position now. But it's Juicy and Retless are both chime in. 2 quick kills now, and Bleed are looking to restore order to the Force.
Restoring order to the Force indeed. Deathmaker having their own little Obi-Wan moment there. Jay falling down for versus 3, but this is not to try and contest against. There we go, the beautiful trades coming through by the Omen. Steron as well with a pick there onto right to ace, and that's so much breathing room now because a 3 versus 1 post, but I mean, it's still doable on both sides. Deathmaker, well, as I say that, the smoke unfortunately means you don't know where those lines of sight are, and you fall at the hurdle. I was really hoping we'd see Deathmaker at least bait some of these 1v1s and get at least 1 or 2 under their belt. I feel like I expect it at this point between these two. It's like weird, like I'm not being some kind of like Mystic Meg kind of vibe, but like I expect these to get so scrappy towards the end now. I expect them to get so close towards the end now. And I'm just waiting to see as that starts to transpire. Look how many ults are on the table right now, though. Velocity 4 on the table. There, as you say, yeah, 100% chaos incoming on both sides. Already Deadly really working this mid area, but the op on Juicy taking out Helif. Gorgeous stuff.
I love how Deadly now tries to get away as well with the Blade Storm. Because he has the Blade Storm, he can't shoot the utility. He just has to try and avoid it. Over in mid, Deathmaker chimes in. Crazy guy swift on the trade though. The repartee is coming instantly. Out comes the Null Command as well. You see this dumpage of ults here, but Darion, he's able to double down. It's all on Amaterasu. 1 versus 4 to keep Velocity in the game. He swings out, Juicy falls. If he can get Deathmaker in time, he might be able to bring an ally back into the mix. However, Deathmaker's in the open. Darion, he wins via time, and better still, he wins via headshots. A hell of a game there from Bleed. Every single member steps up, and don't get me wrong, this isn't Velocity playing badly. This is Bleed playing out of their minds.
100%. They've just, I don't know what they had for breakfast this morning, but I need to find out. Goodness me, they've had an absolute steamroll of it the last 2 maps. They've just cut, again, it's the teamwork that I'm more impressed by than anything. I like 9 times out of 10 to see these duo plays come through from teams. I think that's when you're like, yeah, that's a really good team. They know the importance of that. They know that they can't just be like, oh, let me take this gunfight. They need to take a mate with them. But the fact that they're going for like even trio pushes at time, they know the importance of stacking up and shutting down any opportunity for a trade from their opponent. It's just absolutely on point. And it's again, you want to see the retaliation from the side of their opponent. Again, in this case, it was Velocity, but you want to see the idea of, okay, they're going for these group pushes, these these trio swings around the corner. Maybe we don't overextend as one. Maybe we don't go for these ratty angles as one. Maybe we at least have some util in pocket to enable us, or we have a friend with us to try and lighten the load a little bit. That's what I think Velocity need to work on a little bit going forward here. I mean, that was just an incredible show on both sides, to be honest. Again, it's this idea of the kill board doesn't really show us how those rounds were transpiring a lot. It's the absolute utility dump we've seen on both sides has just been absolutely glorious.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. And of course, for Velocity, they end up just getting caught off guard, it felt like quite a lot. But with that, at 13-7, it will be Bleed who are going to be able to go 2-0 in their opening day of the group stage, establishing themselves as one of the teams to beat. They're showing why they're an invited team and why they should be feared. But that's not all for the action today. We still have 3 games remaining, some of which are going to be some proper bangers. On topic of bangers, Velocity, they're going to have their shot at redemption in just a moment. But before they do, one of the things to highlight from this previous game for me was that when Deadly had these good rounds, he was really damn good. It's just, it felt like a lot of the time trying to enable him meant that there may have been even an overcommitment of utility from Velocity. It felt like that final round was a great example of that, when we saw them just dropping, we saw no command, we saw the Blaze Storm come out from Deadly as well. We then saw pushes from short, mid, and through main, all to try and enable Deadly to land this flank onto the players in B-Link. And it feels like that is an overcommitment at that point, particularly after he wasn't able to get the kill instantly.
Yeah, I think you pointed this out too. It's this idea of like when the blade storm's up, you can't really get rid of any util that is ready and waiting for you. So sometimes you need a little bit of space there to kind of give yourself some breathing room before you decide to pop that. I mean, speaking of popping off, our analysts are about to pop off and give you the full breakdown of what just happened there. So take it away, guys.
Well, that was a wonderful walkthrough of the match by Kremer and Grace. I should definitely give it up for them. But coming back on analyst desk, what a match it was, CCV.
Yeah.
For a second, VLT had the urge in their hands to take Bleed Esports down in the first half, 7-5, such a close notice.
Right.
And I believe you. I already told you that Velocity had a better chance in the attacking side. It was a decent scoreline to begin with.
I mean, yeah, you know, the chances of Velocity were definitely present. Sure, their start was a little bit shakier than usual or shakier than intended. Prior to this, when they'd fought off against the likes of Reckoning Esports, right, Velocity had ended up winning both of their pistol rounds on Ascent, on attack and on defense. This time, however, it was the opposite case. Bleed started off on the stronger foot. They got their pistol round, the anti-eco went flawlessly in their way, and sooner rather than later, Bleed started building that lead, slowly but surely. Velocity were on the brink of catching up, but the major reason Bleed were, you know, able to always predict this style and always predict and always get a read of what Velocity were doing is because of their play style. Both of these teams, they had such similar compositions for their side, you know. They basically had that one change. On one hand, you had Darion on the chamber, on the other, Right Twist was on the KJ, both of them still being sentinels, meant that the compositions were same, the theory being applied was the same as well. And if someone may want to ask, you know, what exactly was the theory? It was, you wait and see what your opponents are doing, you try and figure out their plan, and then you completely anticipate it, counter it with your utility. Bleed did an excellent job of doing that. They knew when Velocity would be pushing from, they got a hold of them.
I think every inch, or like I should say every second in the game, all Bleed thought was about the timing. The better timing, the better the round, the easier they get the game. And I believe Bleed Esports totally timed out every move they made. Nobody peaked out individually unless they had a support player or a crossfire setup pre-calculated. And coming in from VLT, I should definitely say there's been significant improvement in their trigger discipline, the way how individual plays were executed. A lot of trades came in for VLT today. This is one of the very good games where I saw Velocity Gaming picking up that support as a team together. But let's go ahead and have a look at the MVP. It's got to be juicy with 263 average comeback score and 19 kills, 11 deaths. And let me tell you, he's the jet. He is the entry fragger for Bleed Esports.
Yeah, I mean, you know, we talked about Bleed's playstyle on their defense. We know how they were waiting for Velocity as well. Yet, Velocity were doing the same thing. Once more, I must have to emphasize to all the people watching, these guys, they were running practically the same composition, almost a mirror, with just a fragment in the middle, with just a crack in the middle, which was of course the Sentinel choices. Because of that, a lot of pressure was put onto the members of Bleed as well, right? Especially Juicy, being that dive agent, being the entry fragger, he was the one who had to jump in no matter what amount of utility he faced, no matter what kind of VLT opposition was against him in the bomb side. He had to go for it, no other choice for him. But still, he prevailed nonetheless. 19 kills, almost breaking through into that 20 margin. 11 deaths, yes, but you do run into that problem when you are the entry fragger. As for the Velocity members, they, I know, to a certain extent fell short with regards to the kills. You know, Elika, we've been talking tons and tons. Even the casters talked so much about the utility usage and the theory that Velocity and Bleed were going for, because it's also similar, because they were doing, you know, similar things to each other. But when you have a look at the kills, this is where you see a major difference in the match result.
Yes, 11 kills for Deathmaker and Juicy with 19 kills. And let me tell you, Deathmaker is an initiator with a KO role. So I think overall VLT lagged in the fragging department, in the firepower, at least for this match. But Bleed Esports, I think overall the average kills for team is more than 10 kills. So I believe that Bleed Esports completely gave out their responsibilities, understood who has to peak where, and that distributed very well in terms of kills as well for Bleed Esports. Now coming back to Velocity Gaming, yes, there was significant improvement coming in from previous matches, but one thing where they lagged is the map presence in multiple areas. So when VLT was going in for a strat at attacking, they were solemnly focused on one bomb site that they forgot to take the mid control all the time. And that's where Bleed Esports totally outplayed Velocity Gaming in the second half when they went into the attack.
Yeah, I think, I mean, you know, talking about that, I think bringing up the economy is an excellent example of that, because one of the major hindsights of Velocity, or one of the major chinks in their armor, unfortunately, was their credit economy. We see how the compositions were the same. Both the teams on the defense, they were trying out the same thing, right? You throw every bit of utility you have, delay your attackers, delay them to this extent that you're forcing their hand in the final 15 seconds of the action phase. They've got no choice but to execute onto the bomb side, and in that act of desperation, you kill them all, you burn them down. Velocity, unfortunately, were not able to execute that plan completely, because many a times, as we are seeing, you know, in so many of these rounds 13, 14, round 17, Velocity's economy compared to Bleed's was suffering a lot. They had to go for those eco buys, those semi buys time and time again. The sheriffs were brought out, the specters, the half armors. And also, they were really, because of saving these credits for future rounds, they had to skimp out on, again, one of the most important parts, their utility. Velocity had to skimp out on their utility. They couldn't enforce all of that utility, and ultimately, like you had said, that led to just Bleed moving in and just trampling their opposition.
Yes, now let's move ahead and watch the team-to-team analysis we've got here. 10 first kills from both the teams, which tells us both the teams were efficient on the attacking side, or at least on taking the fights to start off the round. Moving forward, we've got a Thrifty coming in from VLT, and 5 out of 8 post plans they were able to achieve. Well, Bleed had 6 plans, and out of 5 were successful, but either of the teams didn't have any clutches coming through. So it pretty much explains one of the reasons why there were no clutches was because there was constant trade coming between both the teams.
Exactly.
So it either left out a team to be on a 4v1, or else it was completely down to a 1v1. So not many clutches were seen. But there was one round where I went crazy. That was crazy, guy, with that 4K. The way 3 players pushed over towards the shot. There were 2 players holding off the shot. Defenders, Velocity Gaming, Deathmaker, another player. They did not expect, and that was an off-peak coming in from Crazy Guy. He got a double kill, then he pushed up to the CT, because usually when the plant is already going on the bomb side, you don't expect one of the attacking players to push down to the CT. And it was so smart by Crazy Guy. He caught a fright to ace in the CT and also gets the kill on the Heaven. And that round was a single explanation of, we can say, that how good individually Bleed Esports fed their players.
Yeah, even Grease, while casting, right, she said he was ducking and weaving under all those bullets, and I gotta agree to that 100%. The counter strafing and just pure individual mechanics were outshined in that. We talk about team synergy, we talk about coordination, we talk about, play styles, compositions, all of that under the sun. But at the end of the day also, these individual gunfights is something Bleed are really good at. I mean, we saw that against Xerxia as well, right? What was that?
Yes.
Bleed very, very close. Xerxia as well, heavily momentum based that entire map of Haven was, but the way in which Bleed were able to convert that into a 13-9 win because of just a couple of extra kills that went into their favor. So Bleed, today they end their day with a 2-0 scoreline. Defeated Velocity, one of the best teams in the region. Defeated Xerxia as well. Again, one of the best teams in Southeast Asia. So they are having a terrific day. They can take a good night's sleep. They can analyze their matches. However, all of us watching the Challenger Series, our day is not over. It has only started. Ladies and gentlemen, stay tuned. Keep watching as we'll be right back with the next match. Stay tuned.
Take it all. Can we bring to fall the giants? Can we make the final call? We are the ones to ignite the darkened skies. The champions of a world that we defy. A soul ray of the few who rise up high. And we all fight at the last hearing voices from afar. Join the madness when the curtain falls. Risk it all, hold nothing back. Seize the day, we must attack. Stars are rising, countless worlds colliding. Only one will take it all. Can we bring to fall the giants? Can we make the final call? We are the ones to ignite the darkened skies. The champions of a world that we defy. A soul ray of the few who rise up high. And we all fight at the Can we bring to fall the giants? 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 We are the ones to ignite the darkened skies. The champions of a world that we defy. A soul ray of the few who rise up high. And we all fight at the KDA, should we show them how we do it every day? Let's get it. Kali that girl, Kali go girl, Kali don't stop, Kali don't skirt, Kali got a job, Kali go to work. 뜨거워 언제나 don't get burned. 넘쳐 흘러물 than a buffet, 죽여주잖아 like a buffet. 누가 감히 on my outfit, 그 문 열지 마 that's a rock day. I'm giving you more cause I'm greater than. 필요 없는 시험들 다 뿐이미. But all of my numbers are talking babe. 부루마법 메시지 monopoly. 눈종이도 네 number money 필요 없대. 너네들이 만든 돈들 go get it, go get it, go get it. The mission 눈을 못대 못해 그래 너도 get it cause I got it different. All I'll ever know is life upon the throne. 시작하면 끝을 보는 거야.
back, ladies and gentlemen, to LG Ultragear presents TEC Challenger Series VCT off-season powered by Amazon.in. GP partner Zotac, memory and storage partner Crucial, laptop partner Asus, and last but not least, our broadcast partner being Loco. We are back with the third map, going live in a few minutes, but coming back, the last match was a banger in CCV. I should ask you, Bleed closing it out on a 2-0 and Velocity Gaming continuing their second map right now?
Not only are Velocity continuing their second map, but I think, it's an open secret, right? Who exactly their next opponents are. Franchise players. The players within themselves, let's just keep it to that. Let's not talk about the organization, the team names. This set of Velocity players and the set of franchise players. How do I say this without, giving everything away? It's that there's a past. There's a past between them. But yeah, for all intents and purposes, this is going to be after, God, how long has it been since we've seen a proper Val Classico? It's been months here at the Esports Club.
More than anyone, I think the South Asian audience right now is going crazy in the chat with the Val Classico. It's been some time that they faced off directly against each other. After LANs, this is the first event they'll be going online with such a huge platform, VCT off-season.
Absolutely.
And I should say Deadly 10 being able to not witness but also play in the Val Classico, I should say. Very good luck, I guess, for Deadly 10. His performance in the last match has been a little up and down, but I think he'll be able to figure it out in the next one.
Yeah, and it's not like Deadly 10 personally hasn't faced off against this set of players in franchise players, right? He absolutely has many a times in his life. We have seen those matches. Now, the only thing is different team, and of course the side of Velocity as well, right? I feel like we have focused on Deadly, but there's also the other aspect to it. Their new coach, Davi, that they had signed just alongside, like simultaneously as Deadly, and I thought of this very nice joke, or like saying to say on stream, is that this new duo is definitely going to make a lot of changes. You have Deadly and Davi, you have D and D, just like the game Dungeons and Dragons. There's a lot of chaos there. And these two are surely going to bring a lot of chaos to the oppositions that Velocity will be facing. We saw slightly a hint of that against Bleed, but sadly for Velocity, they weren't able to close it out. I want to know your opinion, Elika. Who do you think is winning this matchup? I want you to name a team.
If you ask me, it's got to be franchise players because the only reason I believe in them is because since the beginning of Valorant, they have had a single set of players, single set of roster, and they've been continuing it so far.
Right.
With very minute changes. And let me tell you, these are not only the best players in India, but also the best players who are versatile enough to play any agent. They have fragging ability. More than anything, they have the best team synergy in the country, in South Asia.
Yeah.
And let me remind you, these players have played against Southeast Asian teams time to time in previous events.
Absolutely. Franchise players, you do make a fair argument. You know what? I'm going to go with Velocity for this one, in my opinion. The reason I say that is because, first of all, we've already seen Velocity play against the likes of Bleed. They were giving them good competition. For a couple of the rounds, I gotta say, Velocity really had the entire plan of Bleed figured out, and they were countering it. I'll dive a little bit more in depth to that, exactly what they were doing a little later on. But for now, in my opinion, I think Velocity is going to win, but definitely, as analysts, both of us having different opinions means just how divided the community is going to be as well when thinking who exactly is going to win this. If it's in my eyes, it's probably going to be a 50-50, like a 51-49 split amongst all the viewers. People who are hardcore Valorant fans, people who are just, amateur fans as well, who very casually follow esports. It's still going to divide everyone when they start to think who exactly is going to win. But a major factor of that has got to be the map veto as well, right? Where do these teams think they'll be playing? But before that, before we talk about the maps, let's once more have a recap of all the players that we'll be seeing in the server.
Yes, from here we've got Velocity Gaming, Deadly 10, Deathmaker, Helef, Right to Ace, and Amaterasu. And I should say, I was pretty confused who's going to take up that initiator role coming in from Velocity Gaming. Amaterasu is going to be the person. He started off as a duelist playing Phoenix, then he switched to Sentinel for quite some time, then Controller. Now he's an initiator. Not only as an IGL, but as a player, he's very versatile and cooperative for his teammates. And I should definitely tell you, the only reason, if there is one chance that Velocity can take this map in the hands against franchise players, is the whole versatility they've got between themselves. And with the new
Right.
addition of Deadly 10, the duelists, of course, we've got it locked and fixed. Deadly 10, perfect. But Deathmaker and Hellfighter were supposed to be the deadly duo from Velocity Gaming, but I see a huge change between how Deathmaker and Deadly 10 are looking forward to things like, as you said, D&D, Deadly Deathmaker, Dungeons and Dragons from VCT.
Yeah, once more, these guys, they are ready and everyone knows what they're up against. See, this is the thing when you're talking about a matchup such as the Val Classico, is that you know for a fact what your opposition is. You have played against them since 2022, since Valorant was in its infancy stage, and now that we have, so much, we have the 2023 competitive year lined up and ready. We are seeing all this happen internationally with teams, with organizations. We have the full structure out here for Tier 1 and for Tier 2 Valorant. You still got to consider these guys know each other through thick and thin. They know every single little detail about them, which is why Velocity against franchise players is going to be all the more interesting. Because, say, unlike Bleed and Velocity, right, the matchup we just saw on even Bleed and Xerxia, I'm going to put them under the same basket. Even if Bleed and Xerxia have played against each other, it's still relatively, they haven't played a lot. They played twice in the Valorant Champions Tour Apex stages, but not much. Franchise players in front of our screens against Velocity, who we just saw, these guys have played each other over like 40 to 50 times. It's been just map after BO3, best of 5. They know what exactly how the opposition runs. They know how to counter that. They know how to work against each other as well.
And let me tell you, these are not just experienced, but one of the oldest rosters from South Asia, Valorant.
Yeah.
So it's between the fan favorite team versus the most oldest team and established team, Valorant from South Asia, Valorant scene. And I should say, both the teams are worth looking out for, and there's not a such thing that we can predict directly in terms that which team has a better chance. But since you're supporting VLT and I take the hands of franchise players, it is just a fun world we are having around the analyst desk. But if you ask me, both the teams have great potential to fight off each other. In fact, I'm actually looking for an overtime since it's a best of one. And it's very hard to predict because it's just one match. Any team can make miracle at any time.
Yeah, see, this is the thing. People saw Bleed versus Xerxia, they were like, man, this one's going to overtime. People then saw Bleed versus Velocity, they saw the fearsome battles in the early rounds, they were like, man, this one's going to overtime.
Yeah.
And now you got to say, dude, no, it's going to be franchise against Velocity, it's going to go to overtime. However, which exact map it's going to be, and okay, alright, that's a big just off guard veto right there. So we see Velocity straight away ban the map of Haven. Makes a lot of sense. Franchise players ban Breeze. Both of these, I don't think I even need to explain why these two maps have been banned by the specific teams. That's all well and good. Fracture, Icebox, Ascent and Pearl being taken off the board. So they'd much rather fight on Bind than they'd rather fight on Pearl. That is absolutely very interesting, the veto that these guys have gone for, and it only amps up the pressure even further as to how exactly both of these teams will be playing on each other, because Bind is one of those maps where they haven't really faced off against each other too many times. They have, but not a lot.
You know, I think what went in the map ban was franchise players were looking forward to actually play Pearl, but then they instead banned it because Velocity Gaming has 67% win rate in the map of Pearl. And let me tell you one thing, it's the only team who has such highest win rate throughout the entire South Asia scene. So Velocity Gaming had to choose between Pearl and Bind, and franchise players already knew that if Velocity Gaming is good at Pearl already, let's ban Pearl, let's pick the map of Bind.
Yeah.
And let me tell you another fact, that Velocity Gaming has the least win rate in the map of Bind, that is 69%. So this is a very smart play coming in from franchise players, putting Velocity Gaming in a difficult situation. Now, after the recent momentum coming in from Ascent, I believe Velocity Gaming has to be thoroughly careful in the defensive side, because franchise players are known for their aggression, and the players in the individual plays, it just chills me up taking their name, or at least thinking about how good they are individually.
Absolutely, I gotta agree to that. Franchise players, they've definitely, made the right choice, gone on Bind, but still, is it going to work in their favor? That's the main thing. But more so, we also have to talk about, Velocity's performances, what they were doing earlier against Bleed as well on the map of Ascent. There are a lot of things to talk about. And of course, we can jump into the game as well. But before that, I am getting information that we'll be taking a very, very short break. Seems like one of the players from one of the teams is having a couple of issues. As soon as that is figured out, as soon as our backend administrators iron everything out, make sure everything is set, we'll be back up and running. But till then, everyone watching, stay tuned and don't go anywhere.
Time slows down when it can get no worse. I can feel it running out on me. I don't want these to be my last words. All forgotten, 'cause that's all they'll be. Now there's only one thing I can do. Fight until the end like I promised to. Wishing there was something left to lose. This could be the day I die for you. What do you see before it's over? Blinding flashes getting closer. Wish that I had something left to lose. This could be the day I die for you. This could be the day I die for you. This could be the day I die for you. This could be the day. Everything I know, everything I hold tight. When to let it go, when to make them all right. When I'm in control, when I'm out of my mind. When I gotta live, when I gotta die, gotta die. Everything I know, everything I hold tight. When to let it go, when to make them all right. When I'm in control, when I'm out of my mind. When I gotta live, when I gotta die. This could be the day I die for you. Feeling like there's nothing I can do. This could be the end, it's mine to choose. It's taken me my lifetime just to prove. This could be the day I die for you. Don't let it be the day. What do you see before it's over? Blinding flashes getting closer. Sacrificing everything I knew. This could be the day I die for you. This could be the day I die for you. Everything I know, everything I hold tight. When to let it go, when to make them all right. When I'm in control, when I'm out of my mind. When I gotta live, when I gotta die.
I wake up to the sounds of the silence that allows for my mind to run around with my ear up to the ground. I'm searching to behold the stories that I told when my back is to the world that was smiling when I turned. Tell you you're the greatest, but once you turn, they hate us. Oh, the misery. Everybody wants to be my enemy. Spare the sympathy. Everybody wants to be my enemy. Look out for yourself. on the wall as you're praying for my phone, and the laughter in the halls and the names that I've been called. I stack it in my mind and I'm waiting for the time when I show you what it's like to be worth spitting in mind. Tell you you're the greatest, but once you turn, they hate us. Oh, the misery. Everybody wants to be my enemy. Spare the sympathy. Everybody wants to be my enemy. Look out for yourself. My enemy. Look out for yourself.
Look, okay, I'm hoping that somebody pray for me. I'm praying that somebody.
Welcome back everyone, you are watching LG Ultragear presents the Esports Club Challenger Series, a 9th edition we have, but this edition is special because it is an official off-season event of the Valorant Champions Tour, and this event is powered by Amazon.in. We've got our GPU partners Zotac, we've got our gaming partners Intel, memory and storage partner Crucial, laptops are being provided by Asus, and of course we have our broadcast partner Loco. I'm CCV, I'm joined alongside Elika, and today Elika, we have seen a lot of matches, right? We have seen 2 matches already in this round robin best of 1 format. Next match is Velocity against Franchise Players. Before we went into the break, before there were some issues that the players were having, we were talking about the matchup in general. We saw the map Veto, right? We saw in a best of 1 Franchise Players against Velocity. It's going to be the map of Bind. We talked a lot about that, but I want to ask you, what do you think about the agents that will be chosen by these rosters?
I think by default, it's every round or every map before we start Bind. I would like to say that Bind is highly dependent on flash agents.
Right.
So there comes a lot of flashes in the way. So if you ask me between Franchise Players and Velocity Gaming, who prefers more flashes is Franchise Players, and I believe that there should be a KO coming in through or a Sky if you ask me.
Good.
Because it's one of the best investment to put out for. Let's go back and have a look at the map of Bind. Flashers, of course, and there's a very good chance we might be seeing race coming in from both the teams if you want to pick a duelist.
Absolutely.
Because it does most of the damage, and it's easy to get into the site with those satchels being accompanied by the race.
Yeah.
So when it comes to smoking, I think maybe a double controller setup if you're attacking. But again, it's quite difficult to notice such things in South Asia scene. But
Yeah.
generally, we've seen in the qualifier series, ROG Academy go for a double controller setup. But it didn't work out very well for them. But I hope that if one of these teams is going in for a double controller, good luck with that. But definitely a double initiator. Sova is a must and should, at least for one team, and Fade coming in through. So if you ask me on Sentinels, I think it's most probably going to be Chamber since he also acts like a duelist.
There's also the thing that maybe, just maybe, teams don't even opt for a Sentinel, right? Because
Yeah,
we've seen that
very
with
good
Bind. Bind is genuinely one of those maps where you have a lot more of that freedom, a lot more of that versatility when it comes to the compositions and how exactly you want to incorporate your own personal playstyle, your team theory, what kind of an objective you play as a team, whether you play a lot tempo focused, you play a lot more on the control side of things, you're really moving around, whatever that is. There's so many things you can apply on the map of Bind which really makes it a mold that you have to, or like a block of clay that you yourself have to mold into a structure or into a design for your roster. But keeping all of that in mind, I think, just talking about the past performances of these teams, right? For Franchise Players, we have seen them in the qualifier stages. They were having good performances. I remember their match against Medal Esports. They did end up winning that map of Bind. So things were looking really, really good. As for Velocity, sure, they lost against Bleed just now. But one of the things I got to seriously highlight that I haven't talked about is the way in which Velocity played a couple of their attacking rounds on Ascent that I personally genuinely think if they start doing it on Bind right from the get-go, they will have a huge advantage. Even though Bind isn't one of those maps that's always considered attacker-sided, on defense you'll have an easier time there. But still, Velocity had this theory of theirs of, asking the questions. Like, they were so tempo focused that Bleed, rapidly gave them map control on their defense. Bleed were like, guys, you know what?
Yeah.
You take market, do whatever you want. And Velocity were the ones asking the questions that, okay, Bleed, we are going to push into market. We'll smoke off the market entrance towards, the B bomb side. We are going to smoke off market entrance towards the defender spawn. We'll take complete control of market early in the round on our attack. What will you do? Then they were like, Velocity, they were like, okay, Bleed, we have chosen B as our bomb side. We'll have 4 players pushing through B main. We'll have 1 guy pushing towards market. We are looking for a double pincer execute. What will you do? And many a times Bleed's defense actually crumbled and faltered, especially towards rounds 11 and 12, where Velocity did end up getting those wins. They got the half into a 7-5. If Velocity can incorporate something like that, I honestly think they'll have a brilliant time on attack on bind.
Yes, I mean, it is also said that they're more favored towards the attacking side than the defense. But since they're starting off on the defense side, I believe it's going to be a little up and down for them. I should say that they should be really confident when they're starting off on defense, carrying off the momentum from Bleed's end.
Right.
When they had their match against Bleed, I think second half they were defending. So it shouldn't be that difficult situation for them to put up a setup, but it also highly depends on the kind of agent composition they are looking forward for in the map of Pine. If you ask me, if Right to Ace goes in for a Killjoy setup, it would be really great, because we've seen very less Killjoy setups in the South Asia scene, and Velocity are known for doing the unexpected agent composition picks. But if instead they want to go for a Killjoy, they should make sure that they have intel oriented and a damage oriented initiator like Sova, because it just makes your job easier. And if opponent doesn't have a Sova, that's a plus point for Killjoy, because her ultimate is definitely going to be of great use. And speaking about franchise players, honestly, they're the only team in entire South Asia who keep surprising me with the kind of agent composition they come up with. I mean, default, they have one agent composition, but the very end at the last second, according to what opponents you're facing off against, they change their agent compositions. So this explains how well franchise players read their opponents.
Absolutely. Franchise players, having that experience, they already know in the back of their hands the basic strategies of Valorant, which is why they can, like you just said, they can read their opponents like a book. They can already predict and know what their opposition is going to do, have a counter prepared for that. And honestly, as a very, I wouldn't say this is a topic that hasn't been talked about a lot. Absolutely not. It has been talked about, but I think I need to shed some more light onto this as well. This is a battle of experience, right, between both of these rosters. No matter the changes that have happened in Velocity, no matter the changes that have happened in franchise players as well, right, with them picking up new of their management staff, Eraser coming in as their coach as well. Now Velocity have their coach Davi. Keeping all of that aside, the players, we all know they are highly experienced, more so the IGLs, right? Hellranger, my apologies, and Amaterasu, these guys, they know what they're doing. Plain and simple. I mean, you could put them in any situation with any team, they'll still figure a way out to convert that match into a win, or convert that map into a win, or anything along the lines of that. So keeping that in mind, because of the sheer experience these guys have, I want to see the difference in their personal ideologies within the round being executed. What I mean by that is, when they encounter a problem, let's say both, franchise players and Velocity, they are on attack, they just cannot break through the defense. No matter where they're pushing, either they are being met with a lot of firepower, or they're being met with tons and tons of utility just being absolutely thrown at them at breakneck speeds. They cannot break through that defense of their oppositions. How exactly do the IGLs figure their way out? Are they looking for that breakpoint method of execution, where they're like, we'll have this one place and we'll push with all our resources, we'll push towards A shot, we'll see what happens in the rest? Or will they start to, pester at their opposition, attack them from B long, attack them from A shars, see where the kill happens, and then think about it? So it's these difference in ideologies I'm definitely looking forward to seeing in the server.
Yes, that is definitely there, and I completely agree with you on all the points. And adding on to you, I believe that Bind is a map mostly oriented on team synergy and the trades coming through. But if you ask me, I haven't seen franchise players so far, but if you ask me about Velocity Gaming, their trade game has been on point in the last game. So at least compared to what they've been in the past, and now at least against Bleed Esports, they had good trades coming in through good team synergy, but they had to focus more on the timing coming in from Bleed Esports.
Right.
Their timing was a little bit off. the players were, of course, watching each other's back, but when they do it, the time they peak out was, I think, a little off for Velocity Gaming. So when it comes to the trade game, I think Velocity might have an ace up their sleeve. But again, it's a close quarters map. And trust me, I haven't seen any team in South Asia more than franchise players picking up that Phantom back to back again and again. I mean, these players are good with Vandal, but I think Phantom is their strongest pursuit when it comes to weapons. And of course, when we have a player like Xerxia coming in from franchise players, that chamber is going to be a very crucial role. So we have indirectly unlocked one agent that we might be seeing through is a chamber coming in through Xerxia, or it could be a race coming in through either of the players.
About the race, I mean, the race will be picked by, but I believe Lightning Fast will be going for the race, much like what he did against the likes of Medal. So yeah, already we know to a certain extent, right, what kind of compositions these people will or should be looking for. If you're going for a Sentinel, Chamber's your go-to, unless you seriously want to go for that Killjoy. If you're thinking about that, if you're thinking about the Duelist, I mean, it's the map of Bind, right? You'd almost be committing treason or a major sort of crime capable of capital punishment if you're going for anything other than the race. The only exception to that is if you want to play double Duelist, which, yes, it has happened internationally, has happened in South Asia as well. But still, in this current meta, it's very rare it's going to happen, especially at this stage in the playoffs where there's so much on the line. There's a prize pool of $30,000. I don't think either one of these teams, they are willing to take the risk. Because granted, sure, it's the first day of these group stages. Even if you lose right here, it doesn't mean you're out of it. Doesn't mean you're going to a low bracket. There is no such concept. You know, these teams are guaranteed to play a set amount of matches over the course of the next 5 days, and then we'll be seeing who qualify. Yes, that's the case, but at the same time, you don't want to start off with a losing streak, you know. Unfortunately for Velocity, that is their case. They lost out against Bleed, but they have a chance to break even today. They have a chance to have a victory, have a loss, and just be on that neutral ground and be on the standing, safe and sound, just completely, you know, relaxed. And Velocity will be looking to prepare for tomorrow, will be looking to prepare for their next set of games. That absolutely can happen. As for franchise players, I mean, really depends what kind of playstyle they're going to go for. They struggled a little bit against Medal, so we need to see how, you know, they have picked themselves back up and made sure they have that flawless setup ready for this matchup.
Yeah, and if you ask me, coming back franchise players, of course, I think will be getting new strategies out of their books in order to face off that El Clasico. I mean, it's been famous for quite some time in South Asia Valorant, but we've been, you know, there's actually no result we ever got. We've seen so many Val Classicos coming in through, but there's not single time we crown someone as the champions for Val Classico. And I think that's one reason why it's so famous, Val Classico, watching franchise players go up against Velocity Gaming. Another important aspect I want to look out for is the smoker, is the controller, which team is gonna pick up on the damaging smoking agent, that is Brimstone. If you ask me, Bind has more lineups than any other map, easy to execute. So Brimstone lineups are similar as Killjoy lineups. So imagine if Right to Ace goes on a Killjoy and they pick up Brimstone. The amount of lineups they can execute through showers, if it's an A plant from A shot, there's so much area and space for them to work with. So if you're really listening, guys, I think having a Brimstone is a plus point. But again, if you have an Astra go up against you, I think that's going to be a problem, because Astra will control most of your working areas by putting her stars in through and the grenade lineups coming in from. So there are pros and cons of having a Brimstone. And one of the main con of having a Brimstone is the range limitation.
Yeah, the range limitation as well, right? Also, you mentioned a very good point about that Brimstone and Killjoy combo. The thing is, if you opt for a Killjoy and a Brimstone together, you necessarily don't have to pick a Sova. Or in terms of your initiators as well, you have free range to go for any initiator you want. You want a Breach, you can take them. You want Sky and Fade, you can do that, because there is a very particular reason. If you compare Sky and Sova, right, and you think of both of them in that post-plant scenario, let's say you are an attacker. The spike has gone down. There is a defender. They're looking to defuse the spike. Okay, I'm a Sova. What am I going to do? Shock dart them? Yeah, that can work. Hunter's Fury them? Yeah. So I've got two options already in my back pocket to essentially limit the diffusal of the spike, kill the defender doing that without even having to move a muscle. I could be in my spawn and I could do that, like you mentioned with the lineups. With Sky, that's not present. What are you going to do? He's defusing a spike. Are you going to heal him? You can't, sadly.
Yeah.
As much as I'd like to, you can't. However, this can get overturned as soon as you bring the Brimstone and the Killjoy into the mix, because now as that initiator, as that Sky, you don't have to rely on yourself to, you know, use your utility to kill the person defusing the spike. You could just tell Brimstone, hey man, orbital strike, please, thank you. Molly, thank you. Killjoy, Swarm Grenade, thank you. Killjoy Lockdown, you have so much to do, so much more utility. So having a set of a lockdown controller and a lockdown sentinel frees up that initiator role to play whatever you want, and that's the freedom you have. Of course, you're sacrificing something. You're not going for a chamber, you're not going for an Astra, no Viper, but you're getting that free choice of an initiator. And it's these kind of Valorant dynamics, that theory we have to seriously look at and think about when talking of players of this caliber. And speaking of the players as well, I believe we should be starting very soon. I know all the people watching, you're waiting in angst to see them in the server, but yet again, like we had said before we went into the break, just a couple of tech issues that are bothering the players that will be ironed out hopefully, and then we can jump back in.
Yes, definitely. And now that you've mentioned Sova, going back a little back on the analysis, I've thought of a really good ideal lineup for either defense side or the attacking. It really doesn't matter. But for Bind, flashes are more important in Bind. So how about having Killjoy as Sentinel, Brimstone as the Smoker, and we have a double initiator setup with Sova and Sky coming all together with a Duelist of Race. What a combination would that be? I mean, it is not only giving you intel, but also damage from 3 agents, actually 4 agents, Raze, Brimstone, Killjoy and Sova coming all together 4. And the best part is you even get the heal from Sky. So if some or the other team, like Velocity or Fractures, if they have at least 70% similar agent composition to what I said right now, they have a very good chance of winning. And of course, we do have a lot of other options like Jet and we have, of course, Fade coming into the play. But these are the kind of agents which are a little passive towards when you're starting off. It highly depends on if you're starting on the attacking. So if you're on defense, I prefer you go for Race because with that Pain Shells, with that Showstopper, you can delay the amount of time that attackers are taking to come down to the bomb site and take a plant. But if you're in attacking, go for the Jet, make that dash happen, go to the U-Haul. It creates and also allows you to walk and clear out every angle. So I believe having a Jet is also a plus point. But man, I really want to see a Brimstone Killjoy and a Sova with Sky. This is going to be one of the best combinations that can actually work out of the map of Pine.
Definitely, these compositions can work out the players as well, but I think as analysts, we've taken a little too much of this camera space and of this attention right here. So why not move on to the next segment, right? Why not throw it to the casters and let's see what they've got to hear about the Val Classico as well, because trust me, this is going to be a match everyone will have their eyes and ears glued to. So Crema and Grace, once more, take it away.
We were muted. Tell you what, fair play to CCV and Elika there. Philly for that long is kind of difficult, so hats off to them. One thing I want to highlight actually going into the series is that, or going into this best of 1, is that the last 3 times we saw Global and franchise players under the name Global and Velocity play against each other on Bind, all 3 times were won by franchise players, of course, at the time playing under the name Global. So for Velocity, this is definitely going to be a rough map, at least statistically. Of course, we do have a different roster from them, so with the new dawn, it may be a new day, it may be a new life for Velocity. We'll have to see what they can do, though, going on to Bind. Now, we did see a lot of speculation when it came to sort of agent selections. For me, I think the Brim is going to be kind of the key agent to look out for here. That orbital strike utilization is really one of those big kind of map sculpting ultimates that you always have to keep an eye on. However, Grace, how are you feeling about this series, and who do you think is going to be winning it?
Val Classico, isn't it? I mean, this is it. So I reckon that, 9 times out of 10, if you've consistently lost on a map against a player, if you lose that 4th and final time, that's like a you problem at that point. At this point going into this, there should have been enough work done behind the scenes. Granted, yes, there's roster changes, but that's where the reliance on the support staff really comes through. There'll be doing all the analysis, working out what's been going wrong, and they will kind of iron out the creases, so to speak, and make sure that you can go into this with your head held high. Again, if they were having that much of an issue with being like, oh, we have to go and take them to bind again, they would have not gone to bind. They would have immediately banned that out from the get-go and maybe tried something a bit more creative and experimental. Again, the maps that we've really seen today have been kind of the bread and butter maps. It's very basic and standard, but it is because these are best of ones. And if you're going to go to a best of one, especially at the start of the group stage, like no one's going to be throwing out the Icebox or even like the Pearl as an example. I don't think we're going to see anything like that until way later in the tournament. So yeah, it's gonna be a decent one. When you've got more of like a bread and butter map, it allows you more breathing room to be creative with it. So that's what I'm gonna be expecting here. And I don't mean creative so much in the sense of, agent selection and what utility you're bringing and things like that. I mean in terms of the play style you're gonna fall into. Again, we've spoken frequently today about those duos, those trios when it comes to those pushes and collapses. That's where my attention is mostly going to be drawn to, seeing how Franchise are actually going to contest that themselves as well. And again, we did see Velocity kind of struggle with that style of play that, Bleed were bringing earlier in the day. So if I was Franchise right now, again, this is their first match of the day. They've probably just seen the map themselves between Bleed and Velocity. So that gives them a lot of kind of thinking cap moments where they're putting their thinking caps on. They're like, okay, that's the kind of vibe they're playing with at the moment. How can we exploit that and use that to our advantage?
You're absolutely right. And we'll put you on the spot even more. From that,
is it going to be a prediction, is it?
Who's winning? Yeah, who's winning? Yeah, you tell me, Grace. You tell me.
I'm going to take a gamble.
Oh, I like a gamble. Go on.
A gamble. I'm going to say that there's a reason Velocity have let it go to bind here.
I like the thought process. All right, I like that. I like that.
Yeah. I want to see it upset.
You say Velocity, I say Franchise players. Yeah. That's a hard choice because both these teams have been absolutely amazing. And one of the sadder things about this is, as CCV mentioned, these teams have played against each other kind of 40, 50 times. It's a reason it's called the Val Classico. This year alone, I believe it's been 5 times they've played against each other. This is in best of 3s, best of 5s, best of 1s. And of course, this may be the last sort of rodeo we see of that matchup. Sort of going into next year, we have no clue sort of what's going to be happening with these rosters, and whether or not they'll be sticking together, whether or not they'll be staying under the same orgs. So for me, I'm going to enjoy this one. I'm going to enjoy this one, Grace, and hopefully we can hopefully we'll be able to see much more of this matchup in the future. On topic of future, though, we will be able to get this game underway in just a moment. We do have a few small technical issues. Hopefully we'll be able to get underway momentarily, though. Our admin team, our production team is working very hard behind the scenes to try and get those sorted. Unfortunately, sometimes it's just out of your control. Sometimes the internet gods look at you and go, you're having too much fun, and they've decided to smite us with that.
Little bit of a nerf for the production on teams like that, isn't it?
Exactly.
When things like
exactly.
that happen. It's like, you know what, this is too much
this
fun.
This too nice.
Too good.
We were on schedule. What is schedule and esports? No, we can't have that. So, we are going to have to wait just a moment. However, hopefully we will be able to get underway momentarily. The other thing to keep in mind as well is casters are the ones who decide when the match starts. So we're the ones who are holding it hostage at the moment. Just remember that. Just remember that.
Not this again.
I
think an interesting thing again. Yeah. I think on paper, an interesting thing that Velocity could have actually done with their map picks is dragged it to Icebox. And I know, yes, maybe it's too early in the groups for that. But I do see them doing it at some time. Again, it's one of the highest played maps and also highest win rate. Yeah. And compared to a lot of the other teams they're going to be facing in the coming week, it's going to be probably a good map for them to have in their pocket, to have under their belt, which they can force from the get-go. Hopefully, again, best of ones, the ban phase isn't exactly the kindest of mistresses. So it could be an interesting one to see if that is able to come through. Again, I knew that it would probably come down between these two to probably a Haven or a Bind. But again, as we saw in that first matchup of the day, that Haven is so difficult for a best of one. Like, goodness me, you can't really gamble it, really. Okay, we're going to start on defense on Haven, but it's our one map that we have to try and win. Like, that just can't happen. You don't want to gamble that, especially at the start of the groups. Again, that's when everyone's getting their feelers out. Even the teams that maybe won't play as good today. It's the fact that they've been like, okay, that's what we're up against now. This is how we're going to adjust for each and every play day. So map day one in general is always a very good fun slog of it as well. And obviously we have 2 more games coming for you today as well, so keep your eyes out for that. But ultimately, I'm really excited to see how this is going to go. Again, Velocity, yes, they're coming off the loss against Bleed, but they've certainly probably got the wind under their sails. We saw how they were starting to turn things around, and I think that if they're able to sit there and be like, these are the mistakes we were making in this map, that's not what we're going to do now. We're going to be a bit more clean cut and coordinated, and again, the teamwork needs to come through from Velocity.
I think I've just heard something magical in my ears, Grace. That's right. It's time for the Agent Select. Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, as franchise players take on Velocity in this best of 1 series over on Binds. It had a short wait, but that's only because we're trying to really moisten your palate for what is going to be a banger of a series. Val Classico between these teams, and on the topic of Val Classico, there's nothing too unorthodox when it comes to the Agent Selects. Of course, we are seeing skies added from both teams, but that means that extra ability to flash is just going to enable the raises even more so. The one duel I'm looking forward to seeing here is the duel between Deadly and Lightning Fast. Lightning Fast, damn good on that raise. For Deadly, I want to see if he's going to be able to keep up.
And this is it too, the fact that we've got this perfect kind of even, again, bread and butter composition on both sides. But that means that, again, the map, the agents, things like that, that's not really what's going to set them above the rest. It's going to be how they're using that utility and how they're working that map control. That is the name of the game, especially on a map like this. Like, yes, you've got the quick teleport, but it makes such a loud audio cue. And audio is such an important part of the game as well that I think people forget about sometimes. It's like how beneficial things like that can be towards a round. Again, especially if you're hearing someone ulting and you're kind of like, oh, great, this is going to be a really fun time for us now. Like, you just hear that ult get dropped and it's like,
What you do sometimes see is it happen vice versa, where teams just gun it through the short teleporter so they can take an early fight with their teammates in hookah. It's always fun to see. I think we probably will see it, actually.
I was going to say, I feel like if we're going to see anything like that, it might be during Val Classico. I think it's going to be a case of, again, aggression. Aggression is the name of the game for those opening engagements. But as I said earlier in the day, Kramer, it's the aggression, but then that controlled pullback that you really want to see from these teams. It's not getting too greedy with it, knowing when to pull back and retain that composure and hold those angles. Again, if you get that open engagement under your belt, you can really certainly rustle the jimmies.
You're absolutely right. And as we finally get underway, oh, this map looks beautiful, doesn't it? I love Bind. Love Bind. And
it's actually one of my faves, I'll say.
Well, you know what? Yeah, I'll put it out there as one of the favorites. Certainly one of the ones that I've experimented. I think it was the first experiment with teleporters. So I quite like it. It was an innovative map. And now it's sort of embedded as one of our kind of strong default maps, you could call it. But now let's take a look at the agent compositions we just saw earlier. It's that raise duel that I'm really looking forward to, of course, with Velocity starting on the defense and franchise players starting on the attack. It means franchise players, to me, have to really get off to a good start if they want to have some real skin in this game.
Yeah, 100%. It's going to come down to that util game in the first round to really enable them the breathing room they need to win out this pistol round, especially. Of course, having Scar on the board, having Fade on the board, that's certainly going to benefit you. You're going to be able to have a lot of things in pocket, but again, it's on both sides. And that's where things are going to get very spicy because it's like, okay, ideally, where are these utility setups going to clash? Where are they potentially going to open up an area where you've got like a Sky versus Sky and it gets very chaotic as an example. Speaking of chaos, it's already been an absolutely chaotic day of games. And I mean that in the good way. Again, the hyper aggression, the team play that we've seen. And I think we are going to obviously see more of that. Looking to see that Lightning's actually picked up the frenzy as well, which means that probably we're going to see some hyper aggressive pushes on that entry, in my opinion.
I think as well, the info gather's now pretty strong with Fade and Sky, I guess, and Chamber, really, because you've got your trademark to watch the flank, you've got the Prowlers to clear out showers, you've also got your Trailblazer, you've got your flashes, And all in unison. Bear in mind, if you really want to dump Util, you can do this on top of a stim pack, and then your Raze can just dive into the back line. And quite a common pathing we've seen from Razes is to go from short over the top of truck, and then go round behind lamps, which I think is a really, really nice pathway, especially when you're in sort of pistol rounds where shorties come out quite a lot, or you're on an eco and you just want to isolate a player. It's a really, really effective way to play. And for me, I would like to. I think this is all going to be down to confidence on your duelists. Then that does extend to Deathmaker and Rossi as well. Of course, Deathmaker and Rossi, they've had this matchup. You know, they've played against each other at this level so many damn times. And I think that you get to a level of familiarity with your opponents. So I wonder if that's going to have an effect on how this, bear in mind, best of one is played out.
Yeah, 100%, 100%. I'm kind of interested to see if we see an immediate overextension out of showers and even through hookah as well, or whether we're going to see that kind of passive play. Ideally, again, we do want to see the overextension, and that's potentially is why Lightning, again, I'm expecting them to kind of go in like thick and fast and try and get that open engagement in their favor. But I want to know who's going to be following behind Lightning. Again, all about the trade game. We want it to be lighting up like the stock market. So many trades across the board. Those kills under their belt. Jobs are good. And, I think the percentage rate for, the opening pick going across into the actual round conversion can be really, really high. So we've seen that so many times. We see it especially with these kind of teams, that if you get those opening picks under your belt, you then are in such a powerful position.
It's live. It's alive! Welcome to Bind. And for our pistol round, it's going to be Lightning first. Frenzy in hand. Looking to go a little bit aggressive with Deathmaker. Good for the first. Rossi falls. He gets out of there, though. And Lightning fast looking to follow it up with a boombot just to re-clear this short position. First blood has been spilt by the members of Velocity, and now they're going to look to keep the ball rolling. We're going to see a fair bit of actually fairly aggressive smokes from right to ace as well. Try and hold this position in Gauss. I love the anti-flash position. It's laboured. It was a brilliant position. He misses every shot, but he's in the right position to miss them. And with that FPS, they're able to instantly strike back down to the 4 versus 3. Lightning Fast once again snuggling up to these smokes, and as this spike goes down, Lightning Fast might be in time to potentially catch a player off guard here. Instantly hit by the Prowler though, finished off through the smoke as Amaterasu gives the killing blow. Elsewhere, Deadly's utility is able to shut down some players. Kappa now low on HP, but he's good for 2 regardless of his low HP. It's all on to Hellranger, 1 versus 1. Amaterasu able to get out of sight of the Hellranger. He still has a flash, but a frenzy at this range certainly isn't the weapon of choice. Tapped once, Amaterasu will leave that spike, and Hellranger, he's got vision of steel. Flashes out, gives his position away, but Amaterasu, time now is being cruel to him. Taps it again, tries to hold it halfway, breaks it, taps yet again. This is heartbreaking. Another flash to ruin his day. Hellranger's got Da Vinci vision. Yes, he falls, but time is one cruel mistress as FPS take the pistol round.
That is just so unfortunate. Again, it's a really awkward position to try and retake in a 1v1 because there's so many lines of sight going towards you and you don't have the information as to where that player may be. It's just a guessing game at that point. Let's talk about that hookah, because imagine if those shots would have landed, how differently that round would have gone.
It was so smart as well to play anti-flash, knowing that the Sky was going to try and get through that smoke. Unfortunately, it happens to the best of us, Grace. It happens to the best of us, and anyone who says it doesn't happen to them is a liar, frankly. So, unfortunately, nothing gets past our observers.
Ooh.
Apart from Deathmaker killing SK Rossi with a quick opening. With that, though, FPS, they pull it up. Quick Prowler is going to be able to clear out Deli's position. Let's see some paint shells just try to force Kappa out of position. Unable to do so for the time being, though. That deepened position. With Velocity, considering it is just Xerxia having a man advantage, certainly isn't going to go amiss here, as the rest of FPS look to coalesce outside of a short and prepare their assault to the site.
100%, but again, the longer they leave it, quiet before the storm, but as soon as that call comes through, we're going to see that massive rotation. Here we go. Paint shells being Jotun towards that site. They're going to try and go for a very aggressive plan, actually taking out Deadly, so that's going to free up some breathing room for the spike to go down. No immediate trade-off just yet from the defense, and here we go. We are now in a post-plant. Right to Ace, flanking from the back here. But again, that smoke, how important it is for cutting off those lines of sight. You really can't see anything right now, and so things get a little bit risky biscuits. You really have to push. Someone's just got to make that encounter happen. I mean, here we go. Skills about to get swung on. Actually manages to take out right to Ace. Deathmaker falls too. Amaterasu is able to take down Skills, but Amaterasu once again with another one onto Lightning. The flash is going out. Can they get a third? Kappa gets one to shut down any potential retake here from Amaterasu. Health in a 1 versus 2. Again, these crossfires that are going to be held against them. What do you do in that moment? There's very little you can do.
I mean, that's for a Felico, that was a lot of damage by Velocity. They made franchise players sweat quite a bit more than they needed to. And I think 3 kills, and then also kind of wearing the last 2, tagging the last 2 to the point where they have to reinvest armor is a really strong eco. Really successful eco. Now the Vandals come out. There is already a Nightfall available for Amaterasu. In terms of other roles to keep your eye on, Skills is 1 away from his Orbital Strike as well. But other than that, that's going to be it for at least significant abilities coming into this first full buy round, or at least a small bonus for FPS, but it is only a single Spectre to make it a bonus. FPS once again going relatively quiet with Velocity, not aggressing too far past their station, other than right to Ace. Gets a bit cheeky, and it'll be Rossi swiftly to punish that. Early swing by Ellie is going to get a lot of control now. Without Showers in his possession, FPS are just going to look to hit this A site unperturbed.
100% Flash is going through, but no immediate push out. This is what I mean about dancing around the utility. You need to see it come through. The Prowler goes out. Can you get the 1? Yes, you can, but it's shut down immediately by Lightning. No immediate trade-offs just yet, but Hellrager is actually going to get 1 onto Deathmaker. Left onto Deadly and Health now to try and hold down this site for as long as possible. Lightning goes to pick on the Deadly. That's going to make it difficult, and there is a third onto Health. Another gorgeous round there by franchise players.
What a round from Lightning Fast here. He is, well, lightning fast. I actually quite like how he timed that swing as well. He waited for LF Seekers to hit him, and then once the Seeker was hit, then he swung, then he took that fight. Really, really nice spot of teamwork there with Skills, and bearing in mind that with the Orbital Strike available now, I'm wondering how franchise players are going to be playing these after plants, or if we're even going to see them play an after plant and instead just use the Orbital Strike to go really, really aggressive. Either way, 3-0, that's a hell of a start.
3-0 indeed. Again, given the fact that it can be a bit of an even Stevens playing field, but again, 9 times out of 10, because the timer is in the defense's favor, unless the map is severely twisted towards the attack, you do often recommend most maps would be defender-sided. So that is significant from the side of franchise players. And again, it's the strength that they're coming in with here and the fact that they're able to use that utility really well. I think some mistakes that we're seeing on the side of Velocity is they're sending out util and they're not following it up with the swing, especially in those close quarters engagements. You send the util for the information, or you send the util to get that flash, but there's no immediate swing out. And I think that's something, maybe they're just feeling a little bit flustered, I'm not sure. Maybe the pressure of Val Classico is starting to get to them. Deathmaker, though, goes for a cheeky pop shot, but teleports immediately to safety as Rossi starts to make their way towards A. But now all that util going out, all of the audio cues, they know that it's going to be pressure towards A. And, you know, franchise players, they're aware of the fact that they're going to get this bite back now, so they have to go for the flankaroonie.
There.
They absolutely do. And I think that, bearing in mind that for Velocity, once again, it is just pistols. We've seen that they're really good at baiting out utility and making franchise players work for these rounds, even when Velocity only have pistols. We're seeing this sort of pseudo shower control being faked by Velocity. We've even got Helef here, who may be hoping for a timing on long. Orc in his hands. There's the swing. There's the timing. The flash is perfect. Is it punished? Oh, it's labored, but Kappa is eventually able to avert disaster. The full set, at least the franchise players. Deadly. Oh, he's quick, isn't he? Disaster may still be brewing. 3 versus 3. The orbital strike, I think, for franchise players is still the win condition almost. And for Kappa, a kill here would bring up a nightfall. So, also, I keep trying to say full sense. Franchise players, a really good spot.
100% again, 3v3 post plant. Depending on how we're going to see this play from Deadly around the back, it could be quite spicy, but Right Race is going to fall there. Scrossy getting the pick. Deadly trades it back, but Scrossy is too good. And over onto Amaretsu, and Deadly has to try and clutch this out against Kappa. They go to try and stick it, but there we go. The pre-fire around the corner, and Kappa has cleaned that up. The 4th round on the board for franchise players and Velocity. The pressure certainly is on now, Kramer.
It is, and once again, Velocity, they do such a good job at making franchise players sweat, making them worry when they've only got pistols. Something I want to mention as well is Deadly is doing considerably better this map than he did in the previous game against Bleed. And so I think that that's going to increase the pressure onto Lightning Fast, onto Rossi as well. They were sort of the heavy hitters for franchise players. So far, they've been winning rounds, but they've been losing players in the process. And you take a look at their economy, they've got about 1, maybe 2 buys in them before they get reset. Out comes the operator. The duel of fates. It's Rossi to win it. Deathmaker taken down. And that operator, for about the sum of 20 seconds, Velocity would have enjoyed its warm presence. Mataratsu, the IGL, leading from the front towards Showers. He's going to back off, as is Halef. Has the timing of the Hawk. This time, though, going to destroy the Prowler and back off as Deadly looks to aggressive. Oh, the timing is just impeccable for him here.
And Deadly going massive with the 2k there. Skills and Kappa falling down. That has certainly whittled down the ferocious attack that they have been dealing with. But there we go. More trades and attempts at picks. But there we go. The ulti as Amaretsu is going to fall down. And here we go. The attack really struggling to try and get a word in edgeways to try and get into that site and get that spike down. And this is being played so perfectly by Velocity. They are really playing into what they need to do. A second one there, shutting down Lightning. 3k on the board right now as Hellranger desperately sending out flashes to delay any aggression that could come through from the defense. But as you just heard, ladies and gentlemen, 30 seconds left. When it's this chaotic, the rotation needs to come through, but you've got this really aggressive push towards you. There's one onto Hellranger at least, and that's going to whittle down this attack even further. Poor Rossi, there we go. Scrossy falling down. Deadly having the absolute round of their day so far.
I gasped for a second because it looked like Deadly was going to go for the knife kill. It genuinely did, and for Deadly that was perfect. I don't think you may have seen on the minimap how Rossi was pushing back to a shot from Showers. The timing, he had about half a second to get into cover. He hits it. He hits the timing, flanks both players, gets the spike, and for Velocity it's a 1 round after that. They put themselves on the board. For franchise players now, how do they respond? Deadly's awake. Deadly's ready to play. Lightning Fast. Ball's in your court, brother. It's your move.
100%. It's at least going to let Lightning know that Hookah is nice and clear, so they've got some breathing room to start to shimmy their way there towards the B site, but as we've seen previously before, you can't really trust Velocity to not bite back with a little bit of power of their own. The flash is being prepped. I think they are aware here of the positioning of Help and Deathmaker. Well, now they certainly are, and here we go. The double angles being held right now. The flash is coming through. The Prowler as well. What can you do with this? Oh, it's 2k! Hellranger and Kappa falling down, but Lightning trades it back onto Help, but a third onto Lightning as well. And Scrossy suddenly deciding to feel themselves a little bit, taking down Deathmaker and Amaretsu. Another onto right to Ace. Do you really have to do it to them? That's getting a little bit nasty now. Deadly, once again, making their approach. Not aware where these players could be. And there we go, a 4k for the round. That is disgusting stuff from Scrossy.
I was about to credit Deathmaker for having such a strong round. You know, swings out, gets the collateral, just beautiful. Doubles down as well with his 3rd kill of the round. You'd think that's it. You'd think for franchise players, okay, all right, you do the damage you can, you back off. No. Grace, SK Rossi's still alive. And therefore it's winnable. And therefore SK Rossi, he wishes and it shall be. Runs out, kills 4 players, and these are some pretty nasty shots as well. We aren't talking sort of just pre-aim. He's flickers every single one. And now Deathmaker has a tour de force of his own. This is a map of snipers. This truly is. These chambers, both of them, have had their Jubilee rounds now. And for Lightning Fast, does he even dare go through this smoke? Challenge Deathmaker after his endeavors in the last round, after his exploits. Lee, and try and buy a bit of space, and Showers will do just that. But for the members of Velocity, this is a very passive hold on the safe side.
These gunfires aren't as passive. Look at this. Health and Amaretsu having a bit of a number for Amaretsu is shut down by Lightning. Health from another one there onto Kappa. 3 versus 1 for poor old Lightning. Going back a little bit. There we go. Another defensive round on the board. I mean, the thing is with this map, Kramer, isn't it? Like you've got it's a short boy, you know, like it's a small boy. So it's like your timing between you and that initial gun battle is so much quicker. But it's the issue that the gun battles are often in these long lines of sight, especially towards that B side. Like it just gets nasty. As you say, we've had a bit of a chamber fest so far, haven't we? But rightfully so. You know, you've got that long line of sight on B long, and that gets really nasty. Against some of these tight corners, you can just hold these disgusting pixels, these revolting pixels, and it's working, but on both sides, really.
Truly is. Rossi once again opens. Man, these chambers are just so good. And for franchise players, they're going to back off for the time being. They're going to rest, recuperate, reevaluate how to hit these sites. Deathmaker smoked off the angle. He may not care. There's actually almost nothing about going point blank. The Prowler will be what gets him to move. Sorry, just sees the Seekers coming. From that, he'll probably be able to extrapolate that. So there's at least a sky towards Defender's spawn. In Lamps, though, Deathmaker in serious trouble now. No longer able to teleport away. He needs his Headhunter to do work. Rossi shuts him down once again. The duel of chambers as Rossi now continues his aggression. Amaterasu, the leader of Velocity, is going to hold him back, is going to stop the rampaging, marauding tyrants of FPS. We're left in a 4 versus 3 up plant. But the low HP on Kappa, bear in mind, Kappa only has a Sheriff here. This is by all means winnable, as is the low HP on Lightning Fast. Out comes the Nightfall. Lightning Fast, let's smack off for the time being. Amaterasu swings out, skills there to fall. There goes that orbital strike, that up plant threat. As Deadly's also good for 1. This is turning into an incredible clutch, an incredible retake at that, as Amaterasu, with a 3K off the back of his Nightfall, is going to bring Velocity their 3rd round. And oh, grace, we've got a game in our hands.
We certainly have. That post-hunt was played so well. Again, the teamwork there. Look at how they were trio pushing. There were even moments of pinches. I believe it was Lightning that fell because they were kind of distracted on the one side, but then that pinch came through from the other side. Indeed, this is exactly the kind of game that we wanted to see. And, well, we're kind of feeling a little bit spoiled now because it's certainly, once again, I'm not going to say barn burner again. Am I going to say barn burner again? Yeah, it's going to be a bit of a barn burner.
We're turning into an arsonist for this series, these matches today. I like how we're seeing an early timeout from franchise players as well. I think they've lost a couple to Velocity. They realize their momentum's gone. Call for the timeout. Try and play things a little bit slower. I also want to mention as well, the ult usage from both of these teams has been incredible. We're seeing them used spontaneously. We're seeing them used effectively. The one thing that I think now is going to be quite interesting is whether or not, especially for franchise players, sort of all their ults are going to start to come up online in sync, whereas Velocities are a little bit more spaced out. Do we see franchise players now go for one of these big kind of elaborate ult dumps just to guarantee a round and guarantee at least a draw in this half, and also set yourselves up economically? Because even though Velocity have been winning rounds, they've not been winning them convincingly. They've still been losing players. They've still been having to reinvest. I mean, you look at Amaterasu, he had to invest 4.6 going into this round. Right to Ace 4K as well. Like their economy's taking a battering regardless of the results.
Yeah, 100%. Again, in terms of how this first half is going, did you expect it to go like this? And do you think that we're going to have this go even closer when it comes to that switchover?
I think this is going to be a fairly close game.
Yeah.
All our games today have been pretty close. I think more than likely every game in this group stage and playoffs and finals is going to be close. I think rather than the surprising match being the close one, the surprising match is going to be anything that isn't over 20 rounds.
Yeah.
And so for the time being, at least for franchise players, I'm curious to see if they have some cool strat to keep their lead here.
Again, this is what I'm talking about, the longer line of sight. Of course, we like to see the smokes go down. It cuts off any attempt to get a nice little cheeky peek in that first engagement. Prowler going out to allow for this to do it. There we go, Amaterasu taking down Lightning. No immediate trade because, as I've said, this is exactly what I wanted to see. The passive fallback has come through too. Deadly ready and waiting around the corner. Xerxia willing to contest it. Who is going to win out this gunfight? It is Deadly yet again with a second one there onto skills as well. Can Hell Ranger shut them down, or is this going to be a very powerful hold by Deadly on that raise? I mean, there we go. Kappa's actually the one that can shut down Deadly. A 2 versus 4 now as Health takes down Hell Ranger. Poor Kappa by themselves. A 1 versus 4. We've seen them have their little spicy moments though, so they're going to take the spike and have a little think of their teammates. What am I going to do? Am I going to rotate a little bit? This could be huge actually, rotating up too long.
Left.
Maybe trying to find a cheeky angle. They have to commit now to the B site because of the time.
Kappa's got to find a killing. He's got to find it quickly if he wants any hope in this round here. And I think as we hit 15 seconds at a time. I like the fact he's going for the ult orb as well, just trying to potentially get a nightfall out of this. It'll be a bit cheeky if he could. There's that nightfall. The round's a success for Kappa now, as far as he's concerned. You may even be able to save this weapon. Go through the teleporter. That's the guarantee of the Vandal, unless we see a huge dump through it. Oh, we are. They don't want to. They don't want to give him this. There's that flash. There's the swing. Left. Oh, he dances. He jumps. He finds Kappa, and he brings Velocity there fourth. Now there are two pieces of utility here, which I want to sort of say one and almost clutch out the round. First one is the seize here onto Deadly, which just sets them up for the victory. The second one, we didn't see it, but it was the seize that went through the short teleporter onto, I believe, onto Hell Ranger, which was then followed up by the Trailblazer from Hell F, which was then able to damage him, because the Trailblazer does 30 damage. But when you're seized, you're down to 1. So you can end up one-shotting people with the Trailblazer. A really, really nice combo of utility there. And on the topic of nice, it's Rossi to fall. Once again, the Chambers showing that Bind is a map where they're really looking to flex their muscles.
100%. It's again just for the long pixels you can hold. It's just disgusting. Deadly. Aware that there's a lot of people trying to make it through the showers area, but Amaterasu is going to shut down Kappa, and that's the opening pick still going in the favor of Velocity right now. They're certainly fighting back with a lot of fire of their own. Lightning and Hell Ranger preparing themselves to potentially have a little bit of a duo fight here if anyone does want to overextend, but that's just going to give them breathing room to let skills rotate safely away. But look at this. They're still expecting them to collapse here onto the A site, but we do still have health waiting around that B long approach. So they're in a little bit of a hard place right now, aren't they, Kramer?
I think Deathmaker's been seen here, though, so he is going to be, I imagine, promptly smoked and flashed. It looks like franchise players want to take no risks with fighting him here, but the angle works for him. He's able to peek out, not quite able to get a kill, but he knows that franchise players haven't pushed through this smoke, which means there's a second smoke to come. He backs out, but that's even an audio fake. They now know that Amaterasu's close, but Hell Ranger shuts it down. Into the 4 versus 2 now. There is not much time left on this clock at all. Trying to plant is going to be a nightmare. Deadly just all but guarantees it. Leaving it all onto Hell Ranger. 1 versus 3. Yes, he kills Deathmaker. He removes the operator from Velocity. But I don't know if he'll be able to keep his life for this trade. No, he won't be. I think the op may have been saved as well. So, and they've turned into a very, very strong round for Velocity.
Yeah, 100%. I mean, they've really fought back with a lot of firepower there. It's, as you say, the doubling up of the players in terms of positioning, but also the utility use. Some absolutely beautiful utility use coming through. And it's really delaying that timer. I think that's the important thing as well. It's how much you are burning out that timer. You're delaying that approach. We saw just so much like stagnation around that shower area, really delaying the approach there. So again, unfortunate that franchise players decided to even push it in the first place. It was like they were ready and waiting for it. They had the crystal balls out, like, yeah, we think they're going to do this, so let's overextend.
I really like how Amaterasu is currently leading from the front as well. It's the IGL of Velocity. Who said IGLs can't frag? As he's really been the rock as well on this execution. The second the short kind of hold fails, he's there as the safety net. However, with 3 players now committed to B, it's maybe a rough time trying to hold this, as Deadly has to back off for the time being. Showstopper comes out. The orbital strike as well, trying to focus these players in showers, but Amaterasu once again there to trade it. Hawk goes out, it's going to reveal that the flank is relatively clear, but look, it's going to be a 180 now. Lightning fast also in showers. Deathmaker wary of the aggression into defender's spawn as Kappa's taken down into the 4 versus 3, and this is where things get a little bit bizarre for franchise players. Orbital strike forces them out of position. Flash from heaven is going to buy a bit of space. Right to Ace, going to pioneer crafting this retake. The right to Ace is even able to double down, and the Nightfall insult to injury to SK Rossi. He's able to avoid it against 3 players. What can he do? Swings out, good for the first. Low HP though, and more importantly, low on time. Deathmaker will bring not just a 6, but the lead to Velocity as Rossi continues to inflict economical damage. But will he be able to recover from the ego damage?
I love the fact that Velocity have just suddenly got this wind under their sails and they're going full throttle with it. It's like a completely refreshed energy from how they were in the first few rounds. Again, a little bit squiffy here and then. Some of these, again, just more like I would say mechanical mistakes. Again, it can't really be helped. Sometimes it just be like that, but that's completely gone now. That is completely gone. They are so crisp and clear, completely on form, utility use, positioning, playing together. Again, in terms of like just knowing exactly where to be at all times as well. And okay, do we actually want to peak this right now? We're in a really powerful position. We can just burn out the timer, chill a little bit. Really good stuff, and rightly so.
Yeah,
we are going to see a timeout start to come through, but it's actually saying that it's Velocity, which is quite interesting.
I quite like that, because Velocity, their momentum survived franchise players' timeout. So now we see Velocity's timeout almost as if a way to say, we've still got more. And also, it's a fun round at the half. You might as well use the timeout
mental game
before you lose it.
I love that it's like the mental game.
I love the mental game timeouts. I really do.
100%. It's like, okay, we've brought this back in our favor. We're now a round ahead. Let's rustle the jimmies. We'll have a timeout. We'll talk about our plan. And the entire time of this timeout, you know, realistically, franchise players can't sit there and think of a plan of their own because they're too busy thinking, what are they planning? What are they about to do? You know, maybe, yes, there will be a bit of time to say, okay, we can do this a little bit better. But again, the mental game really is going to start to be apparent. Would be almost ironic, actually, now if we do see a little bit of a fluff from Velocity come through after that little timeout.
You want to play? Let's play.
No. Again, look at this aggression from Hell.
Fluff. Oh, that's
look
perfect.
At this aggression.
It's a slaughter. It's an absolute rampage. Deadly from the flank as well. It's good for 2. Look at the low HP on skills. Last player standing right to Ace just annihilates him.
I love that.
Grace?
Okay, we need to. Right, so this was admirable from Health, but look, right to Ace and Deadly right behind to go for that pinch as well. It was really well planned out from the side of Velocity. That's not just like an overextension. That's a hyper overextension. That is aggressive.
Yeah.
That's taking a shoe off and throwing it at the other person. Like, that is ridiculous. Even with the flash utility in pocket, because you're using that flash utility first. But 9 times out of 10, you're not really flashing into long like that. You'll be sending that fade util out. You'll be working out, okay, is someone hiding at the end of B long? You're not thinking, the sky is approaching us with the flash and is just going to swing this corner now into all of us. You know, that rustles for Jimmy's, so to speak. That rustles for Jimmy's. I think we are about to see, actually, speaking of Russell Jimmy's, the halftime head-to-head. Who is the ultimate Jimmy Rustler between these two teams thus far?
Let's see. Interestingly enough as well, I love how that aggression was set piece as well. Let's take a look at the duel between Deadly and
of course.
SK Rossi. Early 10 on the Rays, SK Rossi on the Chamber. Both of them have had the standout rounds with the Operator. Both of them have had their standout rounds, which have carried their team single-handedly to victory in some cases. But it's the ACS which really catches my eye. Deadly, he is popping the hell off.
100%. Again, we've seen multiple rounds where it's not just that one kill on the table, it is multiple. And again, in terms of like KPR, that's super significant. You want to be looking at players who are doing a lot of work when it comes to gaining the highest KPR and how much impact that's having on it. Again, if you have that one player that can just go in and whittle down for your position, that allows so much breathing room for your pinches and your duos to come through a lot cleaner. So, I mean, hats off to both of them, really, because again, we've seen a lot of disgusting chamber plays come through. Kind of, I would say it's kind of softened a little bit towards the end of this half.
Yes, I think maybe going into the second half though, it just gets even better, right?
Imagine.
The other thing that's interesting is the every round he's killing 1 and a bit people. Like it's the and a bit which interests me, because not only is he doing his bit, but he's also making the life of one of his teammates easier as well, which I think is probably one of the reasons Velocity's retakes were so good on that defensive half, purely because everyone who they're fighting is already relatively damaged. I think a good example was when we saw that sort of rotation through showers, where we saw kind of teams leave, enter, re-enter showers. When that retake hit from Velocity, 3 of the 4 defenders on franchise players were kind of sub 60 HP. Let's head into our second half, though, and see maybe franchise players can match the effectiveness, the effective cruelty, the effective efficiency of Velocity's retakes in just a moment. Half switch has come through. This is part 2 of Val Classico, potentially the last one for a good while. So, Grace, let's make the most of it.
Making the most of it indeed. Yeah, a little bit of a quiet before the storm. But I love this because it's such a different energy to what we've been having. It is a much more patient approach we are seeing from Velocity here. They want to almost bait out that early aggression from the side of franchise players. A lot of util being sent out to Russell the Jimmies of Scrossy waiting with this shotty around the corner. Gets the pick there onto health and immediately teleports to safety. Right to Ace looking to contest anyone making this approach, as they are now in a pose plan. Again, it's a line of sight they're being held, but look at the team swings coming through. Shotguns everywhere as Scrossy takes down Right to Ace. Lightning Kappa and Skills with picks of their own to clean up the rest of Velocity. And that is franchise player. Not only is it them winning their first defensive round, but none of them died during that entire thing.
Hey Grace, do you remember what I asked? How good a franchise player's retake's going to be? I think that may answer it. That may answer it.
100%.
All 5 players stay alive here, and I'm dead impressed with how Rossi was able to get that much mileage from the shorty. Usually after the first kill, you would swap weapons. You would either go back to a classic, you would find a ghost on the floor. You'd be a bit of a scavenger, but not Rossi. No. Point blank is where he thrives. Shorty goes back into lamps, gets that second kill despite being low on low HP, and that is, again, just spearheads the attack. Really nice use of the C's and the combo when it came to using those paint shells as well. Also forced the members of Velocity into kind of predictable positions here. Spectres, Shorties, and Sheriffs, though, to try and stop the eco of Velocity here.
100%. Skills getting a beautiful pick that onto Death Maker. No immediate trade coming back from the side of Velocity just yet. They are going to send some paint shells towards Skills, just going to push him back a little bit. But again, it's a little bit of a util game around this hookah area now. And again, it's really stagnating and really difficult for how Velocity are going to try and make their way into side flashes on both sides. Desperate swings come through. They're trying to go for a second, but it's shut down by Health. And here we go, Kappa ready and waiting for Health to make their approach. A little bit risky biscuit, so especially now there's a duo swing potentially about to come through, but Kappa actually can just pick that kill up nice and easy. No need for your duo just yet. They're going to make their way back to site, and poor Deadly and Right to Ace, they really have to work out what they want to do with it. Right to Ace being stuck actually right now in hookah. It's going to make it a little bit difficult. They're not playing together. They're separated. If that spike goes down as well, it's going to be very awkward. There we go. Skills taking out Right to Ace. That spike is indeed down on B. Deadly has to not only grab it, but they have to grab it knowing there's 4 players lurking in the shadows here now.
1 versus 4, 10 seconds left. Kills would be nice here. And ooh, it's a clean one onto Lightning Fast. That may keep Lightning Fast's confidence nice and leveled off for the time being. And for Deadly, that's only going to embolden the youngster even more so. However, Grace, that'll equalise things. 7-7 our scoreline now, and for the members of Velocity, they are going to move to a full bye, but losing this would be catastrophic to their confidence. More importantly, it would also hit their confidence quite hard as well. Having to drop down to another eco, having to then hand the lead back over to FPS is something you really got to be wary of. For franchise players, though, sort of teased aggression through Hookah. However, that Prowler is going to get him to back off for the time being. Looking to re-aggress potentially, but the Boombot may delay them. There's that use of the teleporter that we were expecting, Grace. And oh, it's perfect. Amaterasu also caught off by lightning fast. LF now has to go thermonuclear, and he does just that. 1 versus 2 now for him. He'll be on for the ace. Swings out. Kappa, he delivers that killing blow, though. And with that, FPS will go 8-7 into the lead, converting the bonus.
I think Velocity are being too passive at the start of the round, and that's kind of costing them because, again, they're being passive. There's this massive quiet patch. Then they're sending Veto to where they want to go. They're making it a bit too obvious so that rotation can come through, especially when you know it's not just that long line of sight on the B-long. It's Hookah's such a tight choke point that so much utility can be sent from defense to just hold you away even more. And by the time the timer is ticking, that's when you start to get flustered, mistakes happen, you have to start trying to push in, you lose your gunfights rather. But look at this, speaking of gunfights, Rossi ready and waiting. Beautiful shot there. Deathmaker falling down. No trade coming through either. Again, the aggression needs to start coming through from the attack, in my opinion. There we go. Lightning taking down Deadly as well. Already, it's going very much in the favor of franchise players. And they do something about it. Not like that. That was disgusting. Another flawless on the board. And again, it's not the kind of... We need a bit more something, you know? It needs to come through utility, aggression. We need to find out where they are. I think maybe the Prowlers need to be used in different areas as well, because that will give them the information needed to make these aggressive pushes. It just needs to come through a little bit sharper.
I also want to highlight that.
A little bit sharper.
On topic of sharper, Rossi's woken up. These last couple of rounds, he started to show that defense is where he thrives. And very much this defense with an operator, one that's been able to be saved the last couple of rounds, means that now it's got cash behind it. So Rossi, he's going to have another operator investor should he lose this one. Then after that, he's going to have a tour de force. That's terrifying. That's 3 rounds where you have to deal with Rossi playing well with a sniper. And those 3 rounds would get franchise players to that point. Harrowing situation to be in now. Velocity, they go for the execution over to A. A lot of abilities sent out to seek the members of franchise players. The flash is there for the re-aggression, but it's Rossi to be the one to deliver the killing blow. Out comes the Shorty, point blank. Oh, and it works as well. Deathmaker falls. Rossi can't run though. Orbital Strike's going to delay the plan for the time being. Out comes the Showstopper, also not able to do the damage needed. Now whereas Lightning Fast to show us that there is a raised difference. Skills chimes in as well. It's all onto Amaterasu. 1 versus 3. The lone man now looking to continue his lineage from the front here. Will it be the dynasty of the Fade, or is it going to be the franchise players who continue to rule supreme? I think that answers that. 10-7 now as the franchise players continue what has been an absolute domination on their defense.
It's just nasty. This is the thing. Like they're not really doing anything too outside the box here. They're just willing to take these gunfights. Whereas again, Velocity, they're really being passive with it. And rightfully so. There we go. The timeout is being called because we saw how well they did with a timeout last time. The timeout enabled them to be hyper aggressive and get something cheeky under their belts. Again, a bit of a cheeky win when you are extending that much, but that's exactly what they need to do this time. They need to go in and hit them hard. They need to be fast and furious. Again, a lot of util there that you can use. You've got all the Sky utility, all the Fade utility, combine those again, and it jobs are good in my opinion, especially when you're clearing out places like Hookah. You want to drop down to the bottom, and then you've got Deathmaker there to try and hold that back while you try and force the front a little bit more on that B site. It's the little things right now and the timing of things that are getting, again, risky biscuits.
Absolutely right. I like the fact that Velocity are calling for a timeout. I think they needed to, purely because the members of Velocity seem a bit shaken. They're not winning their Angels anymore. They're giving Rossi sort of free reign to peak. And there was a bit of a delay there from their utility going off to them actually pushing behind it. And that allowed franchise players to reset a little bit. Now we go into this timeout. It's Sheriffs after this. This timeout is more to equip them for the 19th round, where they're going to have Vandals, and more importantly, it's going to be their sort of what may be their Hail Mary, their sort of last stand on this map here. You look at the ult management, though, there is going to be right away. So now Amaterasu both one away from being able to bring out the Nightfall and the Orbital Strike, respectively. Over on franchise players, they already have that Tour de Force on Rossi, which he's been able to sort of nurture for a while. I doubt we'll be seeing him bring it out, though, purely because he's got a big, scary sniper already on his back, already in a position to try and aggress.
Ooh, goes for the shot, but has to teleport away. No immediate casualty on either side, but Xerxia willing to try and get a pixel into Showers. Hellranger starts to make their way and approach towards the hookah, but again, quite before the storm, this is not what I wanted to see. Just a little bit more aggression coming through. The util starts to get dumped around hookah. And again, look how spread out Velocity are right now. It's not really putting them in an advantageous position to go for any of these swings that they so desperately need for the opening engagement. Deadly aware of the flank now coming through too, and this is why we are now seeing Health start to run up beside them. They need to stick together if they're not going to let these disgusting players come through and shut them down. Bit of a commitment now to the A side, Kramer.
It is. You need to keep in mind that with Lightning Frost so low on HP, sort of stray utility, stray paint shells can really damage him. Luckily, there's no more, there's no Trailblazer available for Hellranger, so sort of seeking this kill may be difficult, but it's a mass exodus. It's a pilgrimage to this B site, and Kappa now in long is going to be the defender. Spots out Deathmaker, there's the opening, and now the crossfire comes into effect, but Hellranger, he's not needed. It's Kappa to finish them all off. A 3k for him, with Rossi there to provide support. There's that straight utility finishing off Lightning Fast, but at this point, it's too little, too late. Hellef, 1 versus 3. The killing blow is dealt by skills, and on the topic of skills, it's every member of franchise players now who are really looking to show off, really looking to show that actually we may have had a shaky performance sort of leading up to this match, but that does not mean we will be shaky against our rivals, our bitter rivals. We've played against them time and time and time again, 3 times on bind, winning them all. This 4th one is going to be no exception.
But this is again my slight concern, because I thought Velocity were really going to bring something to the table here, bring the absolute thunder, and when it comes to these attacks, it's been not what I expected. Again, there's still time to play with, though. They could really pull this back. If they could pull it to overtime, that could be glorious too. Really want to see them start setting momentum. It's getting a bit clustered here around Hookah, and Xerxia at the back with the up in hand. Again, we've seen the disgusting shots come through on both sides when it comes to these snipers, and certainly, speaking of disgusting shots, Deadly there over 2k now as Health takes on Hellranger 2 after they pick one up on the road. Amaterasu 2, skills falling down. Poor Lightning. This is exactly the bite back that Velocity needed to have. Now Lightning in a 1 versus 4. Can they better these engagements? Again, Velocity very aware of the fact that they don't want to let that happen, but there I go. As I say it, Deadly is indeed going to fall into a trap, but the crossfire, Right is able to collect that dub.
I worry it's
needed win.
Yeah, I worry it's too little too late. I feel like for franchise players, bearing in mind that they've had such an effective couple of rounds, their economy's thriving. Over for Velocity, finally win something. But in winning this round, is this a shot in the dark? Is this a kind of prayer that's been answered? Or is this the start of a theme? Is it going to be the start of a trend? Looking at the ults from either team as well, that's going to have a huge influence as to how this 20th is going to be affecting them. Tour de Force comes out from Rossi, as well as Deathmaker. Orbital Strike comes out, and no control garnered because of it. Instead, it just reaffirms that position in Showers. Seekers as well is going to alert franchise players to the fact that Velocity, they're being fairly genuine about this push. There's an execution planned behind it. These Tour de Forces haven't quite been given enough space to really show their effectiveness just yet.
100%. You do see the rotation though from Health joining Deathmaker and right to A. So that's going to give them some flash utility to use if they want to try and clear out this western part of the A site. And here we go. The ulti comes out, but Xerxia gets the pick on Deathmaker. A second onto right to A before being shut down by Deadly, and the trade not just yet. Not just yet. There we go. Hellranger eventually gets it. Deadly skills. And Hellranger again with a second there. That was a very nasty cleanup. And again, the hyper focus there. So I think that cost him a little bit there.
Get a shot in the hand. That must suck. Rossi, that is pretty damn accurate. And for the members of franchise players, this is where they look to try and bring it home. Really, really strong round. And strong round from Hellranger as well. You sort of see the experience really starting to show there from how he was able to keep his composure when being pushed when on low HP by 2 players. You saw kind of flash to buy space, gets the first, but doesn't overextend for the second, and instead allows Velocity to be the ones pushed into his crosshair rather than vice versa. I really, really like that from them. And now for Velocity, it's not a great buy. There's the odd Sheriff in the mix. Yeah, there's not too much utility. However, they are looking to move as a unit now towards this B site. Kappa knows they're coming. Has a Nightfall to buy space and time. And look at this flank already dawning to Velocity. The smoke is going to allow them to get past this trademark, and they're going to be ready to pounce like a tiger upon its prey over to Hookah. They need to move quick if you're on Velocity, otherwise they're in danger of being outflanked. And the flank, that's perfect. Hits with the Nightfall. They don't know how close this flank can be coming. And yes, it's labored. Deadly's good for 1, but the trade is being forced now by Lightning Fast from the flank. Labored, finished off. 3 versus 3. This could be recovered now from Velocity. Franchise players, they may have got a bit too greedy. Deathmaker could be yet another. Deadly chimes in. This could be recovered from the absolute depths of disaster.
It could indeed. 1 versus 3. They do have the op in hand, but again, some questionable angles to be trying to work with the op. You're at a slight disadvantage having the low ground there. There we go. Health just swinging out. They have all of the bullets in that gun needed to go for a little bit of a swingy spray. This was just, goodness me. Imagine if Skills would have got this second pick here instead of the kind of, again, a slight unfortunate one when people do whiff, isn't it? That's hopefully going to put the wind under Velocity sails a little bit. I will say that, again, the flank coming through, it's little things like that that can be concerning, because the aggression, yet again, it is constantly coming from franchise, but we need it to come from Velocity, and it's just not there, Kramer.
Yeah, I'm kind of worried after that. That was 2 whiffs from 2 players, both of which were in positions that should have just closed out the map. For now, Velocity, they live to fight another day. They hold on by their fingernails, but they hold on nonetheless. Rossi looking to re-aggress off the back of this. The Orbital Strike going to buy a bit of space. Hellranger going to flash to buy some time. The Orbital Strike ain't quite going to ruin his day just yet, but the flank of Lightning Fast will do just that. LF falls now down to the 4 versus 4 with a trade on right to Ace. The rest of Velocity, though, they're going to try and rotate to B, apart from 1 player. He's got the spike. He goes quiet, and he hearkens to the rest of Velocity. Come back. We're in with a chance. Wait for them to teleport. And there's that teleport, that huge mass exodus. And like a door in a gale, that A site, it swings open.
No way.
What a read from Velocity.
100% great. That is huge. That was so clever. They played that so well. The patience there, and now they have all this util setup they can do because they know they have all the power here. The retake needs to come through from franchise players. Look at all these angles being held, and look at the patience they're taking too. The smokes are going to go down to start to apply pressure on the attack in the whole of these angles. And again, look at this, ladies and gentlemen. The duo swings we're about to see. The flashes coming out. There we go. Skills this one to Deadly, but Deathmaker trades it back out. That defuse could be stuck if they want to try and risk it for a chocolate biscuit. Skills and Lightning taken out right to Ace and Deathmakers. Amateur 2 trades it back out onto Lightning. 1 versus 1. You can't really stick the plant in this moment. You have to run away, and that was a very well played round by Velocity.
Absolutely, that's so damn smart. So damn smart from Amaterasu to tell the rest of the team to just wait. Let them teleport. Go quiet, cut noise. Let your opponents make their mistakes. And all mistakes franchise players made. A huge overcommitment to the rotation now. And at 12 to 10, There's no way that round, that whiffed round, was the window for Velocity to come back into this map. There's no way, Grace.
I'm honestly astonished, and I think the thing is like one thing that is slightly concerning me now is that we have just had the franchise players time out. We've seen the style of bite that can come through teams when they have that timeout, especially when it comes to the aggression. I think Velocity played that so cleverly. Like, again, they kind of played into this idea of they are being a bit more patient with it. But because of that, they let them make the mistakes. I love the fact that they waited for the audio cue of the teleporter as well. That was massive. Like, that was so big. I think, granted, they're 2 rounds behind, but that was probably play of the game for me.
Yeah, it could have been. It very well could have been. That being said, you say 2 rounds behind. Look at the money on franchise players. They lose this round, and it's a very good chance of going to overtime. Very good chance of going to overtime. And I think for Velocity, in pure stratagem, feels like they've earned it.
100%.
I wonder off the back of this timeout, though, where do franchise players, where do they push? Who do they fight? How do they fight? And I think it has to come off the back of enabling SK Rossi. And even if they don't enable SK Rossi, I want to see that that showstopper from Lightning Fast used fairly early just to quickly garner that man advantage.
And this is it again, like, this is still too close for comfort. I feel like as well, like in terms of ult utility, Deadly and Lightning are going to get very nasty very quickly when they've got that in pocket as well. I'm curious to see if it gets very scrappy towards the end again, especially given that we're coming out of a timeout. Will we see ults get popped just out of desperation more than anything, and a desperate bid to just try and clear some breathing room, to be honest? On both sides, 100% on both sides. This is going to be spicy, Kraber. Look at this. The overextension into showers. You also see a very strong hold on B there by Skills and Hellranger, just making sure that they're not overextending too much. Again, the patience game actually coming through from franchise players. This is a polar opposite of what I thought was going to happen, actually. The hookah push about to come through now as Prowler goes through, followed by that Boombot, and Hellranger is going to call out that that util is being sent through there, and maybe we'll see a bit of a rotation come through from the side of franchise players. But again, given how the last round went, they don't want to risk it again.
Left. Pushing through long here. Not quite able to catch out the first player, though. Or even with the info.
I've got your
I love the aggression off the back of this, though. But the Seekers, it just ruins his day. Oh, the flash doesn't go off either. Definitely gets the opening. This could be catastrophic for this could be catastrophic for franchise players. Well and truly. They back off for the time being. Do we see a save? A save could very well be the call here, especially with Right to Ace still holding on to that orbital strike.
I'm not sure if they know exactly where this plant has gone down, to be honest, because either it is a save or they've kind of thought like, oh... No, at this point, surely it's a save.
Teleport's ready.
At this point, surely it is.
Yes.
Again, Scrossy just holding for that, making sure that the rotation doesn't come through the back, but... Pressure's still on for Velocity. Yes, they managed to get that spike down, but they don't want any aggression to come through. Deadly on the hunt, though. Just going to find themselves a few exit frags. Scrossy about to get a bit cheeky with it, I think. They do have the teleport set up for them, so they're just going to try and go for a cheeky pop shot. There we go. Cheeky pop shot indeed. There's another one there. You want to hold on to that up, though. Don't let them kill you here.
Oh, he didn't get it!
I think he did. I think he did. Let's see.
No, he doesn't have it.
That was definitely a kill. He lost the up.
Going into
Ladies
the final
and
round as well.
gentlemen. Ay.
Deadly is doing so damn well now. Yeah, Rossi, he's down to a Vandal. This is heartbreaking. Looking at the ult management now, Lightning Fast readily available with that showstopper. This is up against the orbital striker Right to Ace. Now for franchise players, Hellranger would have to have a good round, but he can get the Seekers over on Velocity. Now we'll see any other ults become available, unless Amaterasu goes absolutely huge, something he has done this game. Ranger and a flash for Faker Showers control. Trailblazer won't see anything, but Skills he will. And he takes a bit of early damage, but it's nothing too wild. Out comes that orbital strike, out comes the push. Deathmaker's there with the opening. Oh, Grace, we could be going to overtime. Skills forced out of position, caught out by right to ace now. El Ranger, one of the lone members of this A defense, also falls, and they're toppling. They're falling like dominoes.
We'll catch them.
Dominoes indeed, but don't forget Dominoes can be picked back up. Lightning there to pick up to help, but no, Deathmaker doesn't want any more Domino action here. Trading it back out, and it's all left down to Kappa. What can you do? The point is down. Do you try and lay the plan? No, it's gonna have to be a rotation. The right to ace, ready and waiting. Overtime indeed, Kramer.
Welcome to overtime. Hope you enjoy your stay. And it feels like an apt way to close out what has been a lineage of Val Classico. I love the fact this final match goes to overtime. I really do. And for franchise players now, it's got to leave a bitter taste. It really does.
100%. I feel like at this point I just can't determine how it's going to go because, you know, it was getting a bit, you know, Velocity were on the ropes, so to speak. And granted, they didn't turn around and bring a ton of aggression. They just started playing it really, really smartly. And I think that franchise players kind of ultimately got baited by that in a way. They're reading the room very well. Util going out though. Velocity on this defense, so this could favor them actually a little bit. Look at this aggressive collapse now. There we go. Lightning coming through, taking down right to ace. Beautiful shots there. And I love the hyper aggression from them. And there's a trade-off. Lightning taking down Amatretsu. It's not trade-off, but a second one there. Squoshy as well. Pick onto Deadly. The plant is going down. And hyper aggression is the name of the game for franchise players. That is working so well for their attacks. Elf is able to take out Squoshy and just wants to get a little bit of info as to where these remaining players might be. That's going to allow Deathmaker to line up some beautiful little lines of sight here. But a swing off is shut down by Lightning and Kappa. There we go. That was a properly decent attacking round there.
I love how there was a huge change of pace as well here. Lightning Fast just guns it. Just absolutely dives onto them. Followed up by the instant trades as well from Rossi. And Lightning Fast able to double down for the players backing away from sight. You look at the kill disparity. SK Rossi, Lightning Fast, the two players I said watch out for are showing us why. Are showing us exactly why. Deadly, credit where credit is due to this kid. Just a couple of months ago, he was on Reckoning. Or, yeah, I think he was on Reckoning. Or RGE. Came onto Velocity as sort of a scout pick, and within what, weeks, months, he's doing this. What? As now Velocity what's going to go on their attack once again. Deadly taking a leaf out of Lightning Fast's book, Judge in hand in laps. Now, franchise players, do they anticipate the players to be there? Instead, they're going to focus their aggression over in Showers, where yes, they're able to tag LF very low, but they're not able to kill him. Lightning Fast also falls low on HP here. Deadly has to worry about Rossi holding that angle. Lightning Fast able to trade. LF falls down to the 4v4. Spike retrieve, but caught out by Kappa. It's instantly traded, but to what avail? Rossi now potentially trapped by Car here. They have to aggress into a Judge, and that sounds like a horrible prospect. Able to get to the relative sanctuary of Amaterasu. That's the third of the round now. Out comes the Lightfall. Skills could be in serious trouble here. Slowly regenerating that health. Does he anticipate Deadly in the cubby? Does he anticipate the flank through Lamps here on Amaterasu? Only 24 HP to his name, but this big arc trailing and giving away Skills' position could.
One enemy remaining. 30 seconds left.
The kid we said you need to watch out for, the new blood, the young gun on the block, our juvenile.
I have the spike.
Ready to deal justice. And he knows where one is. He heard the shot from Lamps. Does he see Rossi? No, he does not.
Defenders win.
Val Classico will end with franchise players beating Velocity 14-12 in overtime.
Expected. I don't think anyone's expected that we would end up in overtime. You know, everyone kind of thought that would happen. It's just the fact that it was admittedly, from both of these teams, a little bit rough around the edges. I think that, especially in terms of style of play, I wasn't really expecting to see the things that we saw. One thing I will say, especially about that last round, we saw some really, really lovely lines of sight being held defensively there from the side of franchise players, and it was just really gorgeous stuff to see. Again, you had, that it's basically, yes, I'm holding this really tight angle with an op, but at the same time, my teammate's behind me, so I don't even have to worry about what's going on behind me. I don't have to worry about someone swinging out and potentially doinking my head off. Again, they made the most of a bad situation there, and it worked. It just, again, the aggression that I wanted to see from Velocity wasn't quite there. I expected them to be a lot more hyper aggressive. Yes, granted, as time went on, they made it work in their favor. A lot of nice little bait and switches that were quite lovely to see. But I just think that, especially with a map like Bind, you need to be fast and furious. It's a short map. Your engagements are going to happen a lot quicker. And if you dilly-dally, the time is going to be the thing that gets you in the end, which we saw multiple times in those rounds.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. And I mean, this could potentially be the end of an age of Val Classico. Sort of to highlight what Val Classico is, right? I would argue, and I think it's probably a strong point to argue here, is one of the reasons the South Asian scene has such a huge presence because of this matchup. You had two Titans, and and people would genuinely like pick between two of them. Suddenly, Enigma show up as well, and you've got this third team. Like that was all crafted from Val Classico. Like, so there's a lot to accredit to this rivalry, and with this potentially being the last one, I couldn't have been happier to give it such a good send off and to have such a good match for it. But that match does need to be broken down. Let's hear from our amazing analysts of CCV and Elika.
Guys, all the franchise players fans, why bother? It was for content. Come on, of course it was for content. They let it go to overtime just so everyone would be on the edge of their seats. It was all under control. But no, seriously, all jokes aside, Elika, right? This was absolutely very well deserving of a matchup from both of these teams. The way they fought their hearts out. This is only the first time we are seeing them here in the playoffs, and yet what a performance it was.
Yes, indeed, it was a great performance coming in from both the teams. I didn't expect Velocity to go such a close match against FPS. I mean, at one point, I thought FPS could have lost that game against Velocity. Example for last round where Amaterasu went ahead and got a double kill in the entry. I think the only reason we did not see that victory coming in is if Deadly only had some space to work with. Since his position was already revealed, I think that was one of the reasons why we didn't get the last round. But coming back, let's have a look and walk through of the rounds we had where VLT began on a low note but ended up making that comeback happen against FPS.
They tried their best for their comeback, and this was such a momentum-based match as well, right? We see the initial stage of the first half. Franchise players, they lead 4-0 after the first initial rounds. Then Velocity look to make some strides. They win a couple of their rounds. Their defense starts flourishing to such an extent you can't even expect that to happen. They start pushing angles out of nowhere. I mean, right now in the highlights, we are just seeing the start of Velocity's domination right on their defense. By the end, it became its final form where Velocity had no fear in the world. They could peek any angle. They were unafraid, relentless kills time and time again, and that did result into, I'd say, still a decent half for their side. I mean, relatively a very good half for their side.
Yes.
But once more, we had the shift in pace. Once more, we had franchise players then, as soon as we swapped on forward into the second half, come back into the game and just go all guns blazing, no stoppage whatsoever, pure acceleration. They moved on forward and they got a 6-round consecutive winning streak.
Yep, that is definitely there. I mean, to add on to that, I think this entire match, even though it went on overtime, I felt like it was a very fast-paced gameplay. We've watched 3 matches overall today, but this was one of those matches which made me get chills about how aggressive both the teams equally were being. None of them were taking a step down. Both of them were facing off against each other. They were taking the fights. But although, to keep most of the side from Velocity Gaming, I think their trade game has definitely improved since the last match, and Deadly who was not performing much in earlier match against Bleed Esports. He completely took off the support of his team and got most of the kills as he can. I think he had 23 plus kills. And when I say support, I'm not kidding. We literally can see Ace with 12 assists and Amaterasu with 15 assists. So that explains how much together as a team they've supported in order to give that space for Deadly 10 to work with. Only if there was a better coordination, I think VLT could have won this match against Franchise Players. And let me tell you, Franchise Players, the king of comebacks, the kings of the intense gameplay till the very last second. They always love it to drag to the last round.
Yeah, like I said, it's all for content, guys. It's all under control. Franchise Players, they knew exactly what they were doing. I'm not gonna say that, but yeah, they let Velocity get a lot of rounds on purpose as well. But again, all jokes aside, right? Franchise Players, their streak of domination also is something definitely to talk about. We mentioned Velocity, we mentioned how their gameplay went. Franchise Players in their defense held up the test of time every single round. Yeah, there were hiccups in the middle. Once Franchise Players got, the match point, they lost 4 rounds consecutively. But still, prior to that, my God, their defense was so good. First of all, both of these teams were incorporating yet again the same theory, the same methodology of hard holding a bomb site. I'll talk a lot about that later. But basically, in the short of it, Franchise Players were not giving up their bomb site at all. If they knew Velocity were executing on A, they were not going to fall back. They held on A. Look at Hellranger playing from this angle as well. He didn't go back to defend his spawn. He didn't reposition, didn't wait for his teammates. No, he stuck by the triple boxes. He played near the triple boxes even if he died. This is what a hard hold is. This is what Franchise Players were looking for. They were like, no, we're going to stay in the bomb site. And also, their counter aggression was matched with absolutely, wasn't able to be matched by the side of Velocity. The counter aggression from Franchise Players shown, right? Velocity, okay, they're looking to execute. What do Velocity do? All right, they tell right to Ace, my guy, you got to smoke defender spawn, you got to smoke heaven so that we can execute on the A bomb side. Franchise Players are like, okay, you guys want to execute? No, we'll not even let you. Instead, we will push you with our own smokes on A shot. We'll have our brimstone mollies. Skills is going to be putting in the work. Not only will we not let you execute, we will push you back even further. And that counter aggression also really worked. But then again, overall, it transcended into a very close game with both of the teams getting the best of each other.
Yes, I should definitely say that this is one of the closest World Classico matches I've seen so far.
100%.
Yes, in South Asia. But most importantly, Franchise Players, I think I'm getting to like the way how they execute things. It's certainly there's not much execution you can do on defending side unless it's a post-plan scenario from the opponents. But the way how they switch positions in the last round was marvelous. We saw Xerxia was on heaven, Skills was over towards the spawn, and the way how they shifted their pace, Skills slowly took the control of U-Hauls and Xerxia came over toward the spawn, over towards the CT side. And that's why Deadly was so confused whether to not peek the heaven or not, because heaven was open, Xerxia was holding off CT, and the U-Haul was already taken over to the control by Skills. So Deadly was so confused. With 23 seconds left on the clock, all he could do was get the plant, get the spike. And before he could even plant, Xerxia takes a white pick with that operator in his hand and a beast. He definitely puts that gun to a proper justice. And there we are, Franchise Players walked away with the last round in their favor. But on and on overall, I should say, Velocity has really good support together as a team.
100%,
As good as they have the team support, the opponent's Franchise Players are equally good at being in individual plays. We've seen there was a lot of crossfire setup miscommunication coming in from Franchise Players, but every time they had a chance to pick up a kill, they always thought twice before they even pushed that. They will get the kill, but they made sure they won't get traded for the kill. So they always have to be alive. The number of players being alive at the last resort is the most important aspect for Franchise Players. And I believe that is one of the reasons how Franchise Players managed to pull off that last two rounds in the overtime.
Exactly, focusing on oneself as well, going for those skills. But in tune to that, we also have to talk about for both of these teams a little bit of an aspect they were sometimes lacking to a certain extent. It's that confidence of still pushing through when things are not going their way. This feels like one of the things when Velocity Velocity were in their losing streak, when franchise players were in their losing streak, they need to realize how to, break the loop, break the cycle, and start winning again as soon as possible. They cannot let their opponents just run over them. But there was one person who absolutely obliterated his opposition today. Yet again, time and time again, we've talked about this player. I mean, if there's one player in South Asia to talk about, it's probably the man in front of our screen. So, Elika, why don't you introduce him as if he hasn't already been introduced in the server to everyone watching?
It is the MVP stealer, SK Rossi, or should I say 4K Rossi, as audience love to say it. But SK Rossi, what an incredible performance throughout the match. Back-to-back trades, back-to-back insane individual plays. If you put that man on chamber and give him the ultimate Tude Force, he's going to be the most atrocious man you will see on the server. And let me tell you, he's not only just good with his aim, but the rotation he calls in. He's so fast as well. I mean, he switches according to his teammates. And I believe that he is one of the biggest team player I've ever seen in South Asia Valorant. And I believe that's the reason we see him as the most valuable player in today's match.
100%. And speaking of the scoreboard as well, right, sure, we got to highlight SK Rossi, but then again, on the other side was the raise, was the dive. Deadly, man. Every single time Deadly has been in the server, not only Velocity, but as mentioned previously in Reckoning as well, my particular favorite memory of Deadly used to be when he was one of the few people, one of the very few people who initiated the usage of KO in the meta in South Asia. I'm talking months and months ago. This is back when KO was really not used often, but the pop flashes Deadly used to go for was stunning. He banked off of that even as the initiator. He used to be at the top of the table. Now, being one of the star players and of course the newest addition for Velocity, still doing this much work is really good. But also we have to talk about, the entire team play. Elika, you mentioned this very briefly about the assists all these members of VLT had. Amaterasu, Right to Ace, Hellf, even Deathmaker. Goes to show just the coordination these lads had overall, and they lost by such a close margin that, again, just 2 rounds gone in their favor would have meant VLT would have been the victors today.
Yes, that is definitely there. But can you believe it's just been less than a month that Deadly has been introduced into the rosters, and you can see such huge improvement of gameplay coming in from Velocity Gaming. So I believe that it was a very well calculated addition to the roster, and I should say Deadly 10 already making changes in the server, getting MVP, pushing against all the odds against him, and this man definitely deserves that hats off. But moving forward, the economy. Now, economy plays a very crucial role, and franchise players, most of the times they did have it in their favor, but the round 13th and 14th, let me tell you, that's where they lost their momentum. That's where VLT started picking up every odd against FPS, and they kept abusing that little mistake that franchise players kept doing. They didn't talk about, or they didn't think about economy. The first thing, the reason why we even went to an overtime, because franchise players took that save, took that 4-man save. But either way, we were losing that round. Either way, we had a bulldog in the hand. So I wasn't expecting a save. Maybe if they took the fight, they could have done damage of the economy to the VLT side. So if you saw it on the other point of view, you could have done some damage to VLT. There was still a chance that you could have stopped VLT from going into an overtime.
Absolutely, there were many instances of franchise players doing for that, but ultimately towards the end, it was forced to that overtime. As for FPS, still, those 2 overtime rounds, I gotta say, everyone talked about a couple of the silly mistakes that franchise players were making towards the very end. Once they had that 12-8, started losing out on like gunfights which they really shouldn't. The coordination was a little lackluster. I'm not saying the coordination wasn't there, but again, it was a little lackluster. However, those 2 overtime rounds, my god, they implemented such different things and it worked. Of course, we have to talk about the team performances overall. This is one of the instances where we have a difference in the opening kills. Franchise players winning most of them. I mean, this has to go, the credit for this has to go down to every single player. But, SK Rossi, obviously, even lightning fast, just like what I was saying in the first round of overtime, lightning fast had the best round a dive agent could have had. A dive agent, being a jet, being a raise, doesn't matter. Absolutely insane. He pushed from A shot, he got to kill onto U-Halls, he then moved forward, pushed even further into the A-bomb side, dragging his team along behind him so that they took A-side control. He got another kill in towards right below heaven, and then he pushed even further. So that was one of the best individual rounds any Raze main or any Jet main to an extent could have asked for. And I think that the 2 overtime rounds were generally the key to success for franchise players.
And I think that was the sole moment that entire FPS was waiting for to regain their momentum back. It was at that point when he was ready. And he took that satchel, he made it happen, and that's how FPS totally took off the momentum, and they eventually won the last round. And I should say that lightning fast is definitely one confident guy I've seen in today's matches.
The teams as well being really confident. Val Classico once again comes to an end. What a day we've been having so far. We've had the most anticipated matchup of South Asia done and dusted. Next up, ladies and gentlemen, we'll be having yet another inter-regional match. But before that, stay tuned, keep watching. Also go in the description as well. Get yourself some gaming peripherals from the Great Indian Sale going on in Amazon.in right now. The link is there. Get yourself massive discounts, massive steals, save some money, get some good products for your system. As for entertainment, we'll be right back just after the short break.
There's a fire that burns inside. It's an instinct that never lies. The target's tattooed between our eyes. Stand and fight under the lights on the higher stage. A part of your life they can't take away. like the blood running through your veins. Everyone's watching through your eyes. There's only two options, win or die. Win or die. Win or die. It went from a spark to an open flame. Now destiny's calling out your name. So reply, so reply. There's a power that's underneath, and you can't see it till you believe. On the edge of infinity. Feel the rush under the lights on the higher stage. A part of your life they can't take away. Just like the blood running through your veins. Everyone's watching through your eyes. There's only two options, win or die. Win or die. Win or die. It went from a spark to an open flame. Now destiny's calling out your name. So reply, so reply. Ignite. It went from a spark to an open flame. Now destiny's calling out your name. So ignite, so ignite.
You know who it is, coming round again. We want a dose of this, right now it's KD8. I'm a goddess with a blaze, 소리처럼 나 이름 잊지 못하게 loud, 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 loud. I could take you to the top, 절대 멈추지 못해. 내가 끝내주는 bad gal, gal, gal. When I started talk that, oh you know how to react. I'm a picture perfect face with the wild in my veins. You can hear it in my growl, 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 growl. So keep your eyes on me now. 무엇을 보든 좋아할 거야. 다 할 수 없는 level. 나와 되길 원한 늘 확신해. We got it all in our hands now. So can you handle what we're all about? We're so tough. Let's get it, show you out. Can you feel the rush now? Ain't nobody bringing us down, 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 down.
Welcome back everyone to LG Ultragear presents the Esports Club Challenger Series Season 9. This of course is an official off-season event of the Valorant Champions Tour, and this event is powered by Amazon.in. We've got our GPU partner Zotac, we've got our gaming partner Intel, we've got memory and storage partner in the form of Crucial, Asus our partners providing the laptops, and as always broadcast partner Loco. And as always as well, I'm CCV, now joined alongside Elika. We are bringing you day one of the group stages, day one of the round robin format. I gotta say, so far after all the games that we have witnessed just yet, the Southeast Asian matchups, the inter-regional matchups, the South Asian matchups as well, the Val Classico we had, this has been a terrific day for all viewers and all enjoyers. What are your thoughts on the day so far, and what are your expectations from this next matchup, Elika?
Well, the day has been long, but we still have 2 more matches to go, so I'm really hyped up for this. We've got the energy and 2 more maps of analysis on the desk, but it's got to be Alter Ego versus Revenant Esports. Now, shall I put it in other words that Revenant Esports, this might actually be one of their very first matches going up against a Southeast Asian team.
Yeah.
And Alter Ego, they are very furious with the way they play and the way they strategize their rounds. And not just the male lineup, we also have a very strong female lineup from Alter Ego Celis, so they are quite popular for their aggression. I do believe that Revenant Esports has some new form of strategies set ready to face off against Alter Ego Celis. But coming back, I have a question, CCV. Now, so far the matches for the day have been pretty close, especially the last one where we almost went on overtime and franchise players got that victory against Velocity Gaming. But coming back, this match, this holds a lot of things for Revenant Esports. Since it's their very new beginning and they have a lot of recent roster changes like addition of Bad Love, and I should say Bad Love is actually a really good addition in the team. His performance in qualifiers has been outstanding.
Absolutely, there's a lot to fight for these teams. We know we'll talk more about Revenant as well, right? But let's have a look at Alter Ego, the only Indonesian team we have currently right here in front of us. So they have a lot of pressure on their shoulders. I think everyone will agree because they are representing their country. Other teams in Southeast Asia, they are hailing from various other countries, right? And even teams from South Asia, well, of course, they are repping countries from South Asia. So keeping that in mind, Alter Ego have a lot on their shoulders, but that's always been the case for these guys, right? Adrian, Luvia, Delb, Kush, Noxy, these guys have been under pressure so many times and they have emerged out of it victorious time and time again. Alter Ego are known as that up-and-coming team who, like you say, are merciless in their own matches. They are fearsome. They will rip their opposition to shred, and that's why their opposition, they've got to be ever so more careful.
And here we are, ladies and gentlemen, the lineup of Revenant Esports. We've got Bad Love, Blackhawk, Loki, Paradox and Wimp. And let me tell you an interesting fact about these players over here. Most of them have actually mastered the role of controller. Paradox knows how to play controller. We have Loki who plays Astra usually in Ascent. We've got Blackhawk who was previously an Astra main. And Bad Love giving up for entire chamber and controller. All his sole responsibility is on the 2 main roles. And speaking about Wimp, I think this goes without saying that he's one of the best sentinels we've got for Revenant Esports. And I'm really looking forward for the map that we're going to be playing in. If it's Ascent, let me tell you, Revenant has a really good chance of winning Ascent. And let's find out. Let's go to map Veto and look at which map is it going to be installed for Alter Ego versus Revenant Esports. We see Breeze going down, we see Icebox going down, we see Haven going down, and yet it is going to be Bind once again, ladies and gentlemen. Whoa, these teams have got to be kidding me, having such an intense map. We just saw how close Bind went, and these players are all set, ready to put down their fresh faces and fight off against in Bind.
Once more Bind it's going to be, and it's not like we haven't seen these teams on the map of Bind before, right? Again, it's not their most played maps for both Alter Ego and for Revenant, but it's a map they won't shy away from. However, the only discussion we've always had is much like what happened in Velocity up against franchise players as well, right? Is that, are you willing to go here in a best of 1 where yeah, it's group stages. Yes, there's no double elimination bracket. Yeah, even if you lose the first match, you are not out of it. Like we've said previously, you have a set number of matches every single team will be playing regardless of which region they qualified from. still taking a bind as the start of your journey here in the Challenger Series, I got to say is going to be very, very interesting. But keeping that in mind as well, these teams, they've already fought their way countless amount of times. We've seen Alter Ego in international tournaments. We've even seen Alter Ego here at the Esports Club many a times. Now, Revenant Esports, most recently, if we think about RNT, they were the only team to make it to the Esports Club arena early on who were qualified, who were not one of the invited teams. Revenant were the only team who qualified. They played the open qualifiers. They went to the group stages. Out of the group stages, they made it to the top 4. Then they went to our LAN event. So they also have plenty of experience, much like Alter Ego, of what it feels like to fight your way through just sheer barrage after barrage, horde after horde of teams. You defeat them and only then you emerge victorious. And for both of these teams now, they've defeated plenty within their own regards in this Challenger Series. They've played the qualifiers, they've qualified, they know they've qualified, but now it's time to face off against the best, that too on the map of Bind. Elka, what do you think? This time will we be seeing similar agent selections as well?
I mean, yeah, I'm pretty much expecting Bad Love to go on that chamber pick and Logi coming in from the smoking agent. But if you ask me from Alter Ego, I mean, they've got to have some different agent composition compared to the South Asian scene. So let's go ahead and have a look. And as I say it, it's quite actually the opposite. Revenant is looking forward to go for a double controller setup with Logi on Viper. We've seen this before. And let me tell you, Revenant is very good with their plays when it comes to having more than one controller. I previously mentioned they have 4 controller mastered players. We've got Blackhawk going in for Brimstone, Wimp on Sky, Paradox on Raze, and Bad Love, of course, going on Chamber.
Although for the side of Alter Ego, really interesting. They're going all out when it comes to their attack. 3 initiators on board. We are seeing, Kush go for the KO. We are seeing the Sky, the Fade, the Raze, and of course, finally, you've got the Astra, meaning that Alter Ego definitely have their eyesights locked and loaded for their attacking half. They've got to make sure that, no matter what happens, their attacking half is going to be the best. Excess amount of initiators means that they can use a lot more of their utility in the server to make sure they are constantly dealing with their opposition in some certain situations, but also on defense it can weaken your structure. But then again, Elika, both of us, we've talked a lot about this matchup. We've talked a lot about the compositions as well. Now it's time to head on over to the casters and see what they've got to say.
Thank you so much, analysts, for that lovely breakdown. But yeah, like you mentioned, Babagusta, this is a pretty interesting agent comp coming up from both these teams, especially Alter Ego, because I went through some of the statistics myself, and they've been running a very similar comp for a pretty long time, except that instead of a chamber for today, they brought in the KO, and it's going to be, like CC, we mentioned, a lot of additional firepower since they are starting out on the attack. And, also, this is just one of their best maps. So what do you think about Revenant's chances on it?
Revenant's chances, I could say, since they're bringing in double controllers like Viper and Brimstone, you could say most of the control sites that the defenders that they would particularly hold on, particular on A or B side, might have a lot of difficulty. So they need to make sure that they would be on a different angle in a way that they can catch them off guard. And plus, for Revenant, they only have one flashes, and that is from the guiding light from the sky. So they need to make do with some certain utilities that could help them provide some safety into the game itself. So let's check and see whether if this could work out well for both of these teams, especially for Team Revenant and also for Team Alter Ego. So without further ado, with the pistol rounds coming in play, you could say that having that double controller might help them a lot on defense, but I'm a bit worried about Revenant Esports on attack itself here, Zach.
Yeah, me too. Because like you mentioned, they are starting off on defense, and they'll have to have like a really good defensive half with the setup that they have on attack. Paradox, he has stepped up huge. I remember when he joined the team, he was playing like a very flex role, but since they've been slotting him in as that main duelist for the team, he's been performing exceptionally well on that Neon. So on the Raze, I think that his performance still it can reach better heights, and I'm expecting to see that coming in today. But yeah, Bad Love, he will have to go off as well, because he's been known for playing on that chamber. He's been known for really being able to get those numbers, and so I think that for Revenant, their attack is going to be very dependent on how much damage Paradox and Bad Love are going to be doing. As for Alter Ego, though, I think that they might be facing a little bit of a challenge on their defense that they can overcome by playing very high information, because they do have both the Fade and the Sky initiators that can give you a lot of information. The KO as well, despite being a little bit more aggressive than, say, the Sky, again, his 0 point tends to tell you like who is exactly in what area if it does connect and whether an area is clear or not. So Alter Ego, I think that they will tend to play like a very aggressive defense, and try to, if they know, for example, that there is nobody pushing the B side, they might be pushing through the opposite side of the map instead, and vice versa. So I think that kind of aggression is what we can expect on whether they're attacking or defending.
Yep, we're able to see that in the round itself. Already, we do get to see Logi, use the wall all the way towards the A side. So, particularly, we could see Revenant Esports play mind games related to at what particular sides do they get to push. So, yeah, talking about the first round itself, Revenant Esports will show their presence all the way towards B long. See a lot of utilities being invested from that particular place. Also have Adrian and Del B already prepped and ready with the grenades. And with that, the information will be given nonetheless. A lot of gunfights being happening around. The push will come in, but Blackhawk immediately denies it. And the opening pick will go out in favor for Revenant here.
Yeah, the flash didn't quite really work out, but all's well that ends well, because it is going to be excessive aggression coming in. The trades are quick, though, as Revenants make their way onto the side. Delby is going to be left with only 5 HP and no way to really heal up, because that Sky is going to have faced their demise. So it's going to be a 3v4 retake right now. The Revenant players, they're already showing that they're a little bit experienced. They have those crossfires ready. They have the smokes ready to go down, and their positioning is impeccable for them to be able to trade off each other. So until all of these smokes, for example, that Viper Orb goes down, there's no real way that they can really push out. First push does come in through. I believe that CT able to find one pick. The Bad Love trades it out. It's gonna all come down to Del, but with 5 HP left on him, there's not gonna be much that he can really do. So Revenants are going to walk away with the first round, and they're gonna be doing it in a fairly dominating fashion, being able to get that first pick and just take complete side control in less than 5 seconds.
Yep, a good solid start for Revenant for Team Revenant. Now I've got to say, the way how they proceed with the push, being too much aggressive all the way from B long, you did get to see most of players from Alter Ego's side go in for a full-on commit, because they didn't had any other choice. You even had Del B, giving good information from the boom bot, but even with the grenade being popped out, it still wasn't enough for Alter Ego to handle out that aggression. And Del B, on the other hand, will have some information all the way towards this Chow's side. Del B will also respond back, but look at it. 2 utilities from Revenant's side has already been expended. Both the Molotovs and the grenade from Raze will be expended. But Paradox could get it back once he gets those 2 kills. And Noxy is a very bit, very close in towards the Shaw's side, hoping to find some information on 2, but it will be Paradox who gets away with the first frag, and it's Delby who will go down.
Last player standing.
Ooh, never mind. As you say that, every single Revenant player seems to pop off and find a pick. It's all down to Skush here. Only a classic in hand. At this point, it's not about whether he can win the round, but how much damage he can really do. And I don't think there's much that he can do at all. Already you can see him being worried about the flank, and he needs to be looking in front, because Blackhawk has already pushed his way up, is going to be watching this close angle, and will get the headshot as well. A flawless round for Revenant with that upgraded buy, which they will be feeling very happy about. And heading into this next half, I'd like to talk about how Revenant is playing this, because so far they're looking extremely practiced, extremely confident. They're really patient. They're investing a lot of utility to clear out these angles, because they know Alter Ego likes to get aggressive, and so far they've been doing a great job. Heading into this full buy though, Alter Ego, they are going to have to bounce back. So far, it's no ultimates are really going to be online, though Blackhawk is only 2 away from that orbital strike, which might be something to look into on this bonus round heading in. And again, Revenant, they're going to be playing it a little bit slow this time around, just looking for information across the board, seeing who's playing where, and eventually figuring out where they want to commit. You do see a little bit of presence towards this hookah as well. Bad Love is going to be the one leading the charge, and that 0 points will give Kush information that there are in fact 2 players from Revenant outside this hookah.
Already, we get to see some pressures being made from the B side. Apparently, the only main problem of it all has to be the Sky, Adrian King, all the way towards B long, hoping to find some information on kills, and my goodness, Bad Love taking quite a lot of damage. He'll be forced to fall back, but he'll still stay alive with just 2 HP. Adrian King, on the other hand, will gain some good information from the Trailblazer. This surprise peek from Adrian King might be able to get the best of it from Paradox's end, but he still have Kush all the way from the hooker's side to remove Logi off. That's one controller down, and Adrian King, he's not aware. He doesn't have any idea on Pillars' side, and he gets picked out for it. Wimp gets one, Badlock gets the second two, and now Kush. We get to see him make some presence being shown around. No, he's been blocked a lot, especially from those smokes. Paradox comes back once again to remove Huxley. Now it's Kush who needs to figure out a way to bring this back up. No, he gets denied from Blackhawk. Now it's Del B. 1v2, and it will be Blackhawk to end things off. But 3-0, Revenant, they're looking very strong on this attack.
Again, like just the patience coming in from these players. They know that the raise is going to be on that A side. Kush, he gets a player down towards hookah, but immediately they know that makes the side weaker. They push in, Paradox satchels in, and off the top of the satcheling, is able to provide information that there's a player under hookah. He takes control, like you mentioned, Baba Gusta. Adrian King had no idea that he was already all the way into elbow and into CT, and he just keeps pushing until he gets 2 more kills. Paradox, in particular, was one of the reasons why he was able to create so much space. But again, for this round, after that loss, it's going to be a bit of an eco coming in for the side of Alter Ego here. You just see the share from Noxy not really connecting onto that boom bot, and Paradox will be able to find the first blood for his team. Alter Ego, the A side looks considerably weakened right now. No one really watching that Showers angle. Though Delby, having pushed up onto short, is able to find that first pick, equalizing things back down to a 4v4. We'll spot the second player as well, trying to connect but not really doing any damage there. And I like how Logi is just shuffling the rifle back. He knows that right now Alter Ego, they don't really have the money, and they're just going to be trying to hold on to those grounds. On the opposite side of the map though, Badlove, he tries to walk all the way into the B side, is going to be caught off guard by Kush. And Paradox, well, Paradox is just doing Paradox things. Already 3 on the round. I think that at least Alter Ego, they'll be happy that they managed to get out that orbital strike. That's going to be something in their favor. But Adrian King, he has the info with the flash, tries to swing, gets the kill with the stinger, picks up the rifle as well, but Logi's there to trade it out. It's all up to Kush here in this 1v2. What can he really do?
Yeah, especially with the trade games, that's been so great from Revenant. Still have Kush, and he can just do that. 1v2. Kush will make sure to bring some morale boost back for Team Alter Ego and give that win too. 1v2. And this is the second time that Revenant Esports had, lost their spike control, mainly because of these kinds of plays being made, both from Adrian King and also the cluster we did get to witness from Kush. 1v2, and also Adrian King, good usage of those guiding light to all the way from the smoke itself, that it did ended up losing a lot of time from Revenant's end. But this victory will at least help Alter Ego get some of their economy back, and they will decide to go aggressive, but it will be denied instantly from Paradox. Good attempt, information will still be given, but in the end, it's a man disadvantage. And Alter Ego, they still want to commit this, especially from Adrian King, who will give massive information towards the fountain side. But all in all, information will be given, but Alter Ego, they could not, however, try to, convert those information into kills.
Yeah, Wimp, he'll be investing the Seekers though. Oh no, Noxy reloads in the wrong place at the wrong time. That Seekers is going to pay dividends, though not in the manner he really expected. And with these last 2 players being split up on opposite sides, it's more a question of where exactly are Revenants going to choose to push. It looks like they're going for that A hit. They do have a lot of ultimates to invest, but they really don't need to, because it is a 2v5, and they're just going to be able to get the spike down for free, seeing that this last player is going to be forced to play inside the smokes because of that molly. A 5v2 retake is what Alter Ego have to pull up to somehow win this round. But I don't really fancy their chances, because number one, they have no map control anywhere, and they don't really have any good ults. They do have the Seekers, but with there being 5 Revenant players scattered across, holding different angles, it's gonna make things very difficult. A little bit of a miss shot there, and it's all gonna come down to just Adrian King right now in this 1v5. He might just choose to save the gun, because Alter Ego, they don't really have the economy right now.
They really don't, but Adrian King will decide to get at least a kill or 2, especially on post plant. Remove Bad Love, but in the end, Wimp will catch him off guard, which will give Revenant Esports yet another win on attack. 4-1, an impressive performance being made from Revenant Esports' end in the first half itself. For Alter Ego, I've got to say, especially when you see flashes like that, they commit to those flashes. You don't see them go in for a fake flash, especially when you see Aiden King go, use his guiding light. You see the rest of the players, like either Del B or Axe, even Noxy, they would just go in for that full-on push. It's just one person though. We don't see like a committed 2 push or a 3 push that's been made from Alter Ego's end. So it's just individual push being made with the help of those flashes. That sometimes the shots on the on Alter Ego's end, it's definitely not working out quite well. The executions are, but not the kills though.
Heading into this one, though, it is going to be the showstopper pop by Paradox. Goes into his own nade to try and do some damage here. Does finally get taken down by Noxy as he completely clears out the back of the site for the rest of his team. So it's a worthy sacrifice. However, the counter ult will be invested, but that is unfortunately going to be a Rosa ult. No real damage being done. Delp tries to get some run and gun action in with the Frenzy. Does a lot of damage to Imp in the process, but not quite connect that kill. Does finish it off with the paint chill, so that is going to bring things back down to a 3v3. Logi, though, is going huge. He doesn't want Revenant to lose. They have a huge lead and he intends to maintain it right now. Able to get 2 before finally being shut down, and Bad Love is there for that final trade as Revenant, they find 5 and take a massive lead in their attacking half here. We were kind of skeptical about Revenant's chances on attack, but more than that, I was extremely skeptical about Alter Ego's chances on defense, and their aggression so far, it is not paying off for them. They are just being caught in these isolated 1v1 duos against a stack from Revenant players, and they are just being taken down with no possibility of a trade. Now, though, it is yet again going to be their full buy. They have 4 major ultimates online, and all they have to do is really try and hold on to these sites and prevent Revenant from taking them, because Loki has his Viper Spit, and it's really hard to retake the site in the Viper Spit. Yet again, though, you do see Alter Ego going in for the push this time. They're going to be rewarded by finding that kill onto Logi, and just like that, they're going to go in for a quick B execute, it seems like.
Yeah, and they're not stopping, not a single bit, but look at that Huxley. Headshot to remove Bad Love off, and there's a lot of chaos that's been happening outside of the site, but it will be Alter Ego who gets the better end of it, with Noxy gets to succeed in removing Paradox out of the equation. Now it's back. Now it's Hawk who needs to deal with this 1v3 all the way towards the A site. He knows exactly that the whole place is it's particularly a ghost town, so he could commit to a post plant. A single use of the spike, he'll be able to get his orbital. Strike too. Molotov will be used as well. The only difference is Hawk here doesn't have any information on the rest of the players. With the help of the Seekers being given from Aiden King, they'll definitely confirm his suspicions. 1 frag will be given, but in the end it will be Huxley who will end up getting the frag. And I have to say, for Team Alter Ego, making an aggressive presence like that is heavily necessary for them to win it out. So we'll get to see them win yet another defensive round here, folks. 2-5. And Team Alter Ego, the aggressive attempts that they've made did end up favoring for them here.
Yeah, I think the main reason for that is because they actually pushed as a team. Like you saw how Kush took a teammate along with them for that particular venture down short, immediately being able to take down Logi together, each of them watching each other's backs. That's what they need. So if you want to be aggressive, you want to do it as a team. You don't just want to go in for these solo plays that you keep seeing from Delb and Adrian King quite a bit. It's making things very difficult for the rest of the team to trade them out. But yeah, despite the investment of that Seekers, because they really didn't want to lose that round, they're going to have 3 left. So are Revenant, though, for that matter. And as I say that, it is going to be Bad Luck popping that first key out here. The Tour de Force being invested. Kush, though, able to go huge, finding 2 before finally being brought down. That's going to bring things back down to a 3v3. And now they know that there's still another push coming in through long. And Adrian King will just walk into Blackhawk's crosshair. Across the map, though, again, it's a hold coming in from Revenant. They really don't want to mess things up. They don't want to, lose any 1v1s, and they want to try and isolate these fights. So Loki is just going to be sitting down towards short, almost short spawn, in fact, and just watching for a push. These last 2 players from the side of Alter Ego, they don't have any real information right now. In an attempt to find some, Noxy goes fishing, but will not find anything except for a death at the hands of Bad Love. Again, it is going to be the Astra left alone, no friends, not really many stars either, though that ultimate is available. And in this 1v3 situation, with the economy being as difficult as it is, though they might be able to buy back in one more time, 2 of the players, at least the rest of them aren't going to really have much money. It might be just better for Huxley to try and hold on to this weapon.
1v3 for Huxley. Especially in this post-run, it will be a bit difficult. And like you said, Zach, it's better for Huxley to, save for his weaponry, but I think he wants to commit to this 1v3, and if it does, then this would be a good miracle, and I believe that could be the case. Moves Battlelord out. Just need to worry about two of the rest of the players, Blackhawk and Logi. They have ample amount of smokes that can block a lot of lines of sight. Not a lot of information is being given. It will be Blackhawk who gets the win either ways on attack. Beautifully done from Revenant Esports to handle out the aggressiveness that's been shown around from Alter Ego. And I kind of understand what Alter Ego is trying to do here. For you could say for the majority of the first half, you've seen how aggressive Alter Ego is, mainly because I believe they want to play some mind games in the end of the first half. Like, on the first half, they've been aggressive every single time on defense. There might be some certain rounds where Revenant Esports might be a bit, might be a bit afraid that they might do an aggressive peak once again. So they could use it to their advantage and ensure that most of the information has been given would be denied immediately from Alter Ego. Would you look at that? 4-stack all the way towards A Showers, but unfortunately for Revenant Esports, they're not even in that place. They're in the B side. And Adrian King, he's the only one in that particular place who's just giving some good information. And I believe the information will be given right away, indicating that the players from around esports are currently into his fountain.
Yeah, it's gonna be just Adrian King against the world here. That Trailblazer will spot him out, will in fact stun him as well. Logi, as always, sitting in spawn, watching the flank, ready for this aggression from Alter Ego. Along with them, Battle able to find two already. Adrian King struggling to really connect a shot here, and Paradox will put him out of his misery there, as 3 of Alter Ego's players have already been shut down. And Revenant, they've barely taken any of the map control. At this point, Revenant is just content to wait for Alter Ego to walk into their crosshairs, and that's exactly what's been happening in almost every single round so far. The only rounds which Alter Ego have in fact managed to convert was a 1v2 clutch by Kush, as well as a heroic push down towards short that caught Logi off guard. That's why Logi's been playing so far back ever since he died towards short. He's just been like, yeah, I'm just gonna wait towards spawn because these guys are gonna push towards me. But with 2 remaining players from Alter Ego, Kush has picked up the upgrade, does have the null command. Doesn't seem like he wants to invest it in this particular round though, considering the odds are against them, and the timer is still ticking. Alter Ego, they really don't have much time if they keep delaying like this, so it's the retake is looking more and more unlikely. It's all down to just Delp, and he's going to be shut down by Wimp. Again, the discipline from these Revenant players, they don't really take any control on the map until 30 seconds to 1 minute has passed, because they are busy killing the Alter Ego players that push into them. And after that, once they get the site, once they get the spike down, they just sit down and play post plan, with the exception of Paradox, who is willing to go fishing and more than often find something of value. So I think looking at this particular thing, Alter Ego, they did not expect to be met by this kind of competition. I think they've been playing this a little bit too casually, a little bit overconfidently, for lack of a better phrase. And now that their full buy has kicked in, this is their real last chance to keep this half from completely running away in Revenant's favor. And again, we're looking at a push coming in. This time around, a 2-player push through the smoke towards long. Already Blackhawk will have the info, will pop the orbital strike as well. Delp will still manage to find one, but that's going to be it for Alter Ego. Again, 4 of their players go down in less than 20 seconds on the round, and it's all going to be down to just the solitary player, Astra, who is watching towards spawn, will find Bad Love, but a 1v3 remains.
Huge flank, 1v3. A difficult task for Team Alter Egos to be defending, especially in a post-plan situation where Revenant Esports, they have ample amount of control in the situation. Be a bit difficult though. I'm pretty sure that this will be an impossible task for Huxley to get this. Yeah, there you go. 1 kill will be given, but in the end it will be Paradox who will get away with a win like this. And I have to talk about Alter Ego. 3 of the ultimates that they have, the Cosmic Divide, the Null Command, and also the Nightfall from Noxy, they haven't used it yet in the first half. It's just constant aggressive push all the way towards B long every single time. I believe this is the 3rd time we're seeing Alter Ego push from the same place over and over again, hoping that they would find a kill or 2 from Revenant's side. But you also saw that orbital strike that had been placed from Blackhawk's end.
Exactly.
He immediately knew that all 3 of the players from Alter Egos were making efforts from here, and once again we see all 5 players from Alter Ego pushing all the way from showers. I'm curious to know what is Alter Ego doing at the situation, but currently they're going to lose an entire control from the B side once again here, Zach.
Yeah, the gamble stack did not go out in their favor, and LB takes the TP. He might be the one to take this first point of contact. The Seekers, again, not really finding any value, and finally Loki decides to invest that ult because they are looking at a full 5-on-5 retake here. A bit of an awkward buy, yes, but it's still serviceable, especially if they can pick up rifles from these players towards Hookah. A lot of utility being dropped right now by these players from the side of Remnant to try and prevent the push from coming in, though Delve will be able to take on Bad Love nevertheless. Off the back of that, finds a showstopper as well, and it's going to come down to just Logi and Paradox to buy enough time for this round to go in their favor. Paradox tries to go forward, gets that bill, but the defuse is on the showstopper. Before it can go up, it goes down, and Huxley, he's just sticking the defuse. Just like that, Alter Ego managed to find the most unlikely of rounds, and all of that started with Dell being able to find that first kill onto Baglove and get his teammate the upgrade there. Really good shots coming in from Noxy as well, but Delb was the real hero of this round for Alter Ego. And, you know, I think this might have gone completely differently if Paradox had been able to get a showstopper off, because it seemed like the players from Alter Ego, they were just waiting to get the shot. But yeah, finally, after about 3 rounds, Alter Ego, they find another one. And heading into this last one, I think they're going to have the economy to buy in. They also still do have those 3 ults that you mentioned, Baba Gusta. As for Revenant, no real ults, but they definitely do have the momentum still in their favor. So if they can close this out as a 9-3, or even if it's an 8-4, they've still done really well.
Yeah, especially in that previous round. My goodness, Noxy, he just doesn't stop. He removes the first controller from Revenant's side, and that's Loki down and out. But you still need to worry about yet another controller, but look at that. Good hold though from Huxley. Moving Paradox off, which means that another player from Revenant has just lost. And look at Bad Love. All the way deep, and especially with the help of those smokes, would be so influential for Revenant. And also, it does help out a lot from Alter Ego, Vamp. Long range gunfight it is, all the way towards the heavens. Side and Bad Love might find the opening. The opening is so good, but no, it won't happen. Agent King get the better off of it. He will deny Bad Love and will give Alter Ego yet another win. I've got to say, the previous round, the previous post plan that I have to talk about, the way how Agent King removed Paradox off, that immediately secured the win for Team Alter Ego. And if Paradox did succeed with, using the showstopper to remove the, plant denial, that would have been difficult. But all in all, the aggressiveness really did paid off a lot, especially from Alter Ego. This time, you see Axe all the way from the heavens side. And I got to say, in the end of the first half, 4-8 scoreline is a very decent way for Team Alter Ego to be going out, especially up against for Team Revenant.
I mean, I think Revenants will be happy as well, because considering how their comp is built, engineered for defense, in fact, it's amazing that they managed to get 8 rounds on attack, a massive lead. All they have to do is really hold on against Alter Ego here. Now that both sides are switching to what their composition is ultimately engineered for, it's going to be interesting. And looking at this head-to-head, right? Paradox, we've talked about him, how he's been popping off on the duelist, and on this race in particular, he's been able to have so much impact, even if he's not able to get all the kills with the help of his Vandal. He is able to definitely get quite a bit of value off his utility. And look at that, 360 ACS in just one half. That is insane. To balance them out, it is going to be Kush on the opposite side. Again, Alter Ego, I think that a lot of their players have been struggling to really connect shots with these Revenant players, because they're not used to Revenant playing this slow. I don't think they've actually ever played against Revenant before, and perhaps they haven't done enough research into it. But to be fair, it's not that they're playing really badly. They are making some basic mistakes, but Revenant is completely capitalizing on them, and they've been able to put up like an incredible show so far on this attacking half. And heading into the second half, though, I think that this is where Alter Ego's comp and Revenant's comp really have the time to shine, because Revenant, they have that double controller setup. They are going to make things very difficult for Alter Ego as they try to aggress into sight. And as for Alter Ego themselves, they do have the triple initiator, which is going to give them a lot of flash utility, and they have the Raze as well on Delp, who has been popping off on this map so far. At least in the rounds that they've managed to win. So I think that Alter Ego, they definitely have the potential to come back if Revenant leaves holes in their defense. And it's going to come down to, as Kremer likes to say, an unstoppable object versus an immovable rock, or something along those lines. So who can hold on better, or who can get more aggressive? And I think it could honestly go either way, despite the first half going dominantly in Revenant's direction.
Yeah, in the end, it's always about the weakness that Alter Ego can exploit. And now, since they're the ones on attack, and ending their first half on a 4-8 is a very good note for them. And now, in the second half itself, their main goal is to ensure that they won't have any problems when it comes to losing a lot of, creds in their pockets, right? So, In order for that to happen, they need to make sure that they would win their pistol rounds. And for Revenant, especially with the double controller combo, it'll be a lot to ask for. Ultragear, my goodness,
no.
Wimp! Oh, he had no idea. No idea at all. Then, without the help of the Astra smoke, you could say that Revenant Esports might have good control of this, but the aggressiveness from Ultragear, it does not stop. Look at that, all the way from the spawn itself. Revenant Esports are just trying their best to hold on, and yeah, they will end up getting the most of it. Paradox will end up getting 3 kills, and Revenant Esports are the one to end up winning the pistol rounds here.
Yeah, you can talk about how aggressive Alter Ego were, but I like to talk about how aggressive Revenant were. They just push through hookah. They expect Alter Ego to come towards me because, most of the pistol rounds that historically Alter Ego like to go in for that B side. So Revenant, they've definitely done their research. They push out their hookah. They catch the poor Astra off guard completely. Get that kill. No smokes onto the push. So Delby, he takes a lot of damage even getting into the side. Tries to go into CT, but Paradox, man, he's the guy who started that in this particular game, and he's gonna be ready for it. Able to find 3 kills like you mentioned. And just like that, Alter Ego, they're going to be left with no buy for this pistol round. It is going to be Delb, though, who nevertheless finds first blood onto Paradox, who just had a ghost. So the trade will come through from Blackhawk. That is going to be 1 player down from either side, both the raises, in fact. And that was just going to be a bait, as the rest of the Executor is going to come onto this B side. Bad Luck already finds 1, finds 3 before he finally gets shut down. Again, Huxley is going to be left alone. The spike has been dropped as well. Is able to pick up that upgrade onto that Spectre, but in this 1v3 with the HPs he's at, I don't think he really has a chance.
I mean, winning the round will be a difficult task for Alter Ego. So for the main goal for Huxley is to ensure that he would get good value in this round. Maybe getting more than 2 to 3 kills might help him get a lot of creds, but in the end it will be Logi who will just end off the problems coming in from Alter Ego's end. So all in all, I've got to say, an impressive 4K coming in from Bad Love. I mean, that was like all 5 players from Alter Ego, all the way from Hookers' end. No flashes commitment, no smokes. It was just a full-on dry peak, and all 3 of them just pushing all at the same time from Alter Ego. Not quite sure whether if that was a good idea. Not a lot of you could say utilities where placed out a lot. So I'm still confused as to exactly what Alter Ego is trying to do. But all in all, you could say in the second half, Alter Ego has the major advantage when it comes to attack. But they need to make sure when it comes to those aggressive playstyles, there are some certain rounds where it's best for them to stay cool, understand the methods of how Revenant Esports are progressing with their defensive hold, wait for them to waste a lot of utilities, and then head in for the push. Maybe in a way, we could see Alter Egos get the best of it when it comes to executing on the site. But all in all, Revenant Esports, they are looking very powerful on both attack as well as on defense.
Yeah, on defense, I like this, play that Paradox and Bad Love are making, especially Paradox. He's not afraid to get aggressive, going for that information because they only do have that one initiator on their side who can really do that. So, he gets a kill, sometimes he doesn't, but the rest of the team, they're there to back him up. Bad Love in particular, he's been a beast at holding down that hookah position by himself. You saw him last round able to get 4 kills, and I think off the back of that, he is going to be very, very close to his tour de force. That might be what they need to really propel this bonus round into their favor. They should also be pretty close to some other ultimates. So looking at the scoreboard here, Paradox and Bad Love, like we talked about in the onset of this match, are going to be the heroes that Revenant need to win. But also Blackhawk has been phenomenal with his ability to be able to trade out his teammates. Again, though, in this bonus for the side of Revenant, they are going to be able to hold on to most of their guns, except for Bad Love. But in the meantime, it is going to be the flank already coming in. Huxley has a lot of information here, knows that there are 4 players, in fact, coming in for this flank, and it's going to make things very difficult. Push gets caught out, fully blinded, still connects a headshot before being taken down. It's all down to just a flanker here. Huxley manages to get that kill, and just like that, Alter Ego, they finally win an attack round in a very convincing fashion with 4 players left. However, though, that was their full buy, and, they managed to get it, but I still don't know, because Revenant, they only need to win 3 more rounds, and they're going to be having not only their full buy, but also quite a few ultimates online in this particular round, if I'm not wrong. So I think that it's going to be very difficult for Alter Ego to make the comeback. So far, it seems like the rounds they're winning purely because of practice and trading out their teammates. Like you mentioned, Baba Gusta, they're not really using enough utility. They're not able to really find the correct timings. Last round, it was a testament to what they can do, but they need to be able to repeat it on this particular try. Again, though, it's going to be a quick push coming in through B, the A Showers Badlam was just not ready for the three peoples running at him. And again though, Kush, already he's managed to walk his way up towards the back of this A side, manages to get one, but the trade is quick from Blackhawk again, who is going to fall back and try to hold on, knows that there is going to be Delb down towards heaven. Wimp will be able to take down Adrian King as well. So Delb, despite being only 4 HP, he's gonna have to go huge here to prevent this 2v3 retake from working out. That Satchel, not really the best play in my opinion, and it's all done to just Huxley again in a 1v3. And Blackhawk, he's like, you know what, I don't care if it's a 1v3, I have an orbital strike, I'm gonna use it. And just like that, Huxley is going to be pushed out, still trying to desperately buy time, but how much more can you really do here?
Yeah. Push will happen nonetheless. All three players are currently focused on that one spot. Huxley giving away his information. Loki will casually get that kill, and also the victory for Team Revenant. And I've got to say, for Team Ultragear, the only plus point that I can say is that when it comes to the trade games, Ultragear does a really great job when it comes to, refragging back one of the opposition teams. But when it comes to making pushes on both attack as well as on defense, they always move as a unit. They don't usually, go in for the split push. We don't see them play for picks. They don't, try to bait out some utilities that's been, given around from Revenant's side. It's just the usual, just like a battle cry from Ultragear's end, just pushing all the way, like once again, all the way towards B long. And Logi, all he had to do was just use the snake bite, ensure that they have information on players push, and just like that, we see Revenant Esports play to it accordingly. You have one flank coming in from the Sky's end. You even have one more player, that is Paradox, who is already in the site, will be detected from the Trailblazer. But all in all, they have good information, and that information will be so crucial for Revenant. Wimp and Paradox, both of them doing the best of their jobs to deny that aggressive push being made from Ultragear. Look at that, it's just 2 players left. Ultragear, they've lost a lot of bodies in this execute. Look at the utilities that Revenant Esports are wasting right now. I mean, currently don't have any problems dealing with it.
I mean, to be fair, I think the spike is dropped. That's why it is going to be this Viper's Pit connected, trying to hold it down. It is going to be a 2v3. Make that a 1v3. It's all down to just Huxley again in this 1v3 position. And this time around, the man is like, you know what? I don't want anything to do with this. I'm just going to try and hold on to this weapon because Revenant, they're looking to get match point. And their economy for Ultragear is not really looking really great. And heading into the next round, at least this might be what they need to do. But Huxley, never mind. He takes the spike, goes to the plant, and immediately is going to get punished because Wimp is on the flank again. Revenant's fine 12, but that round is just confusing to the max. Like you see them get into sight, but they don't take hookah control. They don't watch for the flank either. There's no utility available because there's no chamber. There's nobody really watching any of the other angles, and Revenant, they're just able to surround them on all sides. Like look at this, Wimp, he's able to find that headshot, able to get that kill, and somehow Huxley, he kills Badlam and walks out with the spike and just goes over to A instead. A really questionable round, for lack of a better word, coming in from Ultragear, and I think that can be said for this entire game. This is just not the Ultragear we're used to seeing. I don't know if they're underestimating Revenant or they're just not feeling like playing, but this just looks extremely different, especially from Noxy and Adrian King. These guys are so cautious. They are aggressive, but they also, they're aggressive with some sense, and it just seems very difficult for Ultragear to just play against how passive Revenants were on their attack, and now how aggressive they are on their defense. It's just so almost impossible for them to really do anything, I feel.
No, it could have helped if they had some flank watches being used, but all in all, I've got to say, Ultragear, man, this is definitely going to hurt for them. 12-5. You see Blackhawk get the second frag out this time, moving push. The rest of the 3 players still alive and kicking. I've got to say, it's very difficult for Ultragear to come back at the situation. Delby already making some noises with the satchel charges to hope to find any players towards the site itself, and I've got to say, that's a great shot coming in from Huxley. He will remove one of the controllers, and here comes the Cosmic Divide, hoping to find at least a confirmed spike plant towards the A side. They'll do exactly that. Post plant will come in, and Huxley doesn't have any idea on Paradox's whereabouts. Oh no! Oh boy! There he goes. And with the showstopper, there's no other choice but for Delby to get the kill, but it will be denied. And just like that, we will see Team Revenant end things off on a 12-5. Ultragear, I've got to say, most of the pushes that have been made from both attackers as well as on defense, just like I said, it was a whole stack going from one particular place. I mean, you saw players from Alter Ego push all the way towards B showers more like 5 to 6 times, both on defense as well as on offense. They also did the same thing on the B side too, on B long, where there's no utilities being used for at least blocking lines of sight with the smoke,
Mm.
nor do I get to see any flashes to help with it. So
Mm.
I've got to say, the unstoppable aggressive plays that we've seen from Alter Ego did end up giving the win from Revenant Esports side, where they had no problems at all defending it.
I mean, you know, I cast a lot of games for Alter Ego's female team, Alter Ego Celeste. Celeste, I think that this particular lineup from today can take a few tips from them about defaulting and actually just playing a little bit slowly and trying to play as a team, because today's Alter Ego did not look like the Alter Ego I'm used to watching and casting. It just looked really awkward. It just seemed like they wanted to get the match done as soon as possible with. I know that maybe it's a bad day for them. Maybe they just underestimated Revenants. Maybe they just didn't feel like playing today. I don't know what it was, but this just did not feel like what we're used to seeing from them. And of course, just not that they didn't play to their best strengths. I think that Revenant also deserves a lot of credit because they've definitely put in the work here. You saw on their attacking half how patient they were. They knew that Alter Ego is a team that likes to get aggressive. They knew that Alter Ego likes to push out, and they just managed to get them on 8 out of the 12 rounds. And of course, on the defense, the opposite happened. They were able to just constantly flank the players because they didn't have a chamber or a cipher playing. But you know, we can do analysis, but we already do have analysts to do it for us. So let's give it back to CCV and Alika.
Well, that was an unexpected game coming in through, and let me tell you, ladies and gentlemen, today is the first of group stages, and Revenant successfully becomes the first team from South Asia to win a match against one of the Southeast Asian teams. And it was not any team. It was Alter Ego who fought their way all the way through the qualifiers in Southeast Asia,
Right.
and was one of the 2 teams to get qualified into the group stages.
Yeah, it's the same Alter Ego whom we've seen time and time again in Southeast Asian matches here, the esports club as well, a long time ago. But today against Revenant, I mean, I gotta agree with, what Zach was just saying, is that, I don't know, maybe Alter Ego were just not feeling it in the server today, or Revenant were having the best time of their lives. But this is the case with Revenant, right? So many times they have defeated many of the mainstays and many of the top dogs of the South Asian region as well. We remember that in the previous Challenger Series number 8, and even prior to that, they've had many victories to their name. They are known as that roster, no matter the amount of changes that happen, Paradox coming in. Now, Badlove is here. They coach HBK left the roster as well. So currently they're looking for some more support management for their side, analysts and coaches. Regardless of all of that, Revenant played out of their minds today. I mean, are we seeing the same map? Yet again, just pure brutality from their side.
Yep, a complete madman performance coming in from R&T. And here comes the MVP Paradox, walking away with 317 average comeback score, 22 kills, 2 assists, 39% headshot, and FP is 38%, and the agent he played was Raze. Well, a little strategy coming in from Paradox. After Paradox was added to Revenant Esports, they took a different approach to the game.
Right.
They started looking kills as a secondary factor, and the counter strategies more as of important. That's how
Absolutely.
they started off taking a fade in the map of Ascent without a duelist. They're the first ones to bring back the meta of a no duelist in a map like Ascent. We saw no duelist setup coming in Icebox, but it's the first time that R&T has bought in. And today, once again, we've witnessed that R&T has brought down the double controller meta in South Asia, and not only did they bring it down, they nailed it by winning it against Alter Ego. And I should say that these kind of new approaches is what we look forward in Valorant.
Right, and got to say for the side of Revenant as well, right, not only did they win it against Alter Ego in such a manner, they won it as well. You know what, let's just have a look at the scorecard. Let's just not only see the score, because yeah, definitely there are going to be a lot of people who might have just joined the stream who will have to, have a double look at the screen and see, like, am I seeing the score correctly? Is it really 5? Are you sure it's not 15-13? No, no, it's not. It is 13-5 in favor of Revenant. Amazing day they had. And to talk more about the point you were mentioning, Elika, right? The counter strategies were really present from the side of Revenant Esports. I think the most obvious example, the prime example of that was on their own defense. When they saw what kind of executes Alter Ego were going for, where Alter Ego, all they were doing was just move forward, push forward, try to create some space within the bomb site. Maybe if we can plant the spike, that'll be good. Revenant were like, okay, you know what? If they want the site, if they want to be so quick about it, that's cool with us.
Yeah.
We'll just have 1 or 2 players in the flank. They'll disrupt the entire flow of our opposition. And from that point forward, Alter Ego couldn't really do much. Even if they had the bomb side, man advantage was never with them. Kills were never with them. And the scoreboard is also, again, a brilliant example of that. Some of the players of Alter Ego just not having a good time in the server. Noxy 5 and 16, Adrian 9 and 15. These are not performances you'd be expecting at this stage of the Challenger Series.
But anyway, Alter Ego did put out whatever they had in their hands. It's just a rocky start for them, but we still do have 4 more days of group stages, and then eventually the finals will be on 13. But coming back, let's have a look at the economy. Revenant Esports had a very stable walkthrough, and there was not even a single time where their economy went below Alter Ego.
Yeah. To a certain point as well, right? Revenant kept on moving forward with the economy, and to this much of an extent that for Revenant, for most of the part, they didn't even have to care too much about the economy. If we're seeing for the first half, right? Let's have a look. Rounds 5 to 12. It's a line graph. We can see Revenant's economy is stable as is, no matter how those rounds went. Even if in the middle, yes, Alter Ego managed to defuse the spike once. They got a couple of round wins. Revenant, every single time they won a round, first of all, it was by elimination. We'll talk a little bit more about how the elimination factor worked into it, because Revenant just kept on pushing forward and their strategy worked. They broke through the defense of Alter Ego many a times. Why? Because yet again, it was a very weak defense Alter Ego had. They had 3 initiators, a duelist as well. It's not going to hold up a lot. So Revenant's economy, it wasn't even a major factor in the back of their minds. All they cared about was how exactly were they looking to win the rounds. Primary focus for them this time, on their attack at least, was execute forward, kill as many people as possible, and we can see that in the statistics.
Yes, we can see that Alter Ego had 1 clutch coming in through, but the entire rest of the map stats are completely in hand for Revenant Esports. 11 first kills, 8 out of 10 post plans successfully getting in their hands. And this shows us Revenant was not only good at their attacking, but they were actually excellent when they were on their defense side.
Right.
You know, taking that double controller was a really smart choice, because it will help you when you're attacking and it will help you when you're defending. It will close off the vision for the attackers when they are attacking. But coming back to the starters, as you were mentioning, the triple initiator setup with a double duelist, I really do, think that this is a very big question for Alter Ego. Why would they go for a lineup like that? Because even in Southeast Asia, I've seen very less teams go for such a bold lineup.
Yeah, triple initiator is really something you don't see often. I believe there was one team in South Asia who once went for it. It was in the previous edition of the Challenger Series. In the online stages, they were against Medal Esports, if I'm not wrong. Again, I could be really wrong about this. But there was one roster, one prominent roster of South Asia who had gone for a triple initiator. But I don't think it was the same one we saw today. It was Fade Sky, and I believe they were bringing a Breach. And they had somehow managed to incorporate Yoru. It was, again, just such an off-meta pick. They ended up winning with it once. Was it Revenant only? I'm so sorry for all the viewers. I don't remember it exactly which roster it was, which organization, which team. I'll definitely look it up today and I'll get back to you guys tomorrow if we do see another triple initiator. But yeah, point still being there is that if your opponents are completely like prepared for it, which was the case with Alter Ego, they have been running this composition for quite some time. They have played it in previous matches, means that Revenant must have known about this in the back of their in the back of their mind. They must have prepared against it, and well, we saw that preparation come to fruition in the server itself, 13-5.
Yep, there we have the scoreline. But ladies and gentlemen, this is still the 4th map. We just have one more best of 1, and let me tell you, Revenant Esports will be going against FNS in the last match. So make sure you guys are tuned in. Me and Sissy, we're going to take a short break and we'll meet you right back here.
Welcome to the world, no heroes and villains. Welcome to the war, we've only begun. So pick up your weapon and face it. There's blood on the ground, go and take it. You get one shot to make it out alive. So higher and higher you're chasing. It's deep in your bones, go and take it. This is your moment, now is your time. So prove yourself and rise, rise. Make them remember you. Push through heaven. Rise, rise. They will remember you. Welcome to the climb up, reach for the summit. Visions brave, the one falls, steadily the end. So higher and higher you chase it. It's deep in your blood, go and take it. This is your moment. Take to the skies, go. Prove yourself and rise, rise. Make them remember you. Push through heaven. Rise, rise. They will remember you. It is you fight among the dead, beneath the dirt. What do you know yet? What do you want it? And when the giants call to ask you what you're worth, what do you know yet? We don't die. Prove yourself and rise, rise. Make them remember you. Push through heaven. Rise, rise. They will remember you. Prove yourself and rise, rise. Pick up your weapon and face it. Rise. Deep in your blood, deep in your blood, go and take it. You can chase it. Rise, rise. We at the top again now, what? Below the crown, but count us higher than a mountain. And we be up here for the long run, strapping for a long one. We got everybody on one. Now you coming at the king, so you better not miss. And we only get stronger with everything I carry up on my back. You should paint it up with a target. Why would you dare me to do it again? Come get your spoiler, but we're taking over. We're taking over. Hey, look at you calling my name. You ought to know by now that we're taking over. We're taking over. Hey, maybe you wonder what your future's gonna be, but I got it all locked up. Take a lap now, don't be mad now. Run it back, run it back. I got bodies lining up, think you're dreaming of greatness. Send you back home, let you wake up. Why would you dare me to do it again? Come get your spoiler, 在以后，除了是傻子，还有其他吗？我左右，键盘琵琶在时间滴答着，还不够。你的固执让我来守候，哪怕太迟也不想以后。就在这时放肆的挑逗。I got the heart of a lion, I know the harder you climb, the harder you fall. I'm at the top of the mountain, too many bodies to count. I've been through it all. I had to weather the storm to get to the level I'm on. That's how the legend was born. All of my enemies already dead. I'm born, I'm ready for war. They know I'm ready for war. I told them we're taking over.
Get it all locked up.
Coming at you like real wild. Here to light it up, set the world on fire. Gonna break rules and hearts in twos, 'cause that's what the baddest do. Never going back, nah, that. Diamonds on drip, 'cause I came to make a splash. Gonna break rules and hearts in twos, 'cause that's what the baddest do. I switch key, I'll melt your face off, disappear, I'm your eraser. Aim the cut just like a razor. Murder in this world, my blazer. I got all the boys on me, I got all the lines on ring. Knocking dead, turning heads, I got all the eyes on me. Lady face, 걸어 들어와, 유행 선두자. 원하지만 못하잖아, 애가 타잖아. You like whoa, 갈리 유도 go. 난 알지, I know. 준비해, 'cause I like the ball. 멈추지 않아, 말할래. 그게 like a bag, 그거 말고 bye. 믿어봐, 그만큼 크게 어깨 펴고 high. 100% 덤비지 못해, 죽여주잖아. 나는 boss, 간지 with the sauce. 원하면 줄게. I'm doing damage when just how I planned it. I do what I want when I say. 모든 날 따라해, 난 끝내주잖아. To live on the edge of insane. Coming at you like real wild. Here to light it up, set the world on fire. Gonna break rules and hearts in twos, 'cause that's what the baddest do. Never going back.
Welcome back everyone to LG Ultragear presents the Esports Club Challenger Series. This is an official off-season event of the Valorant Champions Tour, and this event is powered by Amazon.in. We have our GPU partners Zotac, gaming partners Intel, memory and storage partner Crucial, laptop partner Asus, and of course broadcast partner Loco. I am CCV, joined alongside Elika, and once more we bring to you the first day of the group stages, the first day of the playoffs. We've already seen 4 different best of ones, teams from all across the South Asian and Southeast Asian region competing against each other. We've had inter-regional matchups, we've had local highly anticipated matchups as well, and now Elika, we move on forward to the final match of the day. How excited are you feeling for the matchup we have?
I mean, I am excited, but more than exciting, I'm so energized for the last map of the day, because Revenant's performance in the last match peaked so much that the entire chat went crazy, and even me as an analyst, I wasn't hoping for such kind of victory coming against Revenant Esports. But moving forward, it's going to be one of the furious teams coming in from Southeast Asia as well, I should say. I mean, they have a strong win rate so far in this tournament, and them going up against Revenant Esports. But Revenant Esports, I think their momentum is going to be on a high note, because they just already won against one of the Southeast Asian teams. You know, they'll be facing off 2 SCA teams back to back just today. They already got their victory. 1 victory is already in the bag. Will they get 1 more is my question.
Yeah, they've defeated, Alter Ego from Indonesia. Now it's time to face the team from Vietnam. Now it's time for Revenant to face off against Fancy United Esports, see what they've got to offer as well. And both Bleed and Fancy United, being the 2 teams from Southeast Asia to qualify, means that they've had to face through a lot of opposition from the Southeast Asian region.
Yes.
What have they not had to face just yet, South Asian teams? And this is where they're getting their first taste. And of course, the thing is, it's still a very close contest, because on one hand, okay, you have Alter Ego, who didn't really have the best of showings, right, first of all. But on the other, you have Bleed Esports, who absolutely, had an amazing day out here. They faced off against Xerxia, they faced off against Velocity. Great wins for them. They end their day on a 2-0. Now, the only other team who can also end their day on a 2-0 is Revenant. They'll be in front of us. However, achieving that 2-0 is going to be extremely difficult. I don't think Revenant will have as easy of a time in the server as they had against Fancy United.
Yep. Well, Alter Ego, it was a little bit of up and down for Alter Ego. They started off on a bumpy start, and of course that triple initiator setup on the defense wasn't working for them very well. But moving forward, I'm pretty sure that Fancy United has the strategies well packed and ready against Revenant Esports. Now, talking about Revenant Esports, they not only have brought changes in meta in terms of agent roles, but also their team players. We've got a lot of controllers, most importantly speaking about Revenant Esports. So there's absolutely no trouble in any player for playing a controller. But again, I have seen very less initiator setups coming in from Revenant Esports. So this is where I would like to come in and pitch. Revenant Esports are good at what they do, genuinely, because they choose such a different style apart from all the other teams. Now let's move forward and introduce Revenant Esports roster. We've got Badler, Blackhawk, Logi, Paradox and Wimp in their main playing 5.
I mean, we've already seen these guys in the server. We've seen these guys time and time again. Even if some of these players, they've played under different guises, even if some of these players, they've played under different teams, all 5 members in front of our screens right now, these guys, they're a staple in the region. These guys are very well-known players, well within their right. Why exactly that is the case? Because they have so much experience in South Asian Valorant. Tier 2, Tier 1, everything has been under their wraps time and time again. They've faced off against so many opponents for such a long time. They deserve to be in the spot, and Revenant as well, they've always been this qualifying team that no matter what kind of situation you put them through, they will qualify regardless. And it's the same case here as it was for previous Challenger Series. They had to play the qualifiers, they did, qualified, went to the LAN. Right now, had to play the qualifiers once more, they did, and once again, these guys qualified.
Yep, and it shows a lot of dedication coming in from Revenant Esports, from being the underdogs of the tournament to pushing and rising to being one of the top teams in South Asia. Now, this is a huge platform for Revenant Esports to showcase their talents. I mean, a couple of months ago, I remember they didn't have any organization. They found home called Revenant Esports, and this buff is just working totally very well for Revenant Esports. Let's go ahead and introduce Fancy United.
Yes, of course, you've got your dedicated controller. You talk about Revenant being a very controller-heavy team. Well, one person is going to look to counter all of that. It's going to be Fischio, starting from the left. Yesican, Killers, Nizzy, and Suka to finish the roster. And the thing about Fancy United is the fact that these guys, they are quite set and in a way consistent, yet a little bit rigid in their playstyle. If someone is going to be playing a specific agent archetype, they'll keep to it regardless of what has happened. There are a couple of exceptions to that. However, it really depends on the map. And overall, the thing is, if a team has done their homework on them, if a team has done the homework on Fancy United, they may be able to, not predict, but anticipate what kind of a composition they're running. What they can't anticipate, however, how exactly Fancy United will play. These guys, they will go ham absolutely in the server. They will show you no mercy whatsoever. They'll make sure the only time they take a breather, the only time they take rest is when next to their name there's a scoreline which says 13.
Yep. It almost gives me a very chill to see you introduce Fancy United to be such a strong roster.
Yeah.
Let's go ahead and have a look at which map have these players selected. Icebox, Pearl, Breeze, Fracture, Haven and Bind is out of the question, ladies and gentlemen. It's going to be the map of Ascent. This brings back sweet memories of me casting the qualifiers when Revenant Esports went all in against every team they faced off in the map of Ascent. And let me tell you, they have a 100% win rate in the map of Ascent. And on the other hand, Fancy United, according to the stats, it only says that they have a win rate of 38% in Ascent. And it's actually Fancy United who banned Bind, which is actually a smart move because Reverend just put a show in Bind in the last map.
Yeah.
But it was bad for them to even choose Ascent, if you ask me. Fancy United, unless you're very strong, even though your win rate doesn't say so, I really do wish them all the best, and I think Revenant has got this map.
Alright, I'll take my bets up on Fancy United. I'll say they have that chance of winning. But yeah, the past results, the statistics do not lie. The last time we saw Fancy United was in the qualifier stages. They went up against Now Esports, right? Another very good team, very strong team. It was a best of 3. When we saw the map of Ascent, yeah, sure, overall in the best of 3, Fancy United ended up winning the other 2 maps. But on Ascent, they sadly lost out. 6-13 was the final score. And keeping that in mind, alongside the fact that it's a very strong map for Revenant as well, makes you wonder what kind of a final score is there going to be, because Fancy United haven't been having the best of results recently here. We talked about that match up against, Neos Esports. When Fancy United played that, they lost out on the pistol rounds as well, both of the times, on attack and on defense. The composition they were running, it was quite interesting. They actually brought out a double duelist, that too, Yesican on the Phoenix, believe it or not. On Ascent, that's still rare. I mean, that's relatively rare. Yeah, you don't see double duelists, neither do you see the Phoenix all too often. So keeping that in mind, it is very interesting that teams have opted for that and they'll be playing along those lines. But this is the one chance they have, Revenant, they faced off against so many South Asian teams on Ascent recently. They've had that 100% win rate in the Challenger Series, like you said. Now that they'll be facing something completely out of the box, something completely unprecedented, maybe Fancy United can just try and take the win, just catch the enemies off guard. The possibility is quite likely.
I mean, yes, there is a possibility, but Revenant Esports are strong regards known for their defense on map of Ascent. Well, defense is what they're starting off in the map of Ascent, but most importantly, what you have to look forward is that they go for a no duelist setup whenever it is Ascent.
Yep.
My biggest question for Revenant is, will you change the setup because you're playing against a SEA team and it's of course very fancy and it's very strong, but are they gonna continue with a Fade and Paradox, like both being the deadly duo? If you ask me, they should definitely keep sticking to the strategy they've been following before, having a no duelist setup, and even better on defense side, because it only helps you to hold off a bomb side properly.
Yeah, that's the thing about the no duelist setup, right? You're playing a very control-minded dynamic, essentially, when it comes to Valorant theory. You will have a lot of excess team utility that you can set up in a site, and that will allow you to cover the entire map. Since again, no duelist means no jet, means that slot opens up to another initiator who can use their utility on B main. You constantly, if you're a breach, you flash them out, you put your aftershock, the fault line is there, you don't let the attackers push through no matter what. If you are a Sky, the Trailblazer, the guiding lights can be thrown out. That's the initiators. If you have a controller, get that Astra, place that Astral Star as well. There have been times where we used to see Astra prior to her nerf. Post nerf, we don't really see Astra a lot on Ascent. Maybe that doesn't happen. But point being, Revenant going for no duelist definitely opens up a very structural kind of play where you are focusing on your utility. You will have tons of utility. You will be able to force your opposition in such a way that they have to maneuver through that utility. I mean, again, all the viewers thinking as well, right? Doesn't matter what rank you are. Imagine, put yourself in the shoes of an attacker. You go towards B main. You see Breach absolutely demolishing that position. Fault line after fault line, flash after flash. You will be scared out of your life. You'll be like, man, there's no way I'm pushing this Breach. Okay. You go towards Market, you see there's already a chamber present. Alongside the 2-day force and operator headhunter, you're like, such a long range against a chamber who also has a strap placed. I'm not gonna go there. Go towards A main, you've got a Sova, you've got Killjoy, and I can just keep on going and going. This is the kind of style Revenant are looking for. But also Fancy United can kind of defeat this because they've got 2 duelists. Maybe they use both the duelists together, they dive in, go for that entry, and maybe they break through the defense. That is also a possibility.
Yes, that is definitely a possibility. But as you said, if they go for a double duelist setup, it would be irony watching Fancy go for a double duelist and Revenant Esports completely bailing out on duelists and playing no duelist setup. I mean, this would be really surprising for me to watch. And of course, all the audience, go ahead and spam your favorite team in the chat while we wait for the agent select. And my instinct says that it will be a no duelist setup coming in once again, or maybe not. Actually, Paradox is picking up that race. Now that's a change. We have Loki on Viper. Okay, things have changed very much for Revenant Esports. I'm pretty sure Blackhawk is going on KO, Badla on Sova, Logi on Astra. Paradox, will he go on Fade? Yes, once again, ladies and gentlemen, that is a no duelist setup with Fancy United going in for Phoenix and a Jet, as you said, a double duelist with a double initiator and one controller, leaving no space for Sentinel on their roster. But it's the attacking side, it's the advantage that Fancy United hold.
Yeah, this is the main thing, everyone watching. If there is one thing you got to focus on this entire map, it's got to be the first half. This is where, honestly, in my eyes, the map is going to be decided. You know, we'll be seeing whichever team ends the first half with a greater scoreline will probably be the teams taking it home as a victory for their side. But we have talked about the compositions enough. Now it's time to jump into the game to bring more entertainment as well. Our casters are ready. So Baba and Zach, take it away.
Thank you so much for that, CCV. And we are going to be heading into our last best of one for the day, which is going to be between Fancy United Esports and Revenant, who we just saw come off a rather dominant victory against Alter Ego Celeste. Now, heading into this particular map, this is the same team comp that they ran in their initial stage against, I believe they played against Naos, and they lost with the same team comp. And they're playing against something similar coming in from Naos as well. So, what are your expectations for this matchup, Papagusta?
Well, Zach, especially on the first half, I'd expect to see Nizzy, who's currently playing as the Jet. For Fancy United Esports, their biggest concern is to make sure that they can apply a lot of pressure on both the sides, A side as well as on B. And with the help of Nizzy's dash as well as the smoke, he'll be able to at least close out the doors, make sure that one of the lines of sight has been locked out in a way that Revenant Esports won't have a good amount of controls on that particular place. So it always revolves around these duelists from Fancy and for Fancy United Esports. And I've got to say, this first half will be the deciding factor to see whether if Revenant Esports have succeeded in countering the effects that the attackers give, or will we get to see Fancy United succeed in their attack.
Definitely, that is the case. Looking at this first half, though, it is going to be Revenant who are starting off in defense. They are looking for a little bit of information right now, but not finding anything quite that is going to be instantly broken, not letting them know how many players are stacked up towards this mid right now. Wimp swings out, able to connect that first shot onto Killers. That's going to be massive because that's going to be no more KO available. They're trying to go in for the trade, but they're not checking their corners at all. And this could be devastating right now. Battle Level already able to find one. It's all going to come down to just these two players, and they're able to find so much value down towards mid in the process. It's going to bring things back down to a 3v3, and that right now they know that all of these players from Revenant are towards mid. Unfortunately for them, the spike is going to be stuck, and they're not going to be able to pick it up unless, of course, they commit a lot of utility, like, of course, that smoke. In the meantime, I think they're just going to be waiting for Revenant to push out.
And look at the commitment that Revenant Esports are doing right now. Batlove is still in that place. He hasn't moved an inch, although he's very low on HP. He can still make sure that none of the players from Fancy United can, make their attempt of an aggressive push from mid's side. But for Fancy United, knowing that the side has been cleared out, they will at least proceed to go in for a post plant. But the main difference of it all is that Fancy United, they don't have much utilities to deal with. It will be difficult for the attackers to hold their ground out, knowing that you have to deal with 3 defenders, especially from Bad Love. Recon Dart will just give a good amount of information. And also, let's not forget about the Haunt as well. Oh boy, Fancy United, can they succeed this 2v3? Oh, what a shot from Bad Love. A good headshot, and that too in just 5 HP. A good retaliation from Ficio. Oh my goodness, 3! What a clutch! What a clutch from Fancy. My goodness, Ficio.
Wow.
What was that? Jesus.
Just another range in the man for my boy Ficio. But yeah, after that fantastic clutch coming in, it is going to be Fancy. You take the first round, and that looks so dangerous, because the spike, it was going to be dropped down towards mid. They had to retrieve it. They had to win that 2v3, and with Suka going down, they just it was just so difficult for Vizio, but he was able to isolate those fights 1v1, and Revenant, well, they gave it to him, to be fair, but he hit every single headshot and he made a count. Off the back of that, it is going to be, again, this beautiful tactic coming in from Fancy. They are able to buy in those upgraded Vandals, 3 of them, and try to go in for a possible A hit, if I'm not wrong. Looking at the positions of these players, it is going to be 3 stacked outside A. They are going to, again, go in for that ult orb. Yes, I can, getting his ult back to 2. Has a long way to go, but if he manages to get momentum like we've seen him doing in previous games, especially against Snarls, it might be what Fancy need to really go and take this map. That haunts from the side of Revenant, I believe, not getting really any real info. And again, the default thing coming in, the patience from Fancy is just so beautiful here, because they know the danger of losing one of these Vandals or one of these Spectres on this round, how the tide can swiftly turn, and they don't want to risk that. They're going to be repositioning towards Cat instead. A 3-person push coming in as they possibly try and get a pick. But again, with 45 seconds on the round, the question is, where are they going to go?
I believe they'll make their heads-on approach from the A side itself. And also mid-control will be in their hands too, so it will be a bit tough for Revenant Esports to be holding out this ground, especially on this side. Knowing that they didn't win the first round, they'll be forced with sheriffs, and my goodness, there's a lot of attempts being made from Vims's end, but oh boy, bad love. He's not gonna miss his shots. A second! He removes Suka out. 17 seconds left, and look at how Revenant Esports are just piling it up, especially on the site. Not a lot of seconds left, and right behind! Upgrades and a thrifty from Revenant Esports. What just happened from these 2 rounds, Zach?
That was the most awkward interaction I've ever seen, as both Wimp and Killers bump into each other, not seeing. But Wimp finally turns around, he hears the spike, and he's like, wait a minute, this guy is going to be right next to me. And yes, Revenant, again, that's the danger of really losing out on one of these Vandals. You want to make sure that you don't lose those weapons away, and that's exactly what's going to happen. Off the back of that, though, it is going to be a 1-1 scoreline, and the economy completely reset for Fancy. They do almost have the From the Shadows, but I doubt we'll be seeing usage of that in this particular round, if they do get it online. As for Revenant, they're going to be very happy. They've picked up some upgrades. Bad Love is only 2 away from that Hunter's Fury, and they are on track for taking the lead here, assuming they don't make the same mistakes that Fancy did in their previous round. You do see the headshot coming in from Nizzy. They're able to take down Wimp, and that's going to mean no more Killjoy utility on this B side. Bad Love is going to have to anchor it himself, and it might even draw some rotation away from these players, as they know that the weak side is going to be a little bit weaker now. It's all down to just Bad Love here. He does have Paradox coming in to back him up to try and get another pick or so in case he is overwhelmed. But at this point, I think that Fancy, they've succeeded in creating a little bit of confusion in the ranks of these Revenant players as to where exactly they're going to be executing.
Oh boy. Nizzy. Oh, he should have been careful. Bad Love. Make sure to get that refrag nonetheless, which means the part of the execute will be slightly hindered. But all in all, with the information being given from the Haunt and Paradox, getting away with a kill like that is going to put a lot of pressures from Fancy United. Both of them so low on HP. You still see Paradox playing way deeper in towards the side. Distractions will be given, and here comes Bad Love once again from the market side. And it's just 1 player left. It's killed. Great shot from the Sheriff. He will get 1. He will be forced for a reload. And Revenant Esports, they'll end up racking up another kill in round number 3. This time you could say the weapon upgrade will still be at the hands of Revenant Esports. They'll have good amount of weapons. The Vandals, the Phantoms, everything will be at their hands. But I've got to say, the amazing shots that we've seen from Fancy United is just absolutely stellar, especially from Nizzy and Fischio. My goodness. But all in all, Revenant Esports, what a way to turn things around, especially once they realized that Wimp was removed. The alarm board, the turret, both of them went out, but in the end, recovering is what Revenant Esports have done a fantastic job, and they'll end up getting that win.
Yeah, that was a great round coming in. They managed to definitely make the economy at least work in their favor. Do a little bit of damage to Revenants, but all is good. Everyone's going to be able to buy in on this particular round. Bad Love, he does have that Hunter's Fury ready to go. We might see a possible initial attempt at trying to find a pick, but knowing how Bad Love does like to play this Sova, he usually saves it for, flushing people out of positions or denying a plant. Wimp is also only 1 away from that lockdown, which might prove to be integral considering that they are going to be on defense, and it might help them retake a site. You might even see them playing for for a retake quite often. You do see that from Revenant on this particular map. But for the side of Fancy, it's a little bit of an underwhelming start. They did win that pistol off of that clutch from PCO. But usually you see this very dangerous trinity of killers, Nizzy, and Yes I Can, trying to pop off, trying to get kills together. They get so aggressive, but they've just been very underwhelming. Perhaps it's because it's only been like 3 rounds and they haven't really found their momentum yet. But I'm used to seeing much more coming in from them. Talking about killers himself, though, he does almost have that null command ready to go. And I think that if they can get an orb, they might be looking for a possible quick execution coming in off of it, because that's something that Fancy really like to do. They like to invest that KO ultimate and just make their way into sight, because they know it shuts down the Killjoy. They know that it shuts down a lot of utility coming in, like the recons from Paradox as well as Bad Love. So I think that might be something to watch out for in this next round.
Yep, absolutely, Zach. And talk about Fancy United, where we did get to see that amazing clutch being made from Ficio. You still have to focus on the rest of the 2 rounds, right? Revenant Esports, the way how they defended the site was just clearly slow and methodical. Once they realized that the execution has been happening from the site itself, sure, on round number 2 there were some awkward moments from between these 2 teams, but all in all it did ended up with Revenant Esports winning a thrifty round. And winning a thrifty round especially for the defenders is actually huge, especially on round number 2. Losing their pistol round, that round on first should have been in favor for Team Fancy United, mainly because of that 1v3 clutch. If they continued that momentum on the next future rounds, you could have seen Fancy United Esports be in a humongous lead in the first half itself. But when Revenant Esports decides to break it on round number 2, it just balanced it out equally. And just like that, on defense, Revenant Esports, I've got to, it's hats off to them. They've made a fantastic job on recovering that.
They definitely have. You're Revenant, they've been extremely consistent on this particular map so far over the course of this tournament. They managed to win 13-5 against Orgless Fight to qualify for groups. They beat Chilcourt in a very extended series. It did go into overtime, but they still won at the end of the day. And Fancy, they don't have the same pristine record. Against Nawaz, they did take a very deliberating defeat of 6-13, I believe. So that's going to make, at least heading into this particular map, it might be a confidence booster heading in for Revenant that they have a perfect record in this tournament, while Fancy don't. But, talking about the agent comps in particular, right? For the side of Fancy, it is extremely dependent on their duelists being able to create that space. And so far, we just haven't seen that coming in from both Nizzy and Yes I Can. So they like to go in for this double duelist combo, and usually, their pattern is to go in for the KO knife, find out who's playing where. If they shut down enough players, they go for a really quick execute, and then immediately the post-plant setup is pristine from Fancy. They like to play fast, they like to play aggressive, and all of that is based off the team comp that they're running. But for Revenants, at least today, they don't seem to be doing that quite yet. They're apprehensive of Revenant. They want to make sure that they have their angles covered, and Revenant, they're taking full advantage of that. Especially, for them, I think Paradox and Bad Love, their initiator info is coming in huge. They're able to just find so much and just able to completely stop Fancy. And the trades from Revenant as well, they've been fantastic. But heading into this particular round, it is going to be some mid-aggression right off the bat. Already they are going to be going in for that market control. That alarm bot is going to give away some information. And in the meantime, Wimp, he's already taken B main. So that's going to make this retake very easy for the side of Revenants if they do commit for this B side and don't clear out this main. You do, however, see Nizzy lying in wait, and he might be walking right into the crosshairs of Wimp right now. This 1v1 duel might decide the course of this round, and Nizzy, he will find the shot. That's going to be the Sentinel down on the B side, and it looking much, much more vulnerable as the remaining of the Fancy players, they try to go forward.
Yeah, this is huge, especially from Fancy. Removing KJ off will at least gives a lot of focus towards both of these duelists. And now we're going to see that in action from both Yes I Can and Nizzy. Informations will be given from the recon drone of the Sova. We have some beautiful information, but Nizzy has done a fantastic job removing one more player out of the equation, and that is Blackhawk. They'll respond back with the Hunter's Fury. Look at the protection from Paradox. Making sure that they wouldn't gain a single inch on the market side, but the pressure needs to be done. A commitment will be made from the Nightfall. And here comes Yes I Can. One, Ficio is left to the 1v1. We've seen that clutch happen.
He's
going all the way towards the A site. No, actually, he doesn't have the spike.
He has his ult. He's gonna do it.
He still has that. He could go it for the commitment. Yeah. All he needs is just 4 more seconds. Oh boy. Oh boy. Logi knows exactly what's happening. Post planted is Paranoia runs away to safety, and now he has control of the situation.
Yeah, a little bit of information is going to be given away by the Omen as he breaks the window, but he still gets the shot onto Loki as he jumps down from heaven. And just the perfect timing for Ficio to be able to clutch that out. That was beautiful. He runs for the A side, grabs the spike, gets it down with less than 1 second left to go. And off the back of that, he wins the round. So far, in 4 rounds, the 2 rounds which Fancy have won, it has been Ficio showing up when the team needed him the most and being able to clutch it out. And off the back of that, it is going to be Fancy who have an economy left to play with. Ficio himself, despite being able to get that clutch, is going to drop the Vandal to Killers instead and buy a Spectre. And Nizzy, well, he has the Bladestorm to work with. In fact, for the side of Fancy, they have all 3 of their favorite ults, the Run It Back, as well as the Bladestorm and the Null Command. And this time, it seems like they have their eyes set on the A side, where it is going to be Blackhawk and Revenant trying to Blackhawk from Revenant along with Wim trying to hold it down. That is going to be all the util shut down right now with the help of the Null Command and Killers. He will find that first blood as they go forward into side.
Blackhawk will at least succeed in removing his opposition player, Killer S. But he's just down just yet. He'll be able to, revive without having any issues. Yeah, there you go. He'll be revived, and Blackhawk once again removes Killer S without facing any problems at all. Look at how Revenant Esports are just bringing this back up, especially on post plant. This Cosmic Divide will be provided from the defensive side, and still Fancy United, they're still looking strong. Commitment of this push will be made, and Blackhawk gets away with the kill. 1v2 Bulldog is such a difficult weapon, and Blackhawk, he gets away with another kill. Triple kill that is, and Revenant Esports, they will get away with this win as well, especially on post plant. 3-2. What a way to use the Cosmic Divide to block out the entirety of A Long, forcing them to contest in close range gunfights. My goodness, Fancy, the only round wins that we've seen was just 2 back-to-back powerful clutches being made from Ficio. But I've got to say, in the next future rounds, they've got to make sure that they cannot end up losing in certain moments like this.
Yeah. Talking about that round though, Fancy did everything right. The moment they lost the round, in my opinion, was when Xerxia decided to get a little bit too aggressive. He just went in for a dry peek down towards short, perhaps trying to get a pick onto Blackhawk, but he had backup and it just turned really unfortunate. Now though, the economy is going to be reset. No ultimates left to work with either, and that's going to make things extremely difficult for the side of Fancy heading into this round. Xerxia doing his best to get that Phoenix ult back online. You saw the value that it had, the space he was able to create that over the course of the last round. But for this round, towards B side, it is going to be Bad Love holding the angle, and Bad Love finding 2 headshots to start things off for Revenant as they bring it back to 3v5.
Yeah, here comes the push from Xerxia. Hoping to find a kill or 2, but Wimp, he just removes them off just like that. No problems at all. A flawless win, I believe, from the side of Revenant Esports, which would end up on a 4-2. No value, no good value from Fancy United, especially from the eco round, which means that they'll have some decent weaponry, except from Ficio, where he will be forced to have light armors instead of heavy.
Yeah, to be fair though, seeing that everybody on this map seems to be playing, there are no phantoms anywhere, it might just work out for him. It seems like PCO is a lucky man or he's done his research, one of the two. But heading into this particular one, Wimp still has control of the lockdown, so he might be used to go for a possible retake here. Again, Revenant, both of these initiators trying to get aggressive to find some information, will be spotting out several players in fact, and off the back of that, that shock dart will be doing quite a bit of damage to Nizzy, bringing him down to half the HP already. After that B presence, it is going to be them rotating over, but look at Wim's position. The man has already taken control of A main completely, and he's going forward right now, but he has to check the spawn. Otherwise, it's going to be very rough for him. Does find that kill onto Ficio, so that's going to be no more smokes available for the duration of this round for Fancy. After that, it looks like they just want to go in for the B push to do as much as they can. Though Paradox, he'll find the first headshot, and that is going to be the spike dropped as well. And now, for these 3 remaining players from the side of Fancy, they have to somehow make this round work.
Yep, already. My goodness. Look at how Bad Love's been dealing major damage there from the side itself. Spike's been down, which leads to Nizzy, all by his lonesome, needs to find a 1v2. His main focus is definitely gaining control on the Spike, or does he want to go for the frags? Oh no, bad idea. It's going to give Logi the kill that he needed, and also the lead for Revenant Esports on a 5-2 scoreline. Gotta say, once you saw Wimp overextend all the way from A long, and removing Ficio like that, not only did we get to see Wimp get the weapon upgrade, but also they'll have enough amount of items to get their op, or maybe an Odin to just keep spamming all the way from B long. That can be a possibility, and especially when you have an agent like Sova, and especially with Padlock who has 11 kills right now, things will be a lot spicy, especially from Fancy, mainly because they have stingers, 4 stingers from Killer, Nizzy, Yes I Can, and Suka. I believe they will make a full-on commit towards the B side. Informations and denials will be given. Swish from Nizzy. Find one. No, Paradox! You've got to be careful, and Nizzy, my goodness. Confusions being made from the side itself. But looks like the Stingers is working its charm for them here, Zach.
Yeah, it is. With 5 HP left, Killers will stay alive and be able to do some more damage. Nizzy, though, is able to push forward, pick up that upgrade, and already able to find 1 kill before going down. Blackhawk can be revived, but there are several players ready to watch that angle to peek off the flash and get a kill. Pimp is able to find one, and now they're trying to get the KO back up. They will be able to do that to get it back into a 3v3. And if they can push forward, if they can take control of Switch, it might be what they need to invest that lockdown and win the round off of that, because all the players from the side of Fancy are going to be stuck on site, and they have to be very careful if they're trying to get out. Again, in the close range, this Stinger is being absolutely devastating. Yes, I can. Pops the Phoenix out, tries to go forward, and all Revenant have to do is defend this lockdown. The last 2 players are going to be stuck towards backside, but there's going to be no time despite them being detained. And at this point, Blackhawk, he's just gonna try and save his gun. Will get away, and Fancy, they find their 3rd in that chaotic round.
Even Paradox had no idea what exactly happened, especially once you see all the flashes and the smokes. In the end, we will see Fancy United just an amazing executor, though, from the B side itself, having all 4 Stingers, playing to it accordingly. And for Yes I Can, although the starting ends of the round, it didn't favor a lot from Fancy United, making a push like that really did help them put themselves back up. Let's not forget, this is the 2 rounds. Maybe they did ended up getting a 50 round win. Oh no. Oh, actually, yes, triple shot. My goodness. Oh boy, for a moment there when I saw the angle, I thought it was like mistimed, but no, my goodness, bad love. Sure knows his lineups, but oh no. Especially for Nizzy like that and a headshot. Oh boy, that has definitely got to hurt.
Yeah, so far on this defense, Revenant have been looking fantastic, being able to just be in the right place at the right time. And of course, Bad Love by himself on that B side, able to do so much damage. Without him, though, it does look like Fancy they have a better chance heading to this particular round. Again, though, this backside stack, usually they expect Paradox to be there, but I don't know if they'll expect a second player as well. That might make things a little more difficult. So Blackhawk, he's happy to give the information away, and for that, he's gonna find nothing in exchange. Again, these players from the side of Fancy, they seem to be converging on this B side from every direction possible. The utility, as the Revenant players desperately try to buy time for their teammates to come in, but so far they've been having a rough time. Already Ficio able to find Loki on the lurk of Paradox. He's still holding strong. Paradox getting 2. How many more can he find? Has the Nightfall ready to go, will get the information off the back of that, and just like that, it's gonna come down to Killers to try and clutch this out. It is going to be a 1v2. Cat, yes, to start with getting Paradox, but in that area is going to fall. And again, Paradox with the heroics there to keep the spike from going down at all onto this B side. And him, along with Blackhawk, just holding on to boat's control in the most fantastic manner possible. 3 kills on the round for him, and the Nightfall invested as well.
Yep. Once he saw the Nightfall being in possession from Paradox, he wasn't afraid. He just wanted to keep the momentum going, and boy, oh boy, did they really get that win. That was so good, especially from Paradox. And you even got to see that good, crossfire angle that had been placed towards the market side, in which Nizzy wasn't even successful in removing at least one of them. A lot of damage has already been dealt around, and especially when you combo it with the fragment and the leer from the phase, it was difficult for Fancy United, especially when they were forced to stay in that place. Revenant Esports, they had ample amount of time to get back into that place, realize what exactly is happening from that particular moment, and my goodness, what a way to turn things around in their advantage here, Zach.
Yeah, it really is. And off the back of that, Fancy, they need a timeout. They need to like refigure what exactly they're doing wrong here, because I don't think it's them really doing anything wrong, aside from taking the occasional dry peek. But it's mostly Revenant doing everything right here. And of course, Paradox, the man, he's been having a beast of a day today. The last game, I think that he was the MVP for the team. And this game as well, he is showing up huge along with Bad Love. And this B side has just been impossible for Fancy to get in. And that's all because of Wimp, honestly. Because Wimp, you know, you don't see him much in the action, but the fact that as the Killjoy, he's able to just anchor down a side by himself along with Loki, it is huge. Because that lets the other three players across the map play together and play towards the back of the B side and anchor that one. And at this point, Revenant are just giving up map control across mid. They're just saying, okay, you know what? You guys can have mid. We have the sides, and they are holding on to them with as much priority as possible, because right now they're just not able to get onto the side and get down the spike. Again, on this eco round, it does look like they're going to be going in for that mid push. Nizzy, the only hope for this particular round, I believe, for Fancy, because that Bladestorm has so much work to do. Not really much else on board. You do see a Frenzy, you see a Stinger on Killers, which might be useful. And despite them having 2 more ults, I don't think we'll really be seeing any of it unless it's going to be like a situation where they do have the upper hand when it comes to man advantage.
The null command, though, from Fancy United could help them, you know, provide exceptional performance from the A side, but they've got to remove some certain problems, though. And Wimp will make sure that problem will be a lot difficult for Fancy United to solve it. Already the first frag with Yes I Can, the duelist, which was heavily important for them to push it, but they've got to do without it. So many places that Nizzy needs to be careful. The gens, the boxes, and Revenant Esports, they're not gonna let them have it. Both of them are down, and so does Wimp, who will end up removing Fisher out. And Revenant Esports, they'll gladly get a lot of wins here on defense. 7-3. The main difficulties have to be in the second half itself, right? Especially with Revenant Esports, not having duelists will be a lot more difficult for them to execute on the site. Whereas on the side of Fancy United, although they do have 2 duelists, both Nizzy and Yes I Can, they do have some good synergies. The dashes really did help out well from Nizzy's end, and especially from Yes I Can. Using Run It Back, he did ended up making some influential plays. But all in all, I've got to say, Fancy United, it will be a lot difficult in the second half itself, so it's difficult to predict on what's going to happen.
Yeah, on this round, again, this crossfire from mid. This time, though, it seems like they expected, and they are going to be using some utility to flush out Paradox and get that pick as well. Bathim as well, with the unfortunate wallbang. They get all 3 players, in fact, down towards mid. It's going to come down to these 2 remaining players on Cat, desperately trying to hold on. They do get position of the spike, but again, the trades are immediate, and that is going to be a beautiful round coming in from Fancy off the back of Revenant changing things up. They try to go in for a mid stack because they know that Fancy like to go for it, but Fancy this time, they cross their T's, they dot their I's, and they get the round. And off the back of that, you know, adding on to something that you were saying before this round started, Baba Gustavo, the attack for Revenant, it is going to be very difficult because the problem with not having a duelist is not having somebody to really create that space. Like, even if you know, Fancy is not having a great time on this particular map. Historically, Nizzy by himself, you know, you had the jet dash, you have that dash into the smoke, you close the switch, you get into sight, you get it done. Same with the Phoenix. You pop that Run It Back, you run all the way into the backside or towards short, and things are great. Your restoration, you might not get a kill, but you will definitely scare people off the side. And Revenant, they don't have anything like that. But what they do have is a lot of utility. They have those splashes from Blackhawk, they have that recon, and off the back of that, they might be able to get into the side. But first, it's going to come down to who wins this last round. Economy good for both of these teams. Again, it's going to be a bit of a mid push here, and just like that, to deter further presence, it is going to be the lockdown invested by Wimp here to push these players off, and it is going to work, because just like that, they will manage to regain mid control, at least for now. With 1 minute left, though, it does seem like Fancy, they're willing to take a different direction, go towards this A site instead, and already Paradox, he seems to be expecting it.
Yeah, it's a good start, though, especially from Fancy United. Wasting a lot of utilities from Revenant's side. They'll now commit for a fully fledged push all the way from the A side with the help of the Null command. Here comes the denial of the Hunter's Fury from Bad Love. Won't be able to connect a lot, but at least it will give a lot of time for Revenant Esports to at least fling back and hold out the aggression that Fancy has been giving out as of now. Defense being made through the wall, and already we see Fancy United deep within the site. Yes, I can start it off, especially with the wall bangs. Oh, Blackhawk. He returns it back with the frag. Post brand it is, and I gotta say, Fancy United once they find out the opening, that was more than enough to give the weakness for Revenant Esports, and they're going to make use of this really well. Killer, great use, double kill, a bit of a refrag being made from Bad Love's end. In the end, it will be Blackhawk left in a 1v3. That's not going to happen. Beautifully done from Fans United, playing according to time, wasting a lot of utilities, and when the time is right, they've pushed it with the help of the null command to ensure victory to be in their hands. 7-5. An amazing display of attack skill being displayed here from Fans United.
Yeah, they definitely managed to bring it back, and this is a very manageable score because 7-5, it's not bad. All they have to do is put up a strong defense, and like you mentioned, it's going to depend on whether Revenants can attack or not. Because they, like you mentioned, they don't have a duelist, they don't have somebody who can create that space with just their utility, purely utility. It's going to have to come down to a combination of things. And looking at the head-to-head so far, Bad Love is definitely on top on that initiator role. Both of these players, in fact, on that initiator role are very close together, but Bad Love, he just has a little bit of an edge on that ACS. And of course, to be fair, this is the defensive half. Since as a map in general, teams tend to win defense much better than attack, irrespective of what comp they're playing, because of how the map is structured, right? You have all of these really choke close points, whether it's on short or B main, even that lane, for example. A lot of areas on this map are just really difficult to navigate for the attackers, considering the amount of utility that teams tend to run these days. So I think that perhaps on defense, Fancy might have what it needs to bring it back. But right now, Revenant, they're going to be very happy about this, because if they can get the spike down, they have so much in the way of post plan. They have those shock darts from Bad Love, they have the Killjoy Nanoswarms from Wimp, and of course, they even have that fragment from their KO if they choose to use it. So a lot of utility just available to try and hold on to the spike and keep it from being diffused. And I think that Revenant's being able to get to this particular score, as long as they can get the spike down and keep like the player situation equally, they might have a really good chance of taking it home.
Yes, indeed. And for Revenant, that's the biggest main problem, right? In order for them to succeed the plant, they need to make sure that the execute goes out well in their favor, right? But without the help of the duelist, it will be difficult. So what I'm guessing right now from Revenant's side is that they'll either be playing for picks, see whether if they can find an opening pick or two, maybe on two of the sides. Maybe if they get huge control on mid, that would be very helpful for Revenant Esports on their attack. But when you have two of the duelists from the side of Fancy United, when you have both the Jet and the Phoenix, you've got to make sure that when it comes to surprise attacks, Revenant Esports needs to be prepped and ready. And when it comes to the aggressive playstyles, I mean, I would like to talk about the match between Team Alter Ego, where they've had a lot of experience when it comes to aggressive push, right? So for Revenant, I'm pretty sure if those kinds of situations do appear in their end, Revenant Esports, they'll make sure to take care of those flanking issues. But when it comes to the side, they have to secure the plant so that the post plant situation that could come in from Revenant Esports will be more powerful and efficient. So let's see how well it works out with the halftime coming in play. Fans United on defense, and for Revenant, this will be their time to see whether if they could rack things up the lead by winning their pistol round.
Yeah, the pistol, though, Fancy are looking to close it out because they really want the scores to get back in level. And so far, it looks like they're attempting to go for a retake of this B side right off the bat. It is going to be them getting the site for free almost. And we're going to be looking at a possible 5-on-5 retake here. And already, I like this from Revenant. Logi is going to be looking for a late lurk down towards mid. You do see Wimp as well holding down main. And now that they're in position, now that they're ready for a possible retake coming in, it might be what they need. And again, Wimp towards main. He's trying to hold a crossfire with Logi right now. Logi will spot out two players already. Causes a distraction, and Wimp, he's going to be ready to swing out if necessary to go for it. But unfortunately for him, the flash does come through, and just like that, the first blood goes in favor of Fancy. At this point, it is going to be Logi who has to make the wrap back around and be ready for it as the remaining players from Fancy converge on the side. These three players are going to be hit with a lot of utility here. Yes, I can, finding another one for himself. Does get traded out though, and it's all going to come down to Blackhawk to try and hold on to this backside. He doesn't have a chance, as Logi has to close out a 1v4 somehow to prevent this from going in Fancy's favor. And he will not be able to do so. Suka will get the last kill, and just like that, Fancy, they find their first pistol.
Even with the distractions that have been laid around from Loki, I've got to say, Wimp was in a very bad positioning, especially when he did get himself flashed out. It was difficult to get out of that positioning, but all in all, I've got to say, Fans United, a fantastic job of recovering the post plant, even though it is still favored for Revenant Esports, especially with the amount of utilities that they can place. It's still a pistol round, but Fans United winning that pistol round will give them even much more opportunities to get good weapons in the near future. So on round in the second half, we get to see Revenant Esports have two stingers, actually two specters and one stinger. Interesting use of this round right here from Revenant, as if they would like to bring a lot of firepower, but if they lose this round, then Fans United might have a lot of advantage here.
Yeah, not much in the way for the side of Revenant. They do have the side at least, so again, that's going to be something in their favor. But Blackhawk is willing to get extended here, finds a lot of damage onto killers, but won't be able to convert the kill. And again, yes, I can. He's going to be on the flank. Prowlers intersecting with each other, but not finding much value. And Paradox, he's able to dodge the flash, but not the Prowler. He's going to be stuck in this corner here, almost burning alive as Luka finds him. Just like that, this retake is going to be almost perfect right now. It's all up to Badless here to close out a 1v5. Able to find Sue, tries to get the third, but not quite connecting, and Ficio will clean things up. But for a second, Badluck, it looked like he almost had it, and it is going to be the scores equalized. And in fact, Fancy, they have a great shot at being able to push up their lead here, because Revenant, they did force up last round. They're not going to have the economy to buy into this one, and if they play their cards right, it is going to be them taking the lead. And I think off the back of that, they will also have some crucial ults close to being online. Both Yes I Can and Killers have been popping off in the last few rounds, and well, I think that null command might be what Fancy needs to make the next buy round work after this particular round.
Yeah, what a total shutdown from Fans United. I mean, you even saw all four of the defenders just push in all the way towards the site. I believe what Revenant can do in that situation is to ensure that either they would have mid control all the way from mid top, and just like I say it, Nizzy just starts away with the first frag, and it's Bad Love who gets to take the heavy fall. Unfortunate. On the first half, it was Bad Love who's doing a lot of work on defense, but now in second half, things will be a lot difficult. Oh, Blackhawk. Oh, jeez,
no.
Logi. He comes away at the right time to save his team in Paradox. My goodness, he gets away safely. Yes, I can. He just falls back. The amount of pressure that we've been seeing it right now is just so amazing. But in the end, they still have control. Post plant once again. We've seen Fans United succeed a post plant twice. Can they do it another time?
Nizzy does have that operator to work with, but at this point, he might just choose to save it, because in this situation where it's a 2v4, it's not worth losing that particular gun. They do have the economy to buy back in next time, even if they lose this one. So at this point, they might just let Killers do as much damage as he wants to try and close out a 1v4, but it's not going to be happening. And Nizzy, he's not even trying. He's just like, you know what? You guys can have fun. Revenants, you can take the round. It's okay. I just want this operator. And you see the expectation coming in from the side of Loki. He knows that there might be an operator online, and that's why Nizzy hasn't been seen in the fray yet. He is going to be able to save it, I think, if he's careful. But again, already you can see the Revenant players on hunt. They don't want to give him the operator for next round. It's too much of a risk, and they might just be able to find it if Nazy's not careful. He doesn't even connect that kill, but all's good. He stays alive. And just like that, Revenant, they convert that eco. I was talking about how it was Fancy's chance to take the lead if they played their cards right, but unfortunately, they aren't. And you know, that awkward play towards mid between Yes I Can and Paradox, that was round changing, because Yes I Can, he tries to go back and regroup with his teammates like he's been doing for the last time, last two rounds, because Revenant, they've been on the lurk for a while, and they've been constantly flanking. Fancy has been constantly flanking, but this time around, Paradox, he decides to reswing, and he's able to connect that kill, and it's a beautiful round coming in for them. But heading into this particular one, again, you see Fancy going in for a little bit of a mid push. Nizzy in particular with the operator trying to swing out. In the process, though, they left the A side completely undefended. PCO does spray through the smoke, but he's not going to be able to find anything. And now, yet again, it looks like we're going to be looking at a full 5-on-5 retake, Babagusta.
Yep, things will be even much more difficult for Fans United. And Paradox, oh, he gets caught off from Ficio. And didn't had proper information from the garage. Actually, no, from the garden's side. Pop flash will be given from Blackhawk. Won't be able to find one, and instead gets picked out from Killer. You can see how Revenant are currently caught out in this certain situation, but still have the crossfire angles from Bad Love and Wimp. Both of them are down. We still need to focus on the generators aside. Gets away one, and we see Bad Love gets one more. Yes, the crossfire angle just working to perfection from Revenant Esports, and all they've got to do is just focus on one more, and that's Nizzy who gets caught out. My goodness, Revenant Esports, what a way to just hold their ground all the way from below heavens. It was just two players, Bad Love and Wimp. and all they had to do was just give good amount of protection, and my goodness, did they evidently did so in a fashionable manner. Revenant Esports will succeed 9-7, succeeding 2 rounds on attack. And for Fans United, this will be a lot difficult with them knowing that the momentum is lost.
Yeah, you know, Babagusta, talking about Revenant, right? Their post plans are just beautiful. Like, even though it's a 5v5, they are so disciplined. They don't over aggress. They play towards main, they play crossfires on site, and sometimes they let one player get aggressive, but more than that, they don't really risk it. Talking about aggressive, though, looking at this push coming in towards this B main area, the turret will be smoked off temporarily, and Nizzy will be able to get the orb and possibly push forward here. That smoke might be what they need to really make this particular round work. But again, Revenant, they realize that, it's probably going to be a push coming in through towards the B side because they want that Killjoy, they want that Jet also online. And off the back of that, they're going to be going in for an A push instead. Though that Prowler from Paradox, this man is not afraid to really miss things out. He goes for the check and he's rewarded with that kill onto Killers here, who just takes the Nanoswarm damage on top of everything else. Nizzy is on the flank as well, does have the Blade Storm, will spot out a player and finally connect the shot. Now, these two remaining players, I think they have been spotted by Nizzy here, who will be trying to go forward. Gets the first, can he get the second as well? Does a lot of damage to Loki and knows that he's still there right now. He has to connect the shot because the timer is still ticking right now. The flash though from Blackhawk is beautiful and they're able to connect that kill. It's going to come down to 1v2 right now. Loki has to clutch it out. Yes, I can. Trying to stick the spike. He gets the tap, but it's not going to be enough as this thrifty round gets converted right back by Fancy off the back of this kill from Nizzy. So beautiful. He's able to get that pick, get a second as well with the rifle, and create enough distraction for the rest of his team from Heaven to retake the site. It was a really close round, but at the end of it, it is going to be Fancy who keep it close, 9-8.
9-8, and I've got to say, the way how Fancy have been playing right now, the commitment that we've seen in the thrifty rounds, all four of them. Although I have to admit, the gamble knowing that they might push it towards the B side didn't quite work out well. But once they recovered a post-plant situation, that was I'm actually surprised that Fancy United did, win it out in that post plant. They only had sheriffs. They did use their utilities in such great manner, and especially from Nizzy, who kind of did had the Blade Storm, ended up getting some really great influential kills. Although I still have to admit, Blackhawks is a flash all the way from B long, providing support to the Astra Loki, which it did end up clearing out the entirety of the B long. But once they lost control from the site, and knowing that you don't have any lineups or nor denials from the side of Revenant Esports, it was very difficult for them to succeed in that post plant. If Wimp was still alive, if they still had the nanoswarm grenades, that could have at least helped them in denying a lot of time from Fancy Esports' defense. But all in all, my god, Fancy, what a way to win this important thrifty round, which will end up being in favor for them in quite a lot. I mean, they even have good amount of utilities too. You even have the null command from Killer S, you even have the run it back from Yes I Can, also still have the ability from Fate Suka. So oh boy, Revenant Esports, they're currently in a spot of a bother, but they still have the lead nonetheless. And look at the control from mid. All four of them are in the place, and Nizzy, he'll start it off with the first frag, and look at the way how Fancy are going at it right now. They've handled out the frags, and now they're focusing on the side.
Just like that, again, short presence has been completely established, and Bad Love and Loki, though, they're able to go huge, able to find those first two picks. Fisio finally trades back out. The Nightfall is going to be invested as well, making things even more difficult for Nizzy, who is able to get that retake and get the KO back up. It's all up to just Paradox now to clutch it out. However, the clock has been ticking, and Paradox, he's going to be completely hit by the ults, detected by the knife as well to make things worse. But again, the timer, they have to clear him out too. They have to find that kill. He's able to isolate the fight, finds Killers. It's all down to just Nizzy to close it out, and he will. But does he have enough time is going to be the question, and I think that he might just have enough as Fancy, they bring it back 9-9, and what a beautiful round coming in from them, especially after that awful start. You see Revenant, they get a little bit aggressive. They're able to find those picks really quickly as they have Heaven control, but the utility comes through, the trade comes through, and at the end, Paradox is going to be left alone. And he tried, he really did manage to isolate the fight. All he had to do was buy some more time. But unfortunately, he may have miscalculated or Nizzy was just too sharp for him. And that was going to be the round for Fancy. Again, look at the scoreboard. This is where Nizzy and Killers have been activated on the first half. They look so... It looked like they just weren't informed, but now that they are popping off. And again, it is going to be multiple ults online for Revenant, who will look to use them to capitalize on this round. Because if they lose this, that's going to be their economy completely gone.
Oh, that's a great shot though from Logi. Moonfisher out would give a lot of chances for Revenant to ensure that they have control. And Killer will definitely respond back by removing Wimp out. So you could see the trade games that's been coming around from both Revenant and Fancy Esports. They've made sure that it's balanced in a way that they could have at least a chance to succeed. How will they deal with Yes I Can, who has currently been waiting around? He knows that there is players who will slowly make their way from the Gardens' side. Yes I Can sees this, tries to remove one, but he gets confused. And with it, Paradox will be able to ensure to get that kill.
Oh, Nizzy, though, he strikes back. He's able to find two for himself as he still, despite being held by the seas, stays alive. Pulls out the Blade Storm as well. Nizzy is feeling himself on this particular game. And in this 2v2 situation, with the spike not having gone down, it looks like, oh my god, it looks like Revenants are trying to get more kills, but you can't go up against Nizzy. That man is on fire, and he's on 3 already. It's going to come down to Logi to close it out. This 1v2 does have the Cosmic Divide to work around with, and 1 star as well. But aside from that, it's going to be very difficult, especially with the doors closed. He has to play around the smoke to try and make this work, and right now he has no information. It is going to be Under Heaven being cleared with the help of that particular 0 points here, but now with the smoke, Logi someone has to try and close out this 1v2. The Blaze Storm right click does not work out, but in the smoke the spray is too powerful, and Killers will get that final kill. Just like that, Fancy, they take the lead for the first time in this half, and what a round it was from them. From Nizzy in particular, he just had no fear. Despite being caught by the seas, despite being hit by so much utility, he was able to just swing out and get 2 kills and get away with his life without even having to dash. That's the best part. After that, he's able to get this third as well as Blackhawk. He gets a little bit too over-eager, peeking before the Cosmic Divide comes down. And just like that, Fancy, they're on track for round number 11 as well, because like I said, after that round, the economy for the side of Revenant, it's not looking too great. So it's going to be very difficult for them to keep Fancy from running away. And the thing is, Fancy's a team that run away with the momentum, that tend to string these rounds together, and if you let them go, they're gonna keep going. And Nizzy, he's already proved that multiple times. Heading into this round though, Blackhawk is gonna be the one with the Hero Vandal alongside Wimp. Will that be enough to make this work? Because already, look at this aggression, Babagusta. Look at mid.
Look at that already. And the amount of questionable decisions. Nizzy! My goodness, 3! The lone warrior from the B side decides to remove every single player out of Revenant Esports, and it's a whole wipeout. Jesus, Nizzy, what was that? 3 kills from the Vandal. I mean, look at that. And let's not forget, this was a broken buy from Revenant Esports. They had Vandals, they even had Marshals, and with them losing those important weaponry, oh boy, this is going to hurt them a lot, Zach.
Yeah, well, at least I think that they should be able to buy up for this particular round. Hopefully, yeah, that was a little bit of a broken buy, but it was their eco kind of. But this is going to be Revenant's last chance to keep Fancy from really running away from this map or taking it to, or possibly having to fight for overtime. Just like that, they are going to be going in for a very fast A hit here off the back of this null command. Nizzy towards this area will be spotted out and will be pushed out of the angle with the help of this Hunter's Fury, which is not going to find any other value. And Revenant, they've already invested 3 ultimates in this particular round. They know the importance of being able to try and close it out here. However, though, that lockdown is going to be shut down with the help of that fragment. And just like that, it is going to be a full 5-on-5 retake. You don't see the swing coming in from Blackhawk, but unfortunately, it's not going to work out as Yes I Can. He connects the kill. The second flash comes through, and they already are swarming onto site. Wimp, Under Heaven, will be spotted out with that Jiggle Peak. And just like that, he's going to be taken down with that double swing. 3 remaining Revenant players are all going to be towards mid, and Logi, he's able to find the first. But right now, with the controller still alive for the side of Fancy, it's going to make things very difficult for Revenant. They have to push it. They're trying to get the spray kills. They're able to find 1. The spike, though, it's been half stuck. All PC has to do is stick it, and sticking it he is. Unfortunately for Revenant, they're not going to be able to get the round. And just like that, it's going to be match point for Fancy in this after that beautiful retake of a round. And it all started with that Killjoy ult being broken. The quick retake came in, and of course, yes, I can. He said, yes, I can, and got 2 for himself.
You know, Zach, remember when we said that for for Fancy United, especially on second half, they would have a lot of problems on defense. Look what's happening right now. It's 12-9. What a performance that's been given around from Nizzy and Yes I Can, who's been making a tremendous performance here. And most of the post-plan situations that I'd said would be favorable for RNT, well, guess what, Fancy United? They won all of it. And they want to keep the aggressiveness going. Look at the control on mid. Look at the control on B long. Look at Yes I Can, who's currently using the, from the run it back ability. But Revenant Esports, they've had enough of it. They know that they've lost a lot of opportunities. They know that they've lost a lot of chances. And now it's time for them to make amends. Post-run it is. They still have a chance. And look at the null command being displayed around from Fans United. They won a lot of post-run situations. And this could be a chance for Fancy to bring this back. Here comes the first kill. Can we see the second? Can they deny the utilities all the way towards below heaven? I think they can. Yes, I can. Gets one, but not the second from Logi. Oh boy, triple kill. And Revenant Esports, they're still in the game, folks. 10-12. They need 2 more rounds to equalize it and put us to overtime.
That is the case here. And again, Logi, he steps up huge. These controllers for both of these teams have been the absolute heroes for them. Logi able to find 3 there was what Revenant need to keep themselves in this game, and off the back of that, he's going to have the Cosmic Divide as well. The economy looking a little bit shaky right now for Fancy United. As you can see, that Fisio is going to be forced to play off the back of that Spectre. Revenant, though, it's the same for them. They don't really have the buys coming in. You do see 2 of the players with the light armor as well. Ultimates are close to both teams right now, and it does seem like this A site, which has been working out really well for Revenant so far, they're going to continue to try and hitting it. Though, again, this time, the thing is stronger from them. The defense is stronger because they've invested all those players which they've been used to push in towards mid, towards A main and A short here. And that's going to make the push for Revenant, if they decide to commit, even more difficult. Though it seems like they're going to be taking another strategy as they go towards short. They are able to get 2 picks for themselves. And just like that, it is going to be Revenant who take a significant advantage in this particular half as they, again, make their way onto this A side. It's all going to come down to the Suka here, who does get spotted out by the Prowler. Also has the Prowler coming in from Bad Love here, but unfortunately on the opposite side it is going to be the wraparound coming in, and Suka is able to find 2 of his own, back down to a 2v2. They know where Bad Love is. I don't know if they know where Wimp is, because Wimp with the spike, he's just going to be booking it down towards the B side, knowing that there's going to be nobody there. Bad Love will be following, and we're going to be looking at a full 2v2 retake here if things go the way Revenant planned.
Man, Revenant finally understood the way how Fancy were, providing with the early peaks, right? You saw 4 players from the defenders go all the way towards mid, and with that pressure being denied, it's still 2v2. It could favor for Fancy, and I believe with them already being in the side, they've got to make sure to remove these crossfire angles that have been placed from both the sides. Nizzy! My god, that shot was devastating. And now it's just Bad Love who's left in a 1v2. He finds one, equalizes it. Can he get another headshot? Yes, he does! Bad Love responds back. 1 more round for Revenant Esports to put this match on overtime, and my goodness, these are such close encounters. Revenant Esports could have lost this, but Bad Love, they will bring it back. 1 more round for Revenant Esports to put this back on OT, and 1 more round for Fancy United to secure this map win up against Revenant Esports. We're at the round of 1s here, Zach.
11-12, and the economy for Fancy is completely decimated. Seeing that Nizzy also did use the Blaze Storm in that last particular round, all they have are these Spectres to really work with, and they're gonna have to get up close for that to work out if they want to deny overtime here. You do see already Yes I Can getting spotted out, and the Paranoia are forced to get invested for Fisio to even stay alive. 36 HP left on him. You do see Yes I Can looking to get aggressive, but he's not going to be given anything as Revenant. They stay safe and they stay alive. Still a 5v5 situation, and Revenant, they have a lot of ults to work with as well. They have both the Cosmic Divide as well as the Hunter's Fury for Battle of after his clutch. They're also only 1 away from that lockdown, so they could get onto any side they want if they could just get Wimp and Orb. That's what they're possibly looking to as they go in for this B main control instead. I think that they are looking for wraparound through mid possibly, as they have established that there are at least 3 players towards this A side with the information that Fancy have given away. Now though, they're still going to be looking to re-hit it with the help of the 4 players coming in towards a short area. Suga will spot up the Prowler. That is going to be some information given away, and all he has to hold this avalanche coming in from Revenant is going to be just a just going to be that stinger, I believe. Bad luck though with the Hunter's Fury, able to connect one, and just like that Fancy, it's falling apart from them, Babagusta.
Yeah, especially having a weaponry like that for Fancy United, they're still somehow surviving, especially Nizzy! Nizzy! Three kills to Nizzy, and now it's still 1v1. My goodness, Nizzy has been dealing so much damage. And boy, oh boy, is this going to hurt a lot for Revenant if they lose this. Blackhawk, he's just going to do the safest way to plan all the way from the B side, and on his, he'll get the weapon upgrade too. The Vandal in his hand, 1v1. Blackhawk only has a suppression knife. He could use it to gain information and deny a lot of utilities that has been present from Nizzy's end. But it's a do-or-die situation from RNT and also from Fancy United. My goodness. All this comes down to this. Nizzy has dealt so much damage. He didn't even upgrade his weapon. He'll still trust his Spectre. No smokes. No flashbangs, no fragment, only weaponry. Time's running out from Nizzy, and Blackhawk, he gets away. Oh, Jesus. Ladies and gentlemen, we are heading to overtime. What a performance from Nizzy, and what a way for Revenant Esports to fling it back, folks.
They've just been pulling off clutch after clutch after clutch. Last round it was Bad Love, and this time it was Blackhawk stepping up. Even though he might be at the bottom right now, his utility usage for the rest of his team has been impeccable, and it is going to be what propels them into this overtime. You know, looking at how these teams have been playing so far, it seems like they've both been really good on defense, but have struggled on attack. And I think that whoever is going to take the attacking round heading forward, that's going to be who really manages to take the map as well. That I think that's going to be the deciding factor. And looking at the scoreboard here, just Nizzy already almost on 30 kills, followed closely by Killers. These have been the dynamic duo today for the side of Fancy. Yes, I can. He's had a little bit of a slow start. We did see him show some fire in the last round, but in the last few rounds. But aside from that, especially on the attack, he just did not seem to have much of an impact. Perhaps heading into overtime, though, he might wake up and do the needful. For Revenant, though, talking about them, they've been extremely consistent overall as a team on their defense, being able to just run both initiators together. Bad Love and Paradox, they've been able to hold on to a site by themselves and Wimp on the other side. As long as they hold on to the site, it doesn't matter if they leave mid. That's been what's working for them. As long as they don't try to fix what isn't broken, I think that they'll be able to hold on as well.
Yeah, on most of the second half, I just realized that Fancy United, they'd usually go in for a full 4 stack from the mid side, leaving both A and B side uncontested. It kind of felt like they were kind of forcing Revenant Esports on a post-plan situation where a dead ended up being in favor for Fancy United a lot of times. And once Revenant realized what exactly happened, they did figure out a way to bring it back, especially on round number 22, where they did apply a lot of pressure on mid. You saw one player on mid top. You even see on the sidelines of the site on B where those good crossfire angles that had been placed to ensure none of the players from Fancy United could make their approach from mid. And they did kept on going for these 3 crucial rounds on attack. What's more problematic was that on round number 24, Fancy United, they were left with just Spectres. Spectres, no Vandals, no Phantoms, Spectres.
I mean, though, Baba Gusta, really, you think Nizzy needs anything apart from a classic at this point? Looking at how he's been playing.
Exactly, 29 kills. He gets 3 kills from the Spectres while he's going up against players with Vandals. No smokes, no flashes, nothing. Just pure skill that has been displayed from Nizzy's end. And I know I've been talking a lot from Nizzy, but I do have to talk about Bad Love and Loki. The way how they represent the crossfire angles from below heaven is just so powerful. 2 crossfire angles, both on A and B side. You see how coordinated you see from Revenant's end, especially on post plant. They get good kills, even with the retaliations that had been made from Fancy United countless amount of times. They still end up winning most of their crucial rounds. But for Fancy United, look at the amount of post plans that they've succeeded with the spike defuse. I believe they did it more than 6 times. Yeah, all the way from round number 13. My God, Fancy United, I've got to say, this is an amazing display of skills that I've been seeing from these two teams right here, Zach.
Yeah, it's been neck and neck, and when the going gets tough, the tough get going, and that's exactly what we've been seeing from both of these teams. For the side of Fancy, Nizzy, and Killer stepping up to make that half look extremely dominant, and towards the end, despite them being so close, Papa Gusta, they were 12-9. They just needed to win one more round. Revenant, they've had the mental to come back, to hold on, and push this into overtime, and it might be what they need possibly to take this map home. Because consider that also they've already played a match for the day. Sure, it was kind of an easy win for them, but they might be feeling a little bit tired. As for Fancy, they finally gotten warmed up. That might be the difference maker heading into this particular one. But looking at the defense so far for Revenant, they've done a fantastic job. So many rounds, it was won by Fancy just off of the heroics of either Killers or Nizzy. And if they can just play as a team together, it might be what they need to take the advantage heading in, because I think they are going to be starting off on defense. And I think that one thing that has really worked out for Fancy so far is being able to figure out where Wimp is and just isolate him with utility from Killers and push forward. Because those are the rounds that they've mostly managed to win on their attacking half. Whenever they run into Paradox and Bad Love, they aren't getting sight.
And I like let's not even forget about the amount of clutches that we'd seen from Fisho's end in the first half. It was 2 times, right? 2 times did we get to see Fisho make an impressive clutch, especially on round number 1 where he made an insane triple kill on post plant, and then we saw him make that 1v1 important clutch that had been made from the help of from the shadows, right, to proceed with the spike plant, make sure to ensure that they have victory towards post plant. And in the beginnings of the round, we just kept saying on how it's very influential for Fancy United to be more powerful on attack. Turns out it's quite the opposite, especially on defense. We see Fancy United just create havoc from mid and end up winning most of their rounds on post plant.
Yeah. Talking about post plan though, for that Revenant, Fancy, they're gonna have to get the spike down, and they've consistently struggled with that on this B side. But right now, they're gonna be full sending it down as they run into again this 2-player stack towards the backside here already. That Haun's going to spawn on all 3. In fact, I'm sorry, it is going to be Blackhawk joining in the action as well. Killers starting things off, taking his counterpart down, able to get that first kill, and the smoke's gonna make things worse. Paradox tries to push through, in fact connects that first shot, gets the second as well before Yesaka shuts him down. It's all up to Bad Love here, who's not able to find anything. Logi left in a 1v2, knows the position of both players at this point, has to isolate these fights, gets the headshot, and it's gonna come down to a 1v1. Logi knows where this last player is. It is going to be Killers faking the plant, but the gun comes out just a second too late, and Killers, he's gonna be able to get the round for Fancy. What a display coming in from them. They were ready for these fights, Baba Gusta. They knew that there was going to be a 2 or 3 player on stack on backside, and they just went head to head, fight for fight.
Oh boy. Fancy United, they are in overtime match point. The only difference is that the site's been swapped. Now it's Team Revenant's turn to proceed with their attack. And all Fancy has to do is just ensure they have this momentum in control. And we're about to see Niz's AWP being in play from mid again. A lot of aggression being displayed around right from the mid side itself. With the help of the smokes that have been placed around, mid top will be a huge problem. And if they have no idea where Yesaikan is, this would be so huge. Fancy, oh boy, that's 1 second. Can we see the retaliation from the Jet? Yes, it does. Fancy United, they are not going to give any quarters, but we forgot about Wimp, who's been making some impressive plays too. All he's got to do is just find the third, and then he will get it. Wimp, the savior for Revenant. They'll make sure to run it back and equalize it back again to proceed OT number 2.
Talking about run it backs, one thing that seems very different for Fancy in this particular matchup is just the lack of Phoenix ults coming in from Yesek. And usually you see him getting one every 3 rounds, but this time it's been a bit of a slow game for the poor guy. Of course, to be fair, when Nizzy is doing all the brutal killing for everyone else already on 30, 18, you don't really need to step up much, but that might be the last touch they really need to close things out here. Again, it is going to be Revenant on defense, I believe, as Fancy, they look to work their way into possibly this mid split again. towards main. Bad Love tries to reveal area. It is going to be Nizzy though who connects that first headshot. The smoke comes down through the smoke. He's already doing damage to Bad Love here. And now they're just trying to isolate this fight, possibly catch him down somehow with the with these shock darts. But Nizzy, he's not gonna be afraid to move, even when he sees it, even when he's blinded. He's gonna be able to get 3 kills. Nizzy, what are you doing? Gets the Blade Storm as well. It's all down to just Logi and Wim to keep this from going apart. And they're just going where Nizzy is. But guess what? Nizzy is just a distraction. The main action is going to be towards that A side. And he's still pushing. He's still peeking. Connects the fourth. No, he doesn't. Unfortunately, Wim finds the kill. And just like that, Revenant, they're in it with a chance if they can get this kill onto Killers.
Man, post-plant it is, and they just have to focus on 2 Ficio. How do you get away with the kill? And another from mid-top. My goodness, what is happening, especially from Fancy United? How is Nizzy getting away with kills like this? 3 players were present on the B side, and somehow he gets away with all of them. Although, yes, the Blade Storm didn't really help them a lot from the mid side, but man, he's just popping off. If there's only one guy who's just holding out from B long, well, guess what? just hold on, Revenant. Let's not count it out just yet, especially with the amount of smokes and the denials that Revenant Esports have made. It was just nothing.
I don't know how Nizzy does that, but you know, this round it's gonna be Revenant's chance to possibly keep this from ending in Fancy's favor. They are gonna be going in for a bit of a slow B approach here, with the exception of Logi on the lurk. All other 4 players are gonna be heading towards B main, and Nizzy is going to be the obstacle that they're gonna be running into yet again. Nizzy is the only person standing between them and the side, and already he's able to find one and dash away. This man is single-handedly ending Revenant's career on this particular match, and he's doing it in such an assertive, dominated way. 2 on the round before he finally gets shut down. But now the backup is there. Killers finds one of his own. The spike is dropped in a rather awkward place as well. And unless Paradox can get this kill, it's going to make things very difficult. It's going to be a 1v2 right now. Paradox has the spike. His location is going to be known. But if he needs to isolate these fights, that's going to be the win condition coming in for him. Gets the spike down. Suka, again, being able to constantly just harry him with all the utility coming in. And Paradox, he's just going to have to go for this reload as well, making things even worse. They're going in for the double push coming in. He gets one, and Paradox, he gets both. He catches it out, and we're heading into overtime number 3, ladies and gentlemen.
The show's not over yet, folks. Paradox. My goodness. You know, for a moment there, I thought all hopes were lost for Revenant Esports, and here comes Paradox. 2 kills. Oh man. OT number 3. My goodness, this just keeps getting more and more spicier.
Dude, Mamagusta, how's your
Yes?
heart rate doing?
My heart rate is doing good, Zach. It's just that but when I see plays like this, I just cannot resist. All right, it's just so good. But you still gotta focus for Revenant though, mainly because they just came back so well in the first half, and now we see Fancy United just popping off, especially Nizzy. He's just unstoppable at this moment, and Revenant, they've got to figure out a way to end this. But how?
Well, Paradox gets off to a good start, able to find one, but again, Nizzy, he's still alive, he's still kicking before Paradox shuts him down. It's all gonna come down to Ficio here in a 1v3. He clutched it out before, has a spike back, but now he's gonna have to close it out again. And already Madlib, he seems aware of the possibility of lane, and he's able to find that last kill. Finally, Revenant, they managed to win their defensive round here, and if they can get the next one as well, it might be what they need to close out this particular map. But again, Nizzy, he's able to connect these shots so well. But Paradox's push was impeccable. He goes through the smoke, gets 3 kills for himself, I believe, in that particular round. And it is going to be what nets Revenant the win in that particular overtime. And looking at the scoreboard, though, both Bad Love and Paradox are the unlikely, or along with Loki. In fact, all of the players from Revenant are putting up these numbers. Even Blackhawk, even though he might not be on the kill feed, he is definitely doing a lot when you look at those assets. I think for the side of Fancy, they're gonna have to really step it up and do the same. Already you can see Suka being caught out, being forced to push back, but again, yes, I can. He's not afraid to push through mid here. He's just going for the backstab already, and he might be catching a lot of action here. Paradox, the first one to walk into his crosshairs, and now this double push coming in is gonna find so much value. Yes, they can, and Ficio between them, cleaning up their Revenant squad. Wimp on the lurk is the last player alive, and Killers will shut him down, and it is going to be overtime number 4.
This is what happens when you leave mid uncontested. Flanked by both Ficio and Yes I Can. And that's the best part about overtime, right? It's like every single time when you keep continuing the overtime, and also let's not forget this is OT number 4,
Uh-huh.
3 overtimes, OT number 4, Revenant and Fans United, they've got to figure something else. And the amount of pressure that's been bundled up from both these teams, one single mistake can determine the whole factor for this matchup. And the way how Xerxia has been performing on defense, he's got to make sure on attack it should be as valuable. And look at the denial, my goodness. Alarmo bots being used, but they still don't want to stop this aggression. Fans United always pushing in. And that gunfight, they'll end up with Blackhawk through the smoke. He gets away with that kill. Beautifully done. And now it's a 2v3 favoring from Revenant's side. Paradox needs to figure out a way to remove Suk out of the equation. He's already deep within the generator side, and Fisio is just providing a lot of distractions, but Paradox, he gets away with the kill. Fisio left for the 1v3. Why do I have the feeling of deja vu? Because I still remember Fisio had made his 1v3, but it was a pistol round. But this is OT. All hands on this man right here. He has a spike in hand. He could go in for post plant. He doesn't have the necessary utilities to go away with. 40 seconds. He still needs to play time. 4 seconds for the spike plant. Just gonna make sure that he doesn't get traded off. There you go. Plant is present. So does the info. He will be revealed. And now, Revenant Esports, they're gonna hunt him down. Fisio has some smoke. He gets one. Oh, jeez. He needs to find 2 more. And Paradox, he will get that headshot nonetheless. Still favoring for the side for Team Revenant Esports. 16-15. OT number 4. Fans United. Can they win it?
Well, I mean, honestly, if anyone could have flushed out that 1v3, in my opinion, it would have probably been Fisio or, I guess, Nizzy, who is already on 37, by the way. But to prevent Revenant from running away from this map, they're going to have to win this particular defensive round. And last time, they did it through a mid push. And Revenant, they will possibly be aware of it because we've seen how Wimp likes to watch that particular angle. This time around, though, the aggression from the side of Fancy is not really coming out. Nizzy is willing to take a peek down towards mid, not finding anything much. Let's try to get a few pot shots, but not much coming in. But the crossfire in B main, that might be what makes or breaks the game on this particular round for Fancy here. They go aggressive. Xerxia gets one, stays alive as well. The flash is good, but Paradox still trades it out, and it's going to be a 3v2 right now. Nizzy desperately trying to rotate over towards his B side. No flash left either, and Revenant, they have the site for free. So we're looking at a 2v3 retake. Still one player towards Logs. Logi might be the man to catch these players off guard if they're not careful. They also do have Fisio alive, so that's going to be some smokes coming in. Right now, the crossfires between these Revenant players are going to be incredibly difficult to break, considering where they are located. It does get cleared out, but the trade is there. Nizzy will have to be the hero again on this particular round to close out this 1v2. Knows where both of them are, but Bad Love finally will get the shot and shut down the monster that is Nizzy as Revenant take this map 17-15. What a battle it was, but at the end of the day, consistency wins over heroics, and that's what Revenant have showcased despite their fair share of heroics.
Yep, 17-15. What a performance from Revenant Esports. And also, you've got to give kudos for Fans United, man. That performance from Nizzy was just beautiful. Oof. Man, the jet plays, even though the attack didn't work out too much from their end, on defense, things were just popping off left, right, and center. And Nizzy, he did his level best to make sure that they would put their team back on track, but it will be Team Revenant who will end up winning it. Congratulations to them. 17-15. I believe we went all the way to 5 overtimes. Is it right?
I don't know, I'm bad at math, but we'll let the analysts do that for us. So we'll throw it back to them. CCV and Elika, you have the desk.
What was that game coming in from Revenant Esports? 3 overtimes and back-to-back 2 victories in their hands. This is the first South Asia team to hand over 2 matches in their bag already in group stages. And let me tell you, CCU, I was on edge of my seat. You saw me hurtling through every second. R&T got those clutches. Also an interesting fact, every overtime match point, Revenant won through their clutches itself.
That's the thing, man. Towards the very end, the clutches, all of that working for the side of Revenant, no matter who it worked flawlessly in their favor. However, talking about the match highlights, we've got to talk about every single player. There's no way we don't mention all 10 of the players and their performances, because again, it was the most important that they've ever given. First of all, I just gotta say, I mean, obviously we'll be talking a lot about this one person, but Nizzy, I mean, again, is it Nizzy? Is it the Slim Shady? Because all I really see is the greatest of all time, man, or at least the greatest in this entire playday we had. By far and away, the best performance, the best mechanics as well. I mean, sure, we had outstanding players in certain other teams, but right now, for this one playday, Nazy outshined all of them, maybe even all of them combined. Just look at the mechanics he had. It genuinely felt like, it felt really, really good, you know, as the jet going around the air, flinging away. But then again, Revenant's full team effort as well were able to overcome what Fancy United had. And honestly, all 10 of these players well within there, right? They gotta deserve all the respect from everyone watching for this one map.
Yes, and I should say there's so much to analyze. My card is full of what I've written about Revenant and Fancy. At one point, I've thought Fancy has got this in his hand. You remember the 1v2 clutch coming in from Logi? Paradox, I believe. Yes, I went all crazy because this shows how desperate Revenant was to win that game, and they definitely made that happen. They found their way towards the qualifiers. They are in group stages and they're fighting every round, and they don't want to give up anytime soon. CCB, every round I've seen Revenant, their anticipation is right. They might be bad at few places, they might have flaws, but they know how to back it up by the team support. And when I say team support, it stands out because Bad Love, not only the top fragger, but also the bearer of 10 assists, along with Paradox, more than 12 assists to their name. Not only support, but also individual frags were outstanding from Revenant Esports.
100%, man. Yeah, sure. Nazy's in a league of his own, that's for certain. But even Revenant players, you know, winning these bare-out barren gunfights is another skill to have, especially at this caliber of gameplay. That's the thing, right? It's one thing to win these kind of gunfights, land these headshots in a random ranked match, a pug match, or a scrim. But right here, with thousands and thousands of people watching you, having the pressure of being in this tournament, having the pressure of being in an official off-season tournament of the Valorant Champions Tour as well, right? It means that the nerves may just get to you. However, the players traverse through it. They got through it time and time again, be it Fancy United, be it Revenant.
Yes.
Now, talking about the team performances as well, right? A little bit of, again, theoretical analysis. We will indeed keep on watching these highlights because honestly, this goes on for a long time. Mind you, all the viewers, you guys are in for a bit of a ride. If you thought the match was long, the highlights probably are going to be longer considering the amount of headshots we had. But no, early on, we saw the side of Fancy United, you know, their attacking side wasn't really the best, and Revenant were able to counter that because Fancy United were very slow with it. They were very slow, very methodical. They tried to waste the utility of Revenant, but they had to realize that Revenant had so much more utility than them, and they couldn't. However, on their defense, they waited for Revenant, they went for those retakes time and time again, everyone pitched in, and especially there was one person who is usually considered the entry agent, who is usually considered the dive, but Nizzy was the best anchor anyone could have asked for, given how many bodies he drops.
Yes, and as a duelist, he made the most of the entries for his team. And I should say, he did all the frags work, everything, giving so much space for his team to work with. And yes, he's been back-to-back, been that backbone for FNY. And I think I should say one last thing about Nizzy. If it was not his frags, then Fancy would have not come through the comeback.
Yeah, Fancy wouldn't have been this close to that matchup. I mean, anyways, yeah, unfortunate for their side, they lost out. But without Nizzy being there, Revenant probably would have managed it early on. We may not even have seen overtime, something along the lines of that. But Fancy United in their defense also, their defense was the one thing, that was the team effort. I know Fancy United did end up losing, and that's because Revenant's insane fragging potential and the way they played in the overtime. But to all the viewers watching, I gotta highlight how Fancy United Esports played in their defensive half early on. It's generally, I think, the best theory we've seen from any team. So, to all the viewers watching, right, what was Fancy's composition? They had a double duelist brought out. They had exceptional fragging potential, a lot of aggressive nature, a lot of tempo-based plays as well. Now Fancy realized, oh man, They're on defense. How do we deal with this aggressive nature that we have on defense? They thought and they realized, you know what? Let's just give Revenant the site and they can push forward.
Yes, and one of the smartest choices that Revenant has made, the bait and switch. They initially give the first pick away into the hands of Fancy and they wait to trade it out. So what's the maximum number of people that Fancy can bring out into a fight is 2 to 3. But when in attacking, Revenant had all the 5 people. So the trade was a confirmation that either way it was going to get. But who gets the first pick depends more on the trade. And moving forward, I think they outplayed. I remember that one round where Wimp took off for 3k and saved the round for everyone. On the other hand, Nizzy getting away with the MVP of 37 kills in his hands with 23 deaths and 10 first kills. This man is crazy. From the side of Revenant Esports, we've got Bad Love with 30 kills, a 268 average comeback score and 3 first kills. Can you believe the type of dedication or the type of hard work this man has put into being an initiator but also be the top fragger coming in from the side of Revenant Esports? Paradox on the other hand going away with 28 kills. We've got Wimp with 25, Logi with 24. Last but not least, we've got Blackhawk being an undeniable asset for Revenant Esports with 17 kills in his hands. I should say Fancy Esports had a good start, a double duelist setup. It worked out all very well for them, but Revenant Esports, they don't have a duelist. They don't need one because their complete strategies are based off on their crossfire, the way how they carry the game and the way how they alter their strategies round after round against Fancy.
I gotta agree with that. Yeah, Revenant Esports, definitely their counter strats worked, and for Fancy Esports as well, right? Their also counter strats were really at the top of their game when they had just that winning streak going on for their side. They reached near like match point or something along the lines of that, and only after that were Revenant able to make that comeback. So again, there was so much back and forth going on between both of these teams. There's still a lot to talk about. I talked about the compositions, right? Fancy Esports, again, coming back to the point I was saying, they let, on their own defense, by the way, they let Revenant take the bomb site. They're like, okay, you know what? 5 attackers, free A bomb site, free B bomb site. We don't have a care in the world. Move in. But what Fancy Esports makes sure to do is that they stay very close to the bomb site, really adjacent to it. So as soon as the spike then gets planted, they can jump back in, and with 2 duelists, they are now the ones attacking since it's a retake. The defenders become the attackers, and yet again, that double duelist definitely works in their favor. But overall, this was a back and forth. Again, if the rounds weren't an excellent example of showcasing how just, to and fro this match was, the credit economy of these teams over the course of the entire game is also a great example of that. Just the movements of the economy, being in a good position, being in a very troublesome state, being skimmed out for money, it's all being showcased right here in this graph.
Yes, that is definitely there. There's a lot of inconsistency between the economy for Fancy, but they somehow managed to get it to a triple overtime. And they could have won. They were so close to be winning that game, but Revenant Esports took that win away, which makes Revenant Esports so far the best team in Ascent in the group stages
today,
and
definitely.
The qualifiers.
After seeing today's performances, right, there are 2 teams that have got to be highlighted. First, Bleed, and secondly, Revenant. These guys, they played 2 matches, 2 very different rosters they faced. They won both of them. And sure, one can argue and one has to argue that, it wasn't an easy win for Bleed or for Revenant right here. However, a win is a win more than ever in the round robin format. And this is where we see again such a major difference in the first kills. This is what Fancy United was so good at doing. Why, yet again, so many people will wonder, man, Fancy United, these guys, how are they getting so many first kills yet they lost the game? It's all because, first of all, Nizzy, my god, what a performance. Second of all, these guys, they had 2 duelists. Nizzy was there, yes I can, on the Phoenix as well. They had every single player frag out of their mind. Yes, they had a lot of first kills, but unfortunately, when it came down to closing the round, the extra bit of utility Revenant were carrying, because they had 3 initiators, essentially helped them secure just those 2 extra rounds in the end.
Yes, and I really love the way how Revenant handled those triple initiator setup, because previously we've seen rosters like Alter Ego pick up triple initiator but fail to, you know, execute against RNT. But RNT, as a taste of their own medicine, they took up the triple initiator and they made this victory to themselves. Let's have a quick look at the group stages so far. We've had Bleed Esports take away the first 2 maps of the day in their hands, making it to a 2-0 in group stages. And we have our very own team from South Asia, Revenant Esports, take away both the matches today in the victory, with the last one being franchise players with 1 match in their pockets.
Yep, franchise players won out that Val Classico against Velocity. It had also on the map of Wine went to that overtime. 15-13 was the final score. Franchise made sure they're still at the top of the tables. Ladies and gentlemen, the standings that you're seeing right now, just to give more context, this is exactly the round robin standings we'll be seeing towards the end of the group stages after the 5 days of best of ones that we'll be having. The top 4 teams out of this will be moving on forward and will be playing in our playoff brackets. But right now, no brackets are there. Round robin means that your favorite team out of these top 8, whichever team you wholeheartedly support, whichever team's players you absolutely love to watch and enjoy their content time and time again, you will be seeing your favorite players play every single day against every other team that's out there, regardless of region, regardless of nationality, regardless of past experiences. None of that matters. All that matters is we have the top 8 teams combined from South Asia and Southeast Asia. They are facing off against each other. We have seen them face off against each other. We have seen major upsets. We have seen Southeast Asia take the win. We have seen South Asia take the win. And this is only the first day, mind you, Elika. Yes. There are 4 more days of group stages, then the brackets, then the semi-finals, then the grand finals. Do I need to say more about the Challenger Series, what we are having right here?
You know, I thought qualifiers were one of the most aggressive matches I've seen, but it's just the first day of group stage and I'm already going crazy. I mean, this is, I think, I should say, one of the ideal ways to end the day with a map like this, a triple overtime and a mad crazy performance coming in from Revenant Esports. I mean, they did have their setbacks between the match. They lost their momentum against, but the way they reset their mindsets, like I should say how Para resets his aim before going on a spray. The way Revenant handled this comeback through Fancy United and the way they won this victory, I should definitely say they have changed a lot over the course of time. The way they are carrying themselves in the game and the strategies. They're not changing the agent composition. They're not changing the roots of where they came from. But they're definitely altering to the ways how opponents are reacting to their strategies.
Yeah, Reverend, you know, those improvised changes from their side definitely help them. They have a set guideline of what to go for. However, any minuscule changes they need to make on the fly, like I said, improvise them while the game is going on. They are completely free to do that. But definitely these teams, they're free in their day, you know, no matter how their results went. If they had 2 victories, if they had a single win, single loss, 2 losses, doesn't matter. Now they can take a big, you know, breath of relief. They can be like, okay, it's all calm down. They'll go VOD review all these matches. They'll definitely put in a lot of work because the next 5 days it's going to be non-stop action. And for all the viewers as well, right? You guys, it's going to be non-stop entertainment for all of you. You'll be seeing your favorite teams very, very shortly as well. But this was it from our side for the LG Ultragear presents the Esports Club Challenger Series, an official off-season event of the Valorant Champions Tour. This event is powered by Amazon.in. Do go into the description. The Amazon Great Indian Sale is going on. All the gaming peripherals you like, you know, be it storage, be it peripherals, be it, you know, any components in your rig as well, monitors, mice, keyboards, all of them from all the major top brands, you will be finding them in Amazon at a huge discount. So definitely check it out in the description and check out all our products from our partners as well, right? You've got Zotac with their amazing GPUs. Intel have got their processors. Gaming happens, indeed does happen with Intel. You've got Crucial for the fastest storage and RAMs in the entire world. Again, physically, the fastest SSDs. The best laptops are always provided with Asus. And if you still want more entertainment, if you still want streams from your favorite streamers, Loco is your place to go. The Esports Club right here, this English desk, this analyst panel, we were your place to go for your daily Valorant entertainment of Tier 1 South Asian and Southeast Asian Valorant. We'll see you guys tomorrow. Till then, take care and bye-bye.
child, you would wait and watch from far away. But you always knew that you'd be the one that would while they all play. And you'd lay awake at night and scheme of all the things that you would change, but it was just a dream. Here we are, don't turn away now. We are the warriors that build this town. Here we are, don't turn away now. We are the warriors that build this town. From dust. From dust.
Do we fight to hold our heads up high and beat the drum to what we love? Risk the fall, or we have felt it all come crashing down from far above. Stars are rising, countless worlds colliding, only one will take it all. Can we bring to fall the giants? Can we make the final call? We are the ones to ignite the darkened skies, the champions of a world that we defy. A soul ray of the few who rise up high, and we all fight at the last strike. Hearing voices from afar, join the madness when the curtain falls. Risk it all, hold nothing back. Seize the day, we must attack. Stars are rising, countless worlds colliding, only one will take it all. Can we bring to fall the giants? Can we make the final call? We are the ones to ignite the darkened skies, the champions bring to fall the giants? Can we bring to fall the giants? Can we bring to fall the giants? Can we bring to fall the giants? We are the ones to ignite the darkened skies, the champions of the world that we defy. A solar ray of the few who rise up high, and we all fight at the last
KDA, should we show them how we do it every day? Let's get it. Kali that girl, Kali go girl, Kali don't stop, Kali don't skirt, Kali got a job, Kali go to work. 뜨거워 언제나 don't get burned. 넘쳐 흘러물 than a buffet, 죽여주잖아 like a buffet. 누가 감히 on my hotbed, 그 문 열지 마 that's a rock day. I'm giving you more cause I'm greater than. 필요 없는 시험들 다 뿐이미, but all of my numbers are talking back. 부루마법 message monopoly. 넌 종이도 네 number money 필요 없대. 너네들이 만든 돈들 go get it, go get it, go get it. The mission 눈을 못대 못해 그래 너도 get it cause I got it different.
All I'll ever know is life upon the throne. 시작하면 끝을 보는 거야. You want more? No, I got it so deep though. You look like you could use some more. No, I got it, never running low. Yeah, I got more than enough, set it up and away. You know I got it like boom, boom, blow your mind. Never giving less, and it's how it'll stay. You know I got it like all day, all the time. When I go, it's for gold. Yeah, they cool, but I'm cold. I don't fit in a mold. I'm a rebel. I don't do what you say. Making moves, I don't wait while I smile in your face. I got different DNA. What's higher than the top? That's me. Come take a look before falling on my feet. 조용히 몸을 숙여봐. So take a look, 나를 기억해, queen. All I'll ever know is life upon the throne. 시작하면 끝을 보는 거야. You want more? No, I got it so deep though. You look like you could use some more. No, I got it, never running low. Yeah, I got more than enough, set it up and away. You know I got it like boom, boom, blow your mind. Never giving less, and it's how it'll stay. You know I got it like all day, all the time. Way out, 感觉犹如海浪的微浪，不断往前，oh you never way down. This is how I do it every day. Wow, wow. 这一路上的奇迹都记住了你的每一个瞬间，无比的耀眼。I know you want some more， 准备好就一起走。Giving it all more. No, I got it so deep though. You look like you could use some more. No, I got it, never running low. Yeah, I got more than enough, set it up and away. You know I got it like boom, boom, blow your mind. Never giving
time slows down when it can get no worse. I can feel it running out on me. I don't want these to be my last words. All forgotten, 'cause that's all they'll be. Now there's only one thing I can do, fighting till the end like I promised to. Wishing there was something left to lose. This could be the day I die for you. What do you see before it's over? Blinding flashes getting closer. Wish that I had something left to lose. This could be the day I die for you. This could be the day I die for you. This could be the day I die for you. This could be the day. Everything I know, everything I hold tight. When to let it go, when to make them all right. When I'm in control, when I'm out of my mind. When I gotta live, when I gotta die, gotta die. Everything I know, everything I hold tight. When to let it go, when to make them all right. When I'm in control, when I'm out of my mind. When I gotta live, when I gotta die. This could be the day I die for you. Feeling like there's nothing I can do. This could be the end, it's mine to choose. It's taken me my lifetime just to prove. This could be the day I die for you. Don't let it be the day. What do you see before it's over? Blinding flashes getting closer. Sacrificing everything I knew. This could be the day I die for you. This could be the day I die for you. Everything I know, everything I hold tight. When to let it go, when to make them all right. When I'm in control, when I'm out of my mind. When I gotta live, when I gotta die.
I wake up to the sounds of the silence that allows for my mind to run around with my ear up to the ground. I'm searching to behold the stories that I told when my back is to the world that was smiling when I turned. Tell you you're the greatest, but once you turn, they hate us. Oh, the misery. Everybody wants to be my enemy. Spare the sympathy. Everybody wants to be my enemy. Look out for yourself. My enemy. Look out for yourself. But I'm ready. Your words up on the wall as you're praying for my phone. And the laughter in the halls and the names that I've been called. I stack it in my mind and I'm waiting for the time when I show you what it's like to be worse fit in a mind. Tell you you're the greatest, but once you turn, they hate us. Oh, the misery. Everybody wants to be my enemy.
Look. Okay, I'm hoping that somebody pray for me. I'm praying that somebody hope for me. I'm staying where nobody supposed to be. Posted, being a wreck of emotions. Ready to go whenever you let me know. The road is long, so put the pedal into the flow. The energy on my trail, my energy unavailable. I'ma tell him I still away go. Hey, when I fly on my drive to the top, I've been out of shape, taking out the box. I'm an astronaut. I blasted off the planet, rock that caused catastrophe, and it matters more because I had it. Now I had I thought about wreaking havoc on an opposition, kinda shocking. They want a static with precision. I'm automatic, quarterback. I ain't talking second packet, pack it up on panic, batter up. Who the baddest? It don't matter, cause we is your
Everybody wants to be my enemy. Spare the sympathy. Everybody wants to be my enemy. Oh, the misery. Everybody wants to be my enemy. Spare the sympathy. Everybody wants to be my enemy. I swear I'll never be a sad no way. My enemy. I swear I'll never be a sad. Look out for yourself.
Legends never die when the world is calling you. Can you hear them screaming out your name? Legends never die, they become a part of you. Every time you bleed for reaching greatness, relentless you survive. They never lose hope when everything's cold and the fighting's near. It's deep in their bones, they'll ride into smoke when the fire is fierce. No, pick yourself up, 'cause legends never
यार गेम क्या सुपर स्मूथ चल रहा है. Asus gaming laptop, वो भी amazing deal के साथ. And I can pay आराम से with a 12-month no cost EMI. Crazy!
कहाँ से लिया?
Bro, JBL earbuds at 45% off. उसके ऊपर free Kindle and Audible subscriptions. Can you believe it? अब ये देख.
वो
शांति.
कहाँ से लिया? Sorry. Hey, you! I'm tracking my run on this new smartwatch I got.
नॉइस का 70% ऑफ.
Oh.
मैंने सोचा ऐसी डील पे मैं भी अपनी फिटनेस बढ़ा लूं. Seamless Bluetooth calling. Hey, I'm running towards you. Yeah. ये देख, I just got this Intel Evo laptop in exchange for my old one. 20,000 बच गए. बस 99 rupees में extended warranty. Plus 20% off भी मिल गया. Pretty sweet deal, right?
Totally feel you, bro. This iPad was always on my wish list. Got the latest one at a great deal and saved $8,000 in exchange for my old phone.
Hey, what's up?
सबको इतनी बढ़िया डील्स मिल रही हैं. ये सब कहाँ से लिया?
Amazon से लिया.
Amazon Great Indian Festival से.
Amazon Great Indian Festival पर मिलेंगे इलेक्ट्रॉनिक्स पर जबरदस्त डील्स, नो कॉस्ट EMI, एक्सचेंज ऑफर और सेम डे डिलीवरी.
अब इंडिया बोलेगा Amazon से लिया.
your memory is fading, haunting. Got no expectations now that I'm forsaken. See what I made up, find out if I can tell.